Did you know that when you leave a 5-month-old in its crib and leave the room, the baby probably thinks you've literally disappeared? Very young babies don't understand that the people and objects they observe in the world exist even when unseen. Why do babies make this mistake? When do they begin to understand that their parents do not disappear when they leave the room? Questions like these belong to the field of developmental psychology, pioneered by Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget, who lived from 1896 to 1980. In the years immediately following World War I, Piaget was teaching at a school in Paris. There, he became involved in scoring some of the first intelligence tests and noticed that children tended to provide similar reasoning for their wrong answers. Intrigued by this, Piaget eventually moved back to Switzerland and studied how intelligence develops in children. Developmental psychology is the study of how we change over our lifespans. Physical, intellectual, and emotional growth all contribute to psychological development. Physical changes during prenatal development, like exposure to alcohol, can have long-lasting cognitive consequences. Not being able to feel love from parents and form attachments can result in social impairments. We'll look at studies designed to investigate these kinds of relationships, as well as at several theories of developmental stages proposed by Piaget and by other psychologists like Erik Erikson and Lawrence Kohlberg. Piaget focused mainly on cognitive changes, Erikson on changes in motivations, and Kohlberg on changes in moral thinking. Developmental psychologists also seek to identify continuities in development, or things that stay the same from childhood to adulthood. This can help us understand all sorts of psychological processes more completely, from visual perception to language use. As an example, let's take a look at a study by psychologists at Imperial College London in 2010. Using an fMRI machine, they scanned the resting state networks in the brains of 70 babies. They found that resting state networks, which are parts of the brain that remain active even when we're sleeping, were developed to an adult level by the time babies reach a normal term birth. Scientists had previously thought that one of these networks played a key role in introspection and daydreaming. The results of the London study mean that either newborn babies are capable of daydreaming, which was previously thought not to be true, or that the previous theory about which network regulates daydreaming is incorrect. Studying babies gave the psychologists new insights into introspection and daydreaming, processes more commonly associated with adults. Developmental psychology does not just study infants and children in a vacuum. It tries to connect these stages with a more complete understanding of what it means to be human. Ultimately, as in many areas of psychology, the fundamental question of nature versus nurture underlies many of the studies and theories in developmental psychology. Developmental stages like Piaget's and Erikson's seem to have some innate components. They happen at around the same ages in most people and are often tied to physical changes. And yet, parenting certainly has an effect on children's ability to move swiftly and easily through these stages. Children who are neglected or abused often fail to develop normally. Psychological growth is related both to biology and to social interaction. Developmental psychologists try to tease these factors apart by theorizing the changes in developmental stages while also identifying the continuities from childhood to adulthood.
Gina has a lot of new things going on in her life. A couple of years ago, her daughter had a baby, so Gina has a grandson. Then, just last month, Gina retired from her job. Things are changing, and they are changing quickly for her. Developmental psychology is the study of how people grow and change. These changes traditionally looked at how people's thoughts, feelings, behaviors, and physical bodies changed and grew in childhood and adolescence. For a very long time, experts thought that development only happened up to a certain point. Once a person reached adulthood, psychologists believed, they were pretty much done with growth and change. Now, though, we know better. Look at Gina. Her life is full of change, and she is growing and changing every day. She's not the same now as she was 10 years ago. She's learned new things and lost some skills, too. Lifespan development is the study of how humans grow and change throughout their entire life. For example, Gina's grandson Timmy is just now learning how to talk and walk. Meanwhile, Gina is learning how to handle stress better. At the same time that her grandson grows taller, Gina's having to deal with new aches and pains and other changes in the way her body functions. Let's look closer at some key principles in lifespan development: multidimensionality, multidirectionality, and plasticity. One thing that's happened recently with Gina is that her eyesight isn't as good as it used to be. She's starting to find it difficult to do things like thread a needle or read small print without her glasses. This is a physical change that Gina is going through. One aspect of lifespan development is that development is multidimensional, or change happens across many different aspects of a human life. Biological, or physical, cognitive, or mental, and socio-emotional changes all take place at the same time. Not only that, those three dimensions interact with each other in different ways. Remember that Gina's eyesight is getting worse. This is a biological change that is occurring in her body. But that's not all that happens. This biological change spurs on a cognitive change too. It makes her think about how she's getting older, which makes her think that she doesn't have very long left to live. These cognitive changes cause socio-emotional changes too. Her thoughts about aging and dying make her feel depressed and make her want to withdraw from others. As you can see with Gina, the three dimensions of a person's development all have relationships with each other. Gina's biological changes cause cognitive changes, which can cause socio-emotional changes. This could happen in a different order too. After she retired, she found that she was more socially isolated from others, which is a socio-emotional change. Because of her social isolation, Gina joined a group of retirees who liked to walk in the park several times a week. The walking caused biological changes in her body, and because exercise has a positive influence on a person's cognitive abilities, she found that her thought processes were faster and more accurate than they were before. In this example, socio-emotional change led to biological change, which led to cognitive change. Closely related to multidimensionality is the idea that development is multidirectional. That is, dimensions and specific components of dimensions grow and shrink during different points in a person's development. Remember Gina's grandson Timmy? He's learning to talk. In young language, language acquisition is at its highest point. As he grows older, his facility for language acquisition will shrink. That is, learning new languages will become more difficult for Timmy as he grows older. But other dimensions will grow. For example, as a toddler, Timmy doesn't really understand what's going on when his parents argue or when he sees someone cry. And even if he does understand, he doesn't know what to do. But as he gets older, his ability to understand and navigate complex social situations will grow. He'll understand that his parents are fighting and be able to offer comfort to someone who is crying. Notice that a component of the cognitive dimension, language acquisition, is high even as a component of the socio-emotional dimension, dealing with social situations, is low for Timmy. Eventually, these will change and evolve. Let's look at another example. Gina might be able to handle stressful situations better as her wisdom grows, but her reflexes are slower, and therefore her ability to respond to things that require quick processing and motor skills, like playing video games, shrinks. Her socio-emotional dimension is growing, even as her biological dimension is shrinking. Besides being multidimensional and multidirectional, human brains and bodies are also highly plastic. Plasticity is simply the ability to change. For example, Timmy is learning new words and how to walk better every day. 6 months ago, he could only crawl, and a year ago, even sitting up on his own was difficult. Now he can toddle around unsteadily, and eventually he will be able to run, skip, and jump. As he grows, he will be learning new things and changing the way that he is able to navigate his physical world. It is plasticity, his ability to change, which makes all of these developments possible. Remember that the old view was that development happened only early in life. This was because psychologists believe that plasticity declined and even disappeared after a certain age. They thought that a person could learn new things and develop new things only up to a certain point in life. Essentially, the old view can be summed up in the maxim, "You can't teach an old dog new tricks." but neuroresearch has shown that you can teach an old dog new tricks, or at least that you can teach an old human new things. Psychologists now understand that plasticity does not go away after a certain age, and that people change and grow throughout their lives. For example, at the senior center where Gina hangs out, they offer lots of classes on different types of things. She's learning how to sew, an activity that takes planning, motor skills, creativity, and many other skills. These skills are becoming more and more accessible to her. She is developing because she is able to learn the new skills associated with sewing. Her mind and her body are still highly plastic. Lifespan development is the study of how people grow and change during all phases of their lives. Development is multidimensional, which means that it occurs in many different dimensions, including biological, cognitive, and socio-emotional. In addition, development is multidirectional, which means that dimensions shrink and grow at different points in a person's life. Finally, development is possible because of plasticity, or the ability of a person to grow and change. New research has shown that people are highly plastic throughout their lives, which supports the theory that people continue to develop from birth until death. Keisha is a college student who is taking a developmental psychology class. She's learned a lot about development, or the way that people grow and change as they age. She thinks about her life so far and realizes that she's developed quite a bit. As a baby, she couldn't walk or talk or do much of anything. Then, as she grew into a kid, she learned how to walk, run, and jump rope. She was able to talk and learned how to express her thoughts and tell people what she wanted. She learned how to recognize when she was feeling sad or lonely and how to deal with those emotions. As a teen, Keisha learned more complex things, like algebra and critical thinking. She also learned how to think about others' needs as well as her own, and to recognize that just because she wants something, it doesn't mean that she'll get it. As Keisha now transitions into adulthood, she realizes that there's still a lot of development for her to do. She will learn how to be in a healthy romantic relationship. She'll become a mom and grow into the role of caretaker. Her career will take off as she navigates more and more complex and demanding roles at work. Eventually, Keisha will find that her life changes even more. Her children will move out and have children of their own. She will retire and learn to garden and skydive in her spare time. She'll also learn how to deal with physical frailty as her eyesight starts to go and she develops arthritis in her joints. All of these are examples of development, and Keisha recognizes that development happens at all stages of a person's life. There are many aspects of development. Physical, like when Keisha learned how to jump rope. Emotional, like when she learned how to deal with feeling sad. Social, like when she learned how to recognize others' needs. And intellectual, like when she learned algebra. Let's look closer at three components of development: growth, maturation, and learning. Many people use the words growth and maturation interchangeably. Someone might say, you know, so-and-so used to throw temper fits when she didn't get her way, but she's matured and now she just goes with the flow. She's really grown up. In psychology, though, growth and maturation are a little different. Growth is the physical process of development, particularly the process of becoming physically larger. It is quantifiable, meaning that it can be measured, and it is mostly influenced by genetics. For example, the year that she was 11, Keisha got taller by 2 inches. This is an example of growth because it involves her getting physically taller and is quantifiable, 2 inches. On the other hand, maturation is the physical, intellectual, or emotional process of development. Maturation is often not quantifiable, and it too is mostly influenced by genetics. For example, as Keisha became older, her brain developed in a way that meant she was able to handle more complex tasks than she could before. Notice that while growth is physical, maturation is physical, intellectual, or emotional. Often, maturation involves 2 or even all 3. Keisha's brain physically developing allowed her to intellectually understand complex matters better. In fact, the emotional component of empathy is sometimes affected by physical and intellectual maturity. As a person's brain physically develops, they are able to understand intellectually what others are going through and how they might feel, and that allows them to emotionally feel empathy for others. One other key difference in growth and maturation is in the limits of development. A person can only grow so far, and most people grow roughly the same amount. Adult brains all end up weighing similar amounts. Adults end up a range of heights that are relatively narrow, and so on. In other words, if a person does not have a disorder that prevents them from growing normally, they will all end up relatively similar. A normal, healthy adult does not look like a kid because they have grown up. On the other hand, maturation is almost limitless, and people mature to a wider array of points. For example, some people develop a keen sense of empathy for others, while others never do. Both people might be considered normal, but they have just matured to a different point. You can see this if you interact with a diverse group of people. There are people who are high-strung and overly emotional, and people who are laid back and let things roll off their backs. Both are normal. They have just matured in different ways and to different points. Besides growth and maturation, another key component to development is learning, or changes based on environmental stimuli. Most people think of learning as what you do in school, which is a type of intellectual development. But there are other types of learning too, and unlike growth and maturation, learning is mostly environmental and is not affected very much by genetics. If all that sounds complicated, it's not. Let's go back to Keisha. The first time that she heard her parents fighting, she didn't know what was going on. After she witnessed a few fights, she began to realize that arguing made her parents feel negative. One day, when Keisha was about 4, her parents were fighting. To deal with the emotions in the house, Keisha went to play in the corner of the living room. She put a t-shirt on her head and imagined that it was a hat, and that she was in a faraway land where no one argued. When her parents saw Keisha with the shirt on her head, they thought it was so funny that they started to laugh and forgot what they were fighting about. From that, Keisha learned that if she could make her parents laugh during a fight, they'd stop fighting. Even as an adult, when tensions among her friends or family run high, Keisha cracks jokes. Keisha has changed her behavior based on her environment. Her parents laughing at her silly imaginary hat taught Keisha that laughter can stop arguments in their tracks. Of course, there are many types of learning. People can learn to change their thoughts, behaviors, or feelings in both good and bad ways. Development is the process of change that all humans experience as they go through life. There are 3 components to development: growth, which involves physically getting larger; maturation, which involves physical, emotional, or intellectual development; and learning, which involves changing thoughts, behaviors, or emotions based on environmental stimuli.
5 branches of educational psychology. The field of educational psychology bloomed from the perspective and theories drawn from research and practice. Just as the tree grows branches, the field of educational psychology has distinct branches that approach learning differently. Although each branch or perspective is separate, they all have a common thread of addressing knowledge and understanding. Today, we will discuss 5 branches of educational psychology: behavioral, cognitive, developmental, social cognitive, and constructivist. Behaviorism is the theoretical perspective in which learning and behavior are described and explained in terms of stimulus-response relationships. The key assumptions of behaviorism are: 1. The environment influences behavior. Behaviorists believe that people's behaviors are a result of their interaction with the environment. Specifically, people become conditioned or molded to respond in certain ways based on responses like feedback, praise, and rewards. Learning is described through stimuli and responses. Behaviorists focus on observable events rather than events that occur inside a person's head, such as thoughts, feelings, and beliefs. Assumption number 3, learning must involve a behavioral change. Theorists believe that learning has not occurred unless an observable change in behavior is observed. Assumption 4, learning must occur when stimulus and response occur close together in time. Learners must associate their response with a stimulus, and in order for that to occur, the two must happen in conjunction with each other, or in other words, be contiguous. And finally, animals and humans learn in similar ways. Behaviorists, unlike many other theorists, perform their experiments using animals because they believe the study of animals could explain human learning behavior. The major behaviorists you should be familiar with include John Watson, known as the father of behaviorism, Ivan Pavlov, best known for classical conditioning, B.F. Skinner, known for operant conditioning, and Edward Thorndike, known for the law of effect. The next perspective of educational psychology is the cognitive perspective. Cognitive psychology is the theoretical perspective that focuses on learning based on how people perceive, remember, think, speak, and problem solve. The cognitive perspective differs from the behaviorist perspective in two distinct ways. First, cognitive psychology acknowledges the existence of internal mental states, disregarded by behaviorists. Examples of these states are belief, desire, ideas, motivation, so non-observable states. And second, cognitive psychologists claim memory structures determine how information is perceived, processed, stored, retrieved, and forgotten. Cognitive psychology encompasses perception, categorization, memory, knowledge representation, language, and thinking processes. The major cognitive psychologists you should be familiar with include Jean Piaget, who developed Piaget's theory of cognitive development and stages of cognitive development, Lev Vygotsky, best known for his socio-cultural development theory, Noam Chomsky, referred to as the father of modern linguistics, and Jerome Bruner, who coined the term scaffolding. Our next perspective is the developmental perspective. Developmental psychology is the perspective that studies change that occurs in learners over the course of a long period of time. The development perspective encompasses theories that are continuous and discontinuous in nature. Discontinuous theories are stage-like. The process of learning and development involve distinct stages which are characterized by qualitative differences in behavior. Theorists who posit discontinuous theories propose a specific beginning and end period for each stage. Continuous theories, in contrast, explain that learning and development occur in incremental processes. Learning involves gradual and ongoing changes throughout the lifespan. The major developmental theorists you should be familiar with include some of the theorists we have discussed, such as Piaget, but also include Erik Erikson, who proposed the stages of psychosocial development, Lawrence Kohlberg, best known for his stages of moral development, and James Marcia, known for the theory of identity achievement. Our fourth perspective is the social cognitive perspective. Social cognitive psychology is the perspective in which learning by observing others is the focus of study. Key assumptions of social cognitive perspective are, first, that learning occurs through observation. Social cognitives believe learning can occur by simply observing the behavior of others. Second, learning is an internal process which may or may not lead to a behavioral change. Specifically, theorists conclude that learning may occur without the behavior being displayed immediately or even ever. Our third assumption states behavior is directed toward a particular goal. Social cognitives believe learners set goals and direct their behaviors toward meeting those goals. Fourth, behavior eventually becomes self-regulated. And finally, observing punishment and rewards can indirectly impact the behavior of the observer. The major social cognitive psychologist you should be familiar with is Albert Bandura, who is known for his social learning theory. Our final perspective is the constructivist perspective. Constructivism is the perspective that proposes the idea that the learner constructs, rather than absorbs, knowledge from their experiences. According to the constructivism perspective, the learner is self-directed, creative, and innovative. The learner is encouraged to learn truths about the environment and the world by arriving at conclusions based on his or her background, culture, or worldview. The responsibility of learning falls primarily on the learner, while the teacher's role is that of a facilitator. And finally, collaborative learning is also a key component of this perspective. The major constructivist psychologists you should be familiar with are John Dewey, Maria Montessori, best known for her philosophy of education in schools, David Kolb, known for experiential learning, and Ernst von Glaserfeld, known for his model of radical constructivism. In conclusion, the field of educational psychology, like a tree, consists of many branches we call perspectives. Each perspective has a different definition and is based on different guiding principles and assumptions. But all perspectives look at how people learn, retain, and use knowledge.
Imagine that you are standing at the base of a large mountain. You want to go from where you are standing now all the way at the bottom to the very top peak of the mountain. Development is a lot like going from the bottom of a mountain to the top. Development is the process of growth and change that everyone experiences. Think about babies. When they are first born, they can't even hold their heads up. Someone must support the head so it doesn't just loll back. As they grow, though, their necks become strong, and they are able to hold their heads up and even move them around. As they continue to grow, babies learn to sit up, and then to crawl, and eventually to stand and walk. Children learn to run, skip, jump, and cartwheel. Teenagers might learn the steps to a complicated dance. Adults who have their own babies might learn how to move quickly to catch a child who is falling. Older adults learn how to walk with arthritis in their joints or with an artificial hip or knee. All of these are examples of development that happen during a person's lifespan, and those are only some of the physical ones. There are also emotional, social, and intellectual growth that can occur throughout a person's life. But how do people develop? How can you get from the bottom of the mountain to the top? Let's look closer at two competing theories about development, continuity and discontinuity, and what they have to do with the classic nature versus nurture debate in psychology. Let's go back to that mountain that you want to climb. You're standing on the very bottom of the mountain and you want to get to the top. But when you look closer, you notice that there are two ways up. On one side of the mountain is a path that involves walking uphill until you get to the peak. On the other side, someone has carved stairs into the side of the mountain so that you can climb up to the peak that way. The path is a lot like the continuity view of development. Proponents of the continuity view say that development is a continuous process that is gradual and cumulative. For example, a child learns to crawl, and then to stand, and then to walk. They are gradually learning how to walk. It's just like hiking up the mountain path, a slow, steady ascent that leads to the top. On the other hand, some people see development as consisting of different stages. The discontinuity view of development believes that people pass through stages of life that are qualitatively different from each other. For example, children go from only being able to think in very literal terms to being able to think abstractly. They have moved into the abstract thinking phase of their lives. As you can imagine, discontinuous development is like walking up the stairs, a series of stages, or steps, that get you to the top of the mountain. It might seem odd that psychologists can't agree on whether development is a continuous process or whether it happens in stages. To understand the continuity-discontinuity issue, It's important to understand another fundamental debate that has shaped psychology over the past 150 years. The nature versus nurture debate hinges on the following question: are people more shaped by their biology or by their environment? Let's look at an example of how the nature versus nurture debate might play out. Imagine a boy who is very good at basketball. Is this an inherent skill that he has? Or has he just practiced basketball more than others? Is he better than others because he's taller than most people? Or is he better because he's worked with some of the best coaches in the country? As you can see, there are convincing arguments for both sides. In reality, most psychologists now acknowledge that both nature and nurture play a role. For example, did you know that a disproportionate number of professional athletes were born in the first 3 months of the year? Because Little League teams are usually grouped by what year your birthday is in, the kids born in February of a year are on the same team as kids born in December of that same year. The February kids are likely larger and more physically adept because they are almost a year older than the December kids. As a result, the February kids are likely to get more attention from coaches and more playing time. They will go on to become better and better through Little League and school teams, and eventually are more likely to make it to the professional level in their given sport. In this example, the nature of the kids born in February, that they were bigger in Little League, affects the way that they are nurtured into developing their skills, the extra attention and playing time. What does this have to do with continuity and discontinuity in development? The psychologists who stress the continuity of development tend to view nature as more important than nurture. Just like a sapling grows into a tree and then into a giant oak, continuity theorists see nature as shaping our development in a slow, gradual process. On the other hand, psychologists who stress the discontinuity of development often believe that nurture is more important than nature in shaping human behavior. They see distinct stages of life that are shaped and defined by the environment we grow up in. The grade a child is in, for example, shapes what they learn. Children go through distinct stages because our environment takes us through them. Development is the process of growth and change that humans go through. There are two major theories about how people develop. On one hand, the continuity theory says that development is a gradual, continuous process. On the other hand, the discontinuity theory says that development occurs in a series of distinct stages. Many psychologists who believe in the continuity theory of development also stress nature as a driving factor behind people's psychology, while proponents of the discontinuity theory of development tend to believe that nurture, or the environment, is the most important influence on a person's psychology. Wes is taking a class in developmental psychology, or the study of how people's thoughts, behaviors, emotions, and relationships change as they grow and age. He thinks it's really interesting, and it's made him look differently at his two kids, Ethan and Ellen. For example, Wes notices that Ellen, who is 11, is able to understand that people have lives that go beyond what she sees of them. She knows that when Wes is not in the room, he's still going on with his life, and might have conversations or events that happen even though she's not there to witness them. Ethan, though, is only 3 years old, and he doesn't get that when Wes is not there with him, things still happen to Wes. He knows that Wes exists when he's not with Ethan. It's not like Ethan thinks Wes just completely disappears when he's not around. But Ethan doesn't quite get that Wes has other relationships that don't involve Ethan. Developmental psychology, like other branches of psychology, looks at people's thoughts, feelings, behaviors, and relationships. But developmental psychology specifically involves studying the way that people grow and change throughout their lives. Let's look closer at 3 types of development commonly studied in psychology: cognitive, emotional, and social development. The other day, Wes and his kids were drawing pictures in their backyard. Wes pointed out 2 small sticks that were lying next to each other. "Wow," Wes said, If those two sticks were put end to end, it would be a massive stick. Ellen agreed and drew a picture of the stick. But Ethan couldn't quite understand what Wes and Ellen meant. He toddled over and put the two sticks end to end, and then he could see what they were talking about. Cognition is the thought processes of a person, and developmental psychology classes study how people's thoughts develop, which is called cognitive development. Think about Ellen and Ethan and the sticks. Ellen is older and more cognitively developed than Ethan. She can imagine the two sticks together without having to actually put them together. But Ethan isn't there yet, so he has to physically put the sticks together to understand. Likewise, Ellen can look at a puzzle and map out a strategy in her head. She knows that if she puts this piece there and then that piece here, then she can figure out the puzzle. But Ethan has to actually do the puzzle. He can't yet figure things out in his head. This is just one example of cognitive development. Skills like problem solving, abstract thinking, and reading or math comprehension are all part of cognitive development. Notice that Ellen is 11 and Ethan is 3, so we would expect them to be at different cognitive levels. Cognitive development is affected by age, but it can also be affected by other things, including disabilities. Cognitive development is only one type of psychological development that occurs in humans. Two types of development that are closely related to each other are social development, which is the process of learning how to interact with others and navigate social situations, and emotional development, which is the process of learning to understand the emotions of oneself and of others. Let's go back to Ethan and Ellen for a moment. Ethan is only 3, and his social and emotional development is not as advanced as that of his older sister Ellen. For example, Ethan does not understand the impact of his actions on other people, or that other people have feelings. When Ethan wants something, he might say or do something that could hurt another person. This isn't because he's a terrible person, it's because he doesn't quite understand that he can hurt another person. Ellen, on the other hand, understands that every person has feelings, and that her actions can affect other people. If she wants something, she might try to get it without hurting others. She could talk to the person and negotiate to get what she wants, or try to persuade the other person that they want to give it to her. Like cognitive development, both social and emotional development occurs naturally with age. They are also influenced by the environment and can be stunted by certain types of conditions or disabilities. Developmental psychology is the study of how people's thoughts, behaviors, feelings, and relationships change as they grow. 3 key areas of study for developmental psychology are cognitive development, which examines the way people's thinking develops, social development, which looks at how people interact with others and navigate social situations, and emotional development, which studies how people learn to understand emotions of themselves and of others. All 3 of these types of development can be influenced by age, environment, and disability.
A human growth and development researcher was observing children at a preschool. She noticed that the girls in the class tended to be better at coloring inside the lines. Since the researcher found this an interesting observation, she began to research any existing information that might be related to what she had seen. Based on her observation and research, she made a guess about what was occurring. 3-year-old girls have better fine motor skills than 3-year-old boys. She tested this idea by collecting coloring samples from 3-year-old boys and girls at area preschools. 10 out of 50 3-year-old boys colored within the lines, and 30 out of 50 3-year-old girls colored within the lines. The researcher then wrote a report that outlined how the information she obtained supported her idea that 3-year-old girls have better fine motor skills than 3-year-old boys. This is an example of the use of the scientific method in human growth and development research. The scientific method is a method of investigation used by researchers to identify a problem, observe associated variables, and collect data to reach conclusions about the problem. The goal of human development researchers is to understand, describe, and predict changes that can occur throughout a person's lifespan. They must utilize the scientific method to conduct this research in order to validate the assumptions that are being made. You've been hearing about the scientific method from as early as elementary school. However, most of your past experience with the process was probably not associated with the social sciences. Because of this, when you first heard the scientific method mentioned, you probably pictured a laboratory experiment involving chemicals or measuring the growth of plants in a controlled experiment. Is this the same process as in the social sciences? The answer to this question is yes. The major elements of the scientific method are shared by both the social sciences and other types of science. The only major difference is that in the social sciences, such as the study of human growth and development, different methods of research are used more often. Assumptions and inferences must be allowed as well. This is because people are much more difficult to understand, predict, and control than chemicals or laboratory conditions. There are also ethical concerns in the study of people. Because of the different methods of research used, results of the research in the field of human development can be a bit more complex, even though the basic scientific steps being applied are still the same. The scientific method allows for human growth and development research to occur in an objective and systematic way. This means that the conclusions being reached will still be significant. In order to understand how researchers reach these conclusions, let's look more closely at the research process itself, as well as the basic steps that are used to conduct the research. We are going to discuss 5 steps involved in the scientific method. First, you will select an area that you want to research and learn more about it. This may begin in a simple way, like making an observation. Then you have to learn what information already exists about the topic that you want to research. This is like the researcher in our previous example. She noticed that the girls in the class tended to be better at coloring in the lines. Then she began to research any existing information that might be related to what she had seen. Second, you will develop a hypothesis about what you want to investigate. A hypothesis is a testable statement that is logically derived from theory or observation. Previous research is essential to helping you form this educated guess. In the previous example, our researcher guessed that 3-year-old girls have better fine motor skills than 3-year-old boys based on her observation and research. Third, you will test your hypothesis. Often you will think of a traditional experiment at this point, but testing the hypothesis can be done in a number of ways. Our researcher chose to gather coloring samples and obtain data from them. She then performed a correlational research study, or a study that examines relationships between 2 different items or events. Fourth, you will make a conclusion based on the data you obtain. This is where descriptive statistics come in. Descriptive statistics are numerical descriptions of samples. When our researcher ran the numbers, she found a positive relationship between good coloring skills and being a 3-year-old girl, and a negative relationship between good coloring skills and being a 3-year-old boy. This shows that 3-year-old girls color better than 3-year-old boys. This research did not prove that 3-year-old girls have better fine motor skills, but it does add support for our researcher's hypothesis. Fifth, you will make the results of your research available to others. Our researcher did this by writing up a report on her findings. In the report, the researcher would have listed her findings as well as any limitations that her research may have had. This will allow other researchers to test her hypothesis, repeat the study to see if they get the same results, or develop additional ways to test her idea. This is like a check and balance in the scientific method, and it's an important step in the scientific process. It allows results to either be validated or proven incorrect by additional testing. The scientific method is a method of investigation used by researchers to identify a problem, observe associated variables, and collect data to reach conclusions about the problem. Human growth and development research utilizes the scientific method to conduct research. Using the scientific method helps validate the assumptions being made. To apply the scientific method, there are certain steps that are followed. First, you will select an area that you want to research and learn more about it. Second, you will develop a hypothesis about what you want to investigate. Third, you will test your hypothesis. Fourth, you will make a conclusion based on the data you obtain. And fifth, you will make the results of your research available to others. Because of the different methods of research used, results of research in the field of human development can be a bit more complex than in traditional experiments. Applying the basic steps of the scientific method allows human growth and development to occur in an objective and systematic way. A researcher wants to know more about the shopping habits of teenage girls. He has decided that a survey would be the best way to obtain data for his study. He puts together a team of assistants to administer the survey. The assistants ask the survey questions to random teenage girls at the local mall. His assistants will then return the completed surveys to him for analysis. This is a simple example of data collection. Data collection is nothing more than the process of gathering data from various sources into one place. This is an important aspect of any type of research study because inaccurate data collection can alter the results of the research and even lead to invalid results. Because of this, researchers have to consider more than just how to get data. They have to consider how to get useful data. Imagine what could happen in the above example if one assistant gathering the information did not record the survey answers properly. What if the meaning of the questions on the survey were difficult to understand? Would the overall data still be accurate? What if the data is not specific enough to yield a relevant answer? These are just a few of the concerns that must go into planning the method of data collection that will be used in a research study. So what are some of the different data collection techniques that researchers use? To answer this question, let's look at the two sources of data researchers use and the data collection methods used for each type. Primary data collection uses questions or observations to produce data. Primary data is collected specifically for a research project when existing information is unavailable or inappropriate. Let's look at some examples of different primary data collection techniques. In the example at the beginning of the lesson, our researcher used a survey to collect information. A survey is a method of data collection that uses questions to collect information about how people think and act. There are two basic survey types: interviews and questionnaires. When a survey is an interview, a researcher will ask questions and record the answers. When a survey is a questionnaire, it is usually a list of questions that a respondent fills out on their own and then returns to the researcher. Surveys are useful because they're an inexpensive technique to administer, and you can get a large number of responses in a short period of time. Another method of primary data collection is observation. Observational techniques for data collection are used for studying nonverbal behaviors. This could include things such as gestures or activities. If an observation had been used in the previous example, our researchers' assistants would not have asked the teenage shoppers any questions. Instead, they would have simply followed them around, observed their behaviors, and take notes. Observational techniques are useful in understanding or identifying behaviors that a person may not be consciously aware of. It is inexpensive in terms of money, but can take a great deal of time to gather the data. Experimental techniques can also be used for primary data collection. Experimental techniques are based on results from a planned experiment. If an experimental data collection technique was being used by a researcher, it may have looked something like this. He hypothesized that teenage girls would pay more for a dress simply because it is red. His assistants set up a rack of identical blue dresses and red dresses. They increased the price on the red dress and then track the color of a dress each time a teenage girl purchases one. Experimental techniques of data collection are very useful because the data will typically provide the most valid research results. Secondary data collection is conducted by collecting information from previously existing sources. In other words, a researcher would not have to collect new data. Instead, they would pull the information from other sources that have already collected it. Secondary data collection will sometimes be called data mining. A common source of secondary data would be U.S. Census reports or similar statistical data from other government agencies. If our researcher wanted to use secondary data collection techniques, he might obtain information on purchase history from a store known mainly to sell to teenage girls. He could then attempt to find any possible patterns in their shopping habits based on this information. Secondary data collection is often used to develop a framework for a research project, develop research questions, or to help validate other research results. When collecting data, a researcher is not bound to one source or technique. A multi-method approach to data collection is often used. In a multi-method approach, a researcher collects and integrates data from several sources and utilizes a variety of different techniques. For example, our researcher can employ all of the data collection techniques we have mentioned. He could examine purchase records from the stores frequented by teenage girls at the local mall, and he could notice that a lot of red clothing is being purchased. His assistants could survey teenage girls in the mall and ask them if they prefer purchasing the color red. His assistants could also follow the teenage girls around to observe what color clothing they actually purchase. In addition, he could set up an experiment, such as the one mentioned previously with the red and blue dress. All of the data obtained from these collection techniques could then be analyzed together. Data collection is the process of gathering data from various sources into one place. Data collection is important because inaccurate data can alter the results of research and even lead to invalid results. There are two sources of data used by researchers: primary data and secondary data. Primary data collection uses questions or observations to produce data. Primary data is collected specifically for a research project when existing information is unavailable or inappropriate. Types of primary data include surveys, both interviews and questionnaires, observations, and experimental designs. Secondary data collection is conducted by collecting information from previously existing sources, such as a U.S. Census report. A researcher is not bound to one source or technique for collecting data. A multi-method approach collects and integrates data from several sources and utilizes a variety of different techniques.
Matthew recently retired, and he's spending all his spare time with his great-nephew Johnny, who is in preschool. Though their ages are far apart, Matthew has discovered that he and Johnny have a lot in common. They are both dealing with new developmental milestones. That is, they are growing and changing every day and have to deal with new physical changes. Human development is the way that people change and grow across their lifespan. There are many types of development that people go through. As children learn problem-solving skills, their cognitive, or thinking, development grows. When people age, they often develop wisdom, which means they are better able to handle stress, a process that is part of emotional development. Let's look closer at one aspect of human development, physical development, and what it means for different people at different points in their lives. Remember Johnny? He's Matthew's great-nephew, and he's at an age where his physical development is rapid. Every day it seems like he's grown more, and his parents have to keep buying him new clothes because he keeps outgrowing them. Childhood and adolescence are times of great physical changes. Children grow taller and become better at controlling their bodies. Adolescents develop body hair and other adult features as they make their way into full adulthood. These changes seem pretty straightforward. If Johnny is 2 inches taller or his hat size goes up, it means that he's physically growing. What could be more simple than that? What many people miss is that physical development is closely linked to other types of development as well. For example, Johnny's brain is developing, growing, and changing every day. That's physical development, but it is tied to other skills that he develops, including motor skills, like how coordinated he is, and eventually reasoning and problem-solving skills. A child's motor skills develop before their higher cognitive skills like reasoning or problem-solving. To see why, think about Johnny. When he was a baby, he couldn't do much of anything except lie down and stare off into space. He didn't have the ability to hold his head up or to grab onto something and hold it. But as he developed these motor skills, something else began to happen. When he could control the movement of his own head, he was able to look around. When he could grab something and hold on to it, he could explore it further, testing what it felt like, tasted like, and what it looked like way up close. As he developed the skill of crawling, Johnny was able to explore even more of his environment, taking a trip across the living room to check out what the curtains on the windows were like, for example. All of these explorations are part of Johnny learning. He's learning about the world around him, but he's also learning how to find answers to things. His cognitive development is springing from his motor development, which came from the physical development of his brain and body to be able to allow him to control himself in relation to his environment. Later, when Johnny is a teenager and young adult, the prefrontal cortex of his brain will develop, which will allow him to have higher thinking skills like reasoning and problem solving. In essence, every type of development springs first from physical development. It's pretty clear that children and adolescents develop physically. After all, they're growing out of clothes and their body shape is changing as they age. But once you get to adulthood, you're pretty much done with development, right? That's what people used to think. But more and more research shows that people continue to develop physically and mentally throughout adulthood. This makes sense to Matthew. As his brain and body ages, he faces new hurdles. Many people Matthew's age find that their cognitive abilities decline, as does their physical ability. Older adults often feel like they've lost the mental sharpness they once had. Not only that, many of them aren't as physically spry as they used to be. While no one can completely stop time, research shows that there are certain things that can be done for older adults who want to stave off physical and mental decline. Exercise can keep older people physically strong and capable, but it can also help keep them mentally sharp. In addition, mental workouts, like doing crossword or Sudoku puzzles or taking a class, can help avoid cognitive decay. Human development is the process of growth and change that all humans go through. Physical development impacts many other types of development, including cognitive or mental development. As children's brains and bodies develop, so do their motor skills, which allow them to develop cognitively as they explore their environment. Older adults face challenges with the slow breakdown of the brain and body, which has an impact on cognitive development. But physical and mental workouts can help slow the process of aging and help older adults live full and happy lives.
How do we learn to interact with other people? Socialization is a lifelong process during which we learn about social expectations and how to interact with other people. Nearly all of the behavior that we consider to be human nature is actually learned through socialization. And it is during socialization that we learn how to walk, talk, and feed ourselves, about behavioral norms that help us fit into our society, and so much more. Socialization occurs throughout our life, but some of the most important socialization occurs in childhood. So, let's talk about the most influential agents of socialization. These are the people or groups responsible for our socialization during childhood, including family, school, peers, and mass media. There's no better way to start than to talk about the role of family in our social development, as family is usually considered to be the most important agent of socialization. As infants, we are completely dependent on others to survive. Our parents, or those who play the parent role, are responsible for teaching us to function and care for ourselves. They, along with the rest of our family, also teach us about close relationships, group life, and how to share resources. Additionally, they provide us with our first system of values, norms, and beliefs, a system that is usually a reflection of their own social status, religion, ethnic group, and more. For example, Alexander, a young boy who lives in America, was born to an immigrant family. He grew up bilingual and was taught the importance of collectivistic values through socialization with his family. This experience differs drastically from someone born to an older, traditional American family that would emphasize the English language and individualistic values. The next important agent of childhood socialization is the school. Of course, the official purpose of school is to transfer subject knowledge and teach life skills, such as following directions and meeting deadlines. But students don't just learn from the academic curriculum prepared by teachers and school administrators. In school, we also learn social skills through our interactions with teachers, staff, and other students. For example, we learn the importance of obeying authority, and that to be successful, we must learn to be quiet, to wait, and sometimes to act interested, even when we're not. Alexander, like other children, might even learn things from his teacher that she did not intend to teach. For instance, he might learn that it's best to yell out an answer instead of raising his hand. When he does so, he gets rare attention from the teacher and is hardly ever punished. Another agent of socialization that relates to school is our peer group. Unlike the agents we've already discussed, family and school, peer groups give us an opportunity as children to form relationships with others on our own terms, plus learn things without the direction of an adult. Our peers have an incredible amount of influence on us when we're young, so it's understandable that parents worry about the type of friends we choose. Often, we discuss topics and learn behavioral norms from our peers that our parents do not or would not approve of. However, our peers also give us a chance to develop many of the social skills we need as adults. For instance, Alexander will certainly experience moments when his friend's behavior and/or values contradict the norms and values he obtained from his family. He has to learn to decide which norms and values to keep, reject, or use and follow in certain situations. The last agent of childhood socialization we're going to discuss in this lesson is mass media, which includes television, internet, radio, movies, books, and magazines, just to name a few. This is another agent that our parents are understandably concerned about. As with our peers, we often learn things through mass media that our parents would probably rather we didn't. Especially today, children are exposed to a wide variety of content, including violence and sex, which many deem inappropriate. Mass media also seems to reinforce gender and other stereotypes. For example, Alexander loves to watch cartoons, but they perpetuate the idea that men are more important than women. Women are usually portrayed as supporting characters, mothers, girlfriends, or damsels in distress. As a result, Alexander is continually taught that women are not as brave and intelligent as men. Socialization occurs throughout our life, but some of the most important socialization occurs in childhood. 4 of the most influential agents of socialization during that phase of our lives are the family, school, peers, and mass media. Family is usually considered to be the most important agent of socialization. They not only teach us how to care for ourselves, but also give us our first system of values, norms, and beliefs. Schools are agents of socialization which not only teach us subject knowledge and life skills, but also social skills through our interactions with teachers, staff, and other students. Another agent of socialization that relates to school is our peer group. Unlike family and school, peer groups give us an opportunity as children to form relationships with others on our own terms, plus learn things without the direction of an adult. Our peers give us a chance to develop many of the social skills we need later in life. The last agent we discussed was mass media, which includes television, internet, books, and more. As with our peers, we often learn things through mass media that our parents would probably rather we didn't, such as violence, sex, and the reinforcement of gender and other stereotypes. If I were to ask you, what did you learn in school? What would you say? Would you tell me about the subject knowledge you gained and the classes you attended? Would you talk about the time you spent with friends and your participation in extracurricular activities? Schools certainly act as a transmitter of knowledge and academic skills like reading, writing, and arithmetic. But they also serve other functions in our society as well, and these can be categorized as manifest or latent functions. A manifest function of school is a function that people believe is the obvious purpose of school and education. Manifest functions of education are those that are intended and that most people think about. For example, in elementary school, parents expect their children to learn new information, but also how to get along with other children and begin to understand how society works. So, 2 of the most significant manifest functions of schools, beyond teaching subject knowledge, are socialization and the transmission of cultural norms and values. Socialization refers to a process by which individuals acquire a personal identity and learn the knowledge, language, and social skills required to interact with others. Again, students don't only learn from the academic curriculum prepared by teachers and school administrators. They also learn social rules and expectations from interactions with others. Students in America receive rewards for following schedules and directions, meeting deadlines, and obeying authority. They learn how to avoid punishment by reducing undesirable behaviors like offensive language. They also figure out that to be successful socially, they must learn to be quiet, to wait, to act interested even when they're not, and to please their teachers without alienating their peers. Besides socialization, another significant manifest function of school is the transmission of cultural norms and values to new generations, which is known as culturization. Schools help to mold a diverse population into one society with a shared national identity and prepare future generations for their citizenship roles. Students are taught about laws and our political way of life through civic lessons, and patriotism through rituals such as saluting the flag. Students must also learn the Pledge of Allegiance and the stories of the nation's heroes and exploits. Because America is a capitalist nation, students also quickly learn the importance of both teamwork and competition through learning games in the classroom, as well as activities and athletics outside the classroom. In addition to manifest functions like socialization and culturization, schools also serve latent functions in society. A latent function is a function that people are not aware of or doesn't come to mind straight away and is usually not intended. For example, schools often play a matchmaker function. They put together individuals of similar ages and backgrounds, and this results in many of us finding romantic partners and mates in primary, secondary, or post-secondary school. Latent functions may sometimes contradict manifest functions. For example, another manifest function of school is to serve as a sorting mechanism that selects students for higher or lower social positions based on their academic performance. Optimistically, schools prepare students for their future social positions by identifying and developing each student's talents and abilities, regardless of the student's current social position. Teachers encourage the best and the brightest to pursue the most challenging and advanced studies while guiding the ordinary students into educational programs suited to their talents. However, some sociologists believe that this social placement system is a latent function of school that perpetuates inequality. They believe students' future social positions are determined by their current positions in society, which the schools try to preserve. For example, wealthier parents send their kids to better schools, which provide more opportunities for higher future social positions. Additionally, social attitudes and habits are taught, usually unintentionally, that produce people who fit into the social, political, and economic statuses that are common in society. These lessons that prepare individuals to accept the requirements and expectations of adult life are what sociologists call the hidden curriculum. For example, in addition to teamwork and competition, American students quickly learn that society seeks out and reveres the best individual, whether that person has the best score on a test or the best performance at a spelling bee. Even collaborative activities focus on a leader, and team sports single out the one most valuable player of the year. So, the hidden curriculum in this case involves the promotion of individualism. This carries them to adult life in our individualistic society, where they must be independent and may make decisions based on self-interest. In summary, schools serve functions in our society beyond transmitting knowledge and academic skills. These other functions can be categorized as manifest or latent. Manifest functions are functions that people believe are the obvious purposes of school. They include the academic curriculum, plus functions like socialization and the transmission of cultural norms and values to new generations. Latent functions are functions that people are not aware of or don't think of straight away. They include the hidden curriculum that prepares students for adult life, plus functions like matchmaking.
You are about to hear a list of occupations. I would like for you to think about the first picture that enters your mind when you hear the occupation. Art teacher, scientist, building construction manager, nurse. Did you picture a female when you heard art teacher? Maybe you pictured a male when you heard building construction manager. If so, you're not alone. Gender stereotypes regarding occupations, toys, skills, and abilities are abundant. Gender differences among males and females are real and observed by researchers in many fields. The question up for debate is, how are these differences initiated? Does nature or heredity drive a specific gender to seek out certain toys, choose activities, and pursue careers in gender-specific fields? Maybe it's nurture, the environment, that drives these differences. This lesson will focus on gender differences by exploring the research conducted on nature versus nurture. Nature, or in other words heredity, refers to traits that are inherited or genetic. It's a fact that most of the aspects of human development are initially driven, directly or indirectly, by that person's genetic makeup. Eye color, hair color, skin type, and other physical characteristics are derived directly from our genetic makeup, or predisposition to respond in particular ways are driven by genetics. Researchers agree that heredity determines physiological differences in males and females. Some of these differences are present at birth, and some differences don't present themselves until the child reaches puberty. Heredity causes girls to reach puberty earlier than boys. It also causes boys, once they have reached puberty, to have more muscle composition and be taller than girls in general. Heredity, or specifically different hormones, account for gender differences as well. Boys are more physically aggressive, a trait that has been linked to the increased levels of testosterone in boys. Researchers have also argued that hormones may play a role in the differences observed in visual, spatial, and verbal abilities among children. A small difference has been found among researchers indicating boys have slightly higher visual spatial abilities while girls have slightly higher verbal abilities. Nurture, on the other hand, or the environment, refers to all environmental influences after conception. In other words, how a person is raised drives development. Level of attachment, beliefs, values, and how much attention one is given are all examples of environmental influences. In almost every culture, we see practices that promote gender-specific behaviors. The environment and specific cultures foster the idea that behaviors are more appropriate for males and others are more appropriate for females. Think back to the introductory example. If you pictured a female nurse or a male construction manager, why? How are these stereotypes fostered? Gender stereotypes are prevalent and perpetuated by parents, peers, teachers, and even the child themselves. Parents report treating their sons and daughters differently. Specifically, they typically respond more frequently to requests for help from daughters, while sons are usually encouraged to solve problems independently. In addition, many parents encourage gender-typical behaviors by offering gender-specific toys, such as dolls for girls and trucks for boys. The media can also influence and perpetuate gender stereotypes. TV, movies, and books often portray male figures as aggressive and in leadership roles, while portraying females as domestic and obedient. The behavior of peers is another strong influencer of gender stereotypes. Children's playmates and classmates frequently encourage adherence to traditional gender stereotypes by responding more positively to children who play in gender-appropriate ways and more negatively to those who don't. Peers may also ridicule or avoid their peers who enroll and excel in gender-inappropriate subjects. Teachers also perpetuate gender differences. They tend to give more attention to boys, partly because boys ask more questions and present more discipline problems. Teachers also give feedback more to boys than to girls. As young children become increasingly aware of the typical characteristics and behaviors of each other, they begin to form self-constructed schemas, referred to as gender schemas, about the traits and behaviors of males or females. Because gender schemas are self-constructed, their content may vary considerably from one individual to another. One adolescent female may view other females in the media and construct an idea about the ideal female, while another may have a different picture of ideal. Most psychologists today conclude that both nature and nurture play significant roles in the cognitive development of children and adolescents. In many cases, nature and nurture interact and amplify each other's effects. For example, once they reach puberty, boys tend to be physically stronger than girls. This is based on nature, or the inherent trait of larger muscles in boys. As a result, boys are better able to play certain sports and carry out specific activities, such as manual labor. As they continue to engage in these sports or activities, their skills and performance levels develop. They begin to think of the activity as a male-specific activity, thus perpetuating the stereotype cycle. Educators can promote gender equity in the classroom in a variety of ways. Educators can use their knowledge of typical differences and stereotypes to create experiences that offer students equal opportunities to use their natural strengths and build new strengths. Educators should be aware of gender stereotypes in the textbooks and other educational materials they present in class, and either engage the class in discussions about these stereotypes or avoid using the instructional material altogether. Educators should also continually engage in monitoring practices that ensure they are treating both males and females fairly. An example is of a teacher keeping track of the number of times he calls on male students versus female students during the week. In summary, gender differences are prevalent in our society. Both hereditary factors, such as hormones and genetics, and environmental factors, such as peers, parents, and teachers, influence and drive these differences. As children become aware of typical gender characteristics and differences, they begin to form gender schemas about the behaviors of each gender. These schemas often consist of stereotypical behaviors and traits for each gender. Educators can promote equality in the classroom by being aware of their own stereotypes, by introducing instructional material free of stereotypes, and by constructing learning activities that allow both genders to succeed.
Meet Mr. Mann. He's one of the first Europeans to explore Africa. Soon after he arrives, Mr. Mann is bitten by a mosquito that infects him with malaria. He becomes very ill. Mr. Mann's guide is a member of a local African tribe. He's also bitten by the same mosquito, but is only mildly affected and recovers quickly from the exposure to malaria. The guide is less likely to become sick from his exposure to malaria because he has the sickle hemoglobin gene. This gene mutation makes him more resistant to malaria. Mr. Mann does not have this gene. Those who do not have the sickle hemoglobin gene are more likely to die from malaria. Because of this, the gene mutation is more likely to be inherited, and most of the members of the local tribe have this mutation. The mutation probably happened over hundreds of generations as a result of the constant exposure to malaria. It is not likely to be inherited in Europe because malaria is not common there. This is an example of natural selection at work in a particular human population. Natural selection is the process by which a species adapts to its environment by changing its genetic makeup from one generation to the next. The concept of natural selection can also be applied to human learning. When evolutionary theory is applied to human learning, it is referred to as evolutionary developmental psychology. Evolutionary developmental psychology is the application of Charles Darwin's theory of evolution to human development. It involves both the genetic and environmental conditions that inform the processes that take place during development. Evolutionary theory assumes that our behaviors have developed through the process of natural selection, similar to that described in the previous example with Mr. Mann. These selected behaviors are not only the end products of our development as adults, but also include the characteristic behaviors that occur during different developmental periods. Let's look at a young child. A child enters the world bombarded by sights and sounds and smells that are all new to them. All of this stimulation would overwhelm them if they were not programmed with constraints that force them to process the information in certain ways. Evolution has limited input from all this stimulation by limiting cognitive function. For example, the young child's working memory is limited. This facilitates language acquisition because it limits learning to only small chunks of information at a time. This means that the human brain comes into this world with some idea of how the world is structured. Learning is not randomly acquired, but is planned to occur in a certain way so that it can be built upon. Evolutionary psychologists apply the theory of evolution not only to our developmental learning, but also to the development of what we call instinct. An instinct is an inborn pattern of activity or common tendency shared by a species. Evolutionary psychology would theorize that as our ancestors were faced with problems, those who developed methods of solving the problems were the most successful at reproducing. Over time, the most important of these solutions became instincts, or come naturally to us because of our evolutionary predispositions. For example, let's imagine you have to learn two new things. One is the identification of different animal tracks. The other is the identification of different car parts. You have no previous knowledge of either. Studies have shown that you will learn to identify the animal tracks more quickly. Evolutionary psychologists would say that this is because your ancestors needed to be able to track animals for hunting, so you have evolved to possess the ability to recognize animal tracks quickly. Since automobiles have not been a part of our ancestral development for a very long time, you've not evolved the ability to recognize car parts as quickly. Another example includes the learning of irrational fears. Psychologist Martin Seligman proposed that we learn to be fearful of some things in our environment more quickly due to the influence of evolutionary history. Phobias or irrational fears of spiders and snakes are far more common than phobias of cars and modern plumbing, for instance. Even though more harm comes to people from cars and bathrooms in today's society, people have much more instinctive and visceral fear of spiders and snakes. This is likely due to the fact that these animals posed very real threats to early humans. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution can be applied to evolved processes that determine how we learn, as well as instinctual learning that we possess. Evolutionary psychologists examine why humans have developed these characteristics over time. They believe that answering this question will help us to better understand how development occurs during our lifespan. Humans have evolved characteristics that both have a function throughout our lives and also serve a particular purpose during specific developmental periods. These evolutionary characteristics have developed through the natural selection of genetic traits. The genetic traits are based on the environmental interactions of our ancestors.
Epigenetic psychobiological systems perspective is an emergent theory that views development as a product of interaction between biological and environmental forces. It includes both the genetic origins of behavior and the direct influence of the environment on the expression of these genes. The theory focuses on the dynamic interaction between these two influences during development. One simple way to understand the basic concept of this theory is to think of a sculptor with a lump of clay. The clay is the genetic material that a person is born with. The sculptor is the environmental forces that shape the clay. Let's imagine that two identical lumps of clay are in the hands of two different sculptors. The first sculptor creates a beautiful statue out of the clay. The second sculptor forms the clay into a vase for flowers. The same potential existed in each lump of clay, but the forces acting upon the clay produce two different outcomes. This is similar to how genetics and environment interact in our development. Each person's genetic potential is present at birth, but the expression of that potential is dependent upon how they are sculpted by their environment. Now let's examine a couple of terms that are associated with the theory of psychobiological epigenetic systems perspective. The first term is ethnology. Ethnology is the study of behavior as it relates to evolution and the survival of a species. Psychobiological epigenetic systems perspective builds upon the idea of ethnology. An example of this would be a behavior, such as a nomadic lifestyle, developing as a result of adaptation to a specific environment, such as food scarcity. The second term we will examine is epigenesis. Epigenesis is the process through which genetics and environment play a role in development. Because of the complex interactions that take place, developmental outcomes are difficult to predict. One of the main figures of epigenetic psychobiological systems perspective is Gilbert Gottlieb. Gottlieb called his theory probabilistic epigenesis. Probabilistic epigenesis is the view that the development of an organism is dependent on the bidirectional influences of interacting biological and environmental forces that form a larger system. His view attempts to encompass all of the factors influencing development, how these factors interact with one another, and how this interaction shapes individual development. He believes these influences occur over the course of evolution as well as throughout an individual's lifespan. Gottlieb describes 4 different interacting dynamics: behavior, neural activity, genetic activity, and environment. These 4 factors form an enclosed area where development occurs. Imagine the moving dot that you see is development. This development grows as it bounces off of each of the different factors that manipulate it. Any developmental effects resulting from one of the factors is influenced when it comes into contact with another. This prevents us from attributing cause to any one of these factors alone, because development cannot avoid contact with the other influences. In other words, none of our development can be caused by genetics or biology alone. None of our development can be caused by environment alone, and none of our development can be caused by behavior alone. Our development is caused by a systematic process that takes place between these factors. Since we cannot assign development to any one factor, there can be no debate on what percentage of nature or nurture makes us who we are, because they do not act independently. Epigenetic psychobiological systems perspective says that development is the product of interacting biological and environmental forces that form a larger system, both over the course of evolution and during a person's life. It focuses on the dynamic interaction between these 2 influences during development. Epigenetic psychobiological systems theory builds on ethnology, which is the study of behavior as it relates to the evolution and survival of a species. The process through which genetics and environment bring forth development is called epigenesis. The most well-known epigenetic theory is Gilbert Gottlieb's probabilistic epigenesis. This is the view that the development of an organism is dependent on the bidirectional influences of interacting biological and environmental forces that form a larger system. Gottlieb said that development occurs within a system that includes 4 factors. These 4 factors are genetic activity, neural activity, behavior, and environment.
If you've ever been around a toddler, it's amazing to witness the growth and development of knowledge over the course of weeks and months. As children interact with their environment and new objects, they learn and develop ideas. Take any child to a zoo, and you'll witness this process. Perhaps they've seen a typical bird before, maybe a blue jay or robin, and they associate that animal as a bird. But at the zoo, they see new exotic animals with wings and feathers that fly, and they know, without being told, that those animals are birds too. Let's discuss how this process occurs according to Piaget's cognitive development theory. The Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget introduced a developmental epistemology that focused on the growth of intelligence from infancy to adulthood. Piaget's theory is influenced by the following ideas. These ideas helped Piaget to develop his basic assumptions, which form the foundation of his theory. The first is that intelligence, like a biological system, constructs the structures it needs to function. Second, knowledge is the interaction between the individual and the environment. Third, the growth of intelligence is influenced by 4 factors. 1. Physical environment. 2. Social environment. 3. Maturation. And 4. Equilibration. Let's talk about these ideas a bit more in terms of assumptions. Piaget's theory of cognitive development has 6 basic assumptions, which we will focus the majority of our attention on during this lesson. The first is that children are active and motivated learners. Children will seek out information to help them make sense of their world. For example, a child may encounter a new toy. Instead of passively observing the toy, the child will engage with it, possibly dropping it, touching it, or even tasting it to learn more about what it does. The second assumption is that children construct knowledge from their experiences. Children don't have isolated bits of information. Instead, they build and construct knowledge based on their experiences and observations. For example, a child constructs knowledge about animals by interacting with them, observing them, learning how they walk, and learning what sounds they make. They continually add to their knowledge in order to create understanding and beliefs about animals. The knowledge children acquire is organized into a schema, or groupings of similar actions or thoughts. Over time, these schemas may change, but they provide an important base level of information about particular events, objects, and information. Our third assumption is that children learn through two processes: assimilation and accommodation. These are important terms in understanding the cognitive development theory, and they typically operate hand in hand. Assimilation is defined as dealing with a new event in a way that's consistent with an existing schema. For example, a toddler may assimilate a new ball into the schema of toys that can be thrown. Or a second grader may assimilate a new furry animal seen at the zoo into their animals that are mammals schema. Accommodation is the process of dealing with new information or events by either modifying an existing schema or forming a new one. For example, the toddler may realize that the new ball is too heavy to be thrown, so he may have to roll it, thereby modifying his existing schema of all toy balls can be thrown. Or the child at the zoo may note that the furry animal is flying and create a new schema of animals. The fourth assumption of Piaget's cognitive development theory is interaction with one's physical and social environments is essential for cognitive development. According to Piaget, experimenting and manipulating physical objects is the main way children learn. For example, playing with new objects and toys and experimenting in a lab are ways to develop a child's knowledge. The social environment is also critical for cognitive development. Social interactions allow for multiple perspectives, opinions, and introduction of new ways to approach a task or event. Our fifth assumption deals with equilibrium. The process of equilibration promotes progression towards increasingly complex thought. Equilibrium is the state when learners can explain new events with existing schemas. The term disequilibrium refers to the discomfort or cognitive conflict experienced by a child or adolescent when he or she realizes that two views they hold about a situation can't possibly both be true. The individual's recognition of the contradiction between the opposing beliefs promotes discomfort. This feeling sets the stage for the reorganization of his or her thinking on a higher level. Equilibration is the movement back and forth between equilibrium and disequilibrium that promotes development of more complex thought and understanding. For example, a preschooler has a pile of fuzzy stuffed animals. 8 are pink and 2 are white. If we ask the child, are there more pink animals or more fuzzy animals, and she replies more pink, and is perfectly comfortable with that answer, she's in equilibrium. Obviously, she's having trouble thinking of the pink animals as belonging to two categories, pink and fuzzy. However, if we then count out the pink versus the fuzzy animals, and she recognizes the inconsistency in her reasoning, she will experience disequilibrium. At this point, the child may reorganize her thinking to accommodate the idea that stuffed animals can be both pink and fuzzy. We come to our final assumption. Cognitive development is stage-like in nature. According to Piaget, children do not reason like adults do. They have to have developed sufficiently to allow more complex cognitive reasoning. These changes are speculated to occur when children are around 2 years of age, and then again around 6 to 7 years of age. These stages are discussed in more detail in another lesson. Educators can implement Piaget's principles in several ways at all levels. Let's discuss some examples briefly. In preschool, objects should be available that the child can act on directly. Different actions by the child should produce different effects, and the effects of the child's actions are both immediate and observable. The classroom may have an area with wooden blocks, cardboard blocks, soft foam blocks, and nesting cubes. It may have an area where children can paint and sculpt. There might be crayons, modeling clay, and a water table. The various actions generated by children with these materials help them identify similarities and differences among shapes, colors, sizes, textures, and other characteristics of objects. Also, the children's strategies in determining what can be done with various objects contribute to the foundation for subsequent logical thinking. In elementary and secondary school, when possible, groups of students should be formed on the basis of mutual interests. For example, in one second-grade science class, some children were interested in crystals. They made a crystal museum of examples they collected. They grew crystals, examined them under a microscope, and read books about them. The key is to preserve students' identification of cause and effect situations and social interactions about the accuracy of their proposed solutions. To summarize, Piaget developed a theory of cognitive development based on multiple assumptions of how learners interact with their environment and how they interact with new information and knowledge. He proposed that children are active learners that construct knowledge from their environments. Children learn through assimilation and accommodation, and complex cognitive development occurs through equilibration. Interaction with physical and social environments is key for cognitive development, and development occurs in stages. The awareness of these principles are useful in the understanding of learners' development in their reasoning and knowledge. The principles should be incorporated in the classroom by educators.
Cognitive psychologist Jerome Bruner felt the goal of education should be intellectual development as opposed to rote memorization of facts. This lesson will discuss Bruner's theory of development and his 3 modes of representation. We will also explore his beliefs on learning, language, and discovery, and differentiate his views from those of Jean Piaget. Bruner held the following beliefs regarding learning and education. He believed curriculum should foster the development of problem-solving skills through processes of inquiry and discovery. He believed that subject matter should be represented in terms of the child's way of viewing the world. He also thought that curriculum should be designed so that the mastery of skills leads to the mastery of still more powerful ones. He also advocated teaching by organizing concepts and learning by discovery. And finally, he believed culture should shape notions through which people organize their views of themselves and others and the world in which they live. Jerome Bruner identified 3 stages of cognitive representation. The first is inactive, which is the representation of knowledge through actions. The second is iconic, which is the visual summarization of images. And the third, symbolic representation, which is the use of words and other symbols to describe experiences. The inactive stage appears first. This stage involves the encoding and storage of information. There is direct manipulation of objects without any internal representation of the objects. For example, a baby shakes a rattle and hears a noise. The baby has directly manipulated the rattle, and the outcome was a pleasurable sound. In the future, the baby may shake his hand even if there is no rattle, expecting his hand to produce the rattling sounds. The baby does not have an internal representation of the rattle, and therefore does not understand that it needs the rattle in order to produce the sound. The iconic stage appears from 1 to 6 years old. This stage involves an internal representation of external objects visually in the form of a mental image or an icon. For example, a child drawing an image of a tree or thinking of an image of a tree would be representative of this stage. The symbolic stage, from 7 years and up, is when information is stored in the form of a code or symbol, such as language. Each symbol has a fixed relation to something it represents. For example, the word dog is a symbolic representation for a single class of animal. Symbols, unlike mental images or memorized actions, can be classified and organized. In this stage, most information is stored as words, mathematical symbols, or in other symbol systems. Bruner believed that all learning occurs through the stages we just discussed. Bruner also believed that learning should begin with direct manipulation of objects. For example, in math education, Bruner permitted the use of algebra tiles, coins, and other items that could be directly manipulated. After a learner has the opportunity to directly manipulate the objects, they should be encouraged to construct visual representations, such as drawing a shape or a diagram. And finally, a learner understands the symbols associated with what they represent. For example, a student in math understands that the plus sign means to add 2 numbers together, and the minus sign means to subtract. The concept of discovery learning implies that a learner constructs his or her own knowledge for themselves by discovering, as opposed to being told about something. According to Bruner, the teacher should facilitate the learning process by developing lessons that provide the learner with information they need without organizing it for them. This idea of discovery learning is often referred to as constructivism, which emphasizes the active role of the learner in building understanding and making sense of information. Bruner wasn't the only cognitive psychologist with ideas about learning. Jean Piaget and Bruner held common beliefs about learning, but disagreed on several points. Bruner and Piaget agreed that children are born ready to learn. They both thought that children have a natural curiosity. They also both agreed that children are active learners and that cognitive development entails the use of symbols. Bruner and Piaget disagreed on the following. Bruner believed that development is a continuous process and not a series of stages. Bruner also believed that development of language is a cause and not a consequence of cognitive development. Bruner also believed you didn't have to wait for a child to be ready, and you could speed up cognitive development. Bruner thought that adults and knowledgeable peers played a major role in the cognitive development of a learner. Finally, Bruner did not believe symbolic thought replaced earlier modes of representation. So in summary, Jerome Bruner, a cognitive psychologist, created a theory of development based upon the idea that the goal of education should be intellectual development. In this theory, he identified 3 modes of representation: inactive, which is the stage that involves direct manipulation of objects without internal representation; iconic, which is the stage in which there is an internal representation of external objects in the form of a mental image or picture; and finally, symbolic. This is the stage where information is stored in the form of a symbol, such as language. Bruner felt that the teacher should encourage discovery learning by allowing the student to construct knowledge for him or herself. The role of instruction was to guide and provide enough information for understanding, but not too much that would stifle the child's own construction of knowledge. Bruner and Jean Piaget agreed on several components of learning, including the fact that children are born as ready and active learners. They disagreed, however, on several critical components of learning. Bruner believed development does not consist of discrete stages, but is a continuous process. He also believed that language is a cause and not a consequence of learning. He believed that more knowledgeable people play a major role in the cognitive development of a learner, and that you could also speed up the learning process. The neo-Piagetian perspective arose out of criticism of Jean Piaget's theory of cognitive development. Jean Piaget's theory of cognitive development explained the mechanisms and stage-like processes by which children developed reasoning and thinking skills. Neo-Piagetian theorists, similar to Piaget, proposed that cognitive development occurs in stair-step-like stages. However, in contrast to Piaget's theory, Neo-Piagetians argue that Piaget's theory did not fully explain why development from stage to stage occurs, and Piaget's theory did not take into account individual differences that allow some children to move through the stages of development more quickly. Neo-Piagetians also adopted principles from other theories, such as the social cognitive theory that allowed them to consider how culture and interactions with others influenced cognitive development, and principles from information processing theories. Robbie Case, a Canadian psychologist, was an influential neo-Piagetian who proposed a theory of executive control and central conceptual structures. Case proposed that executive control structures are the building blocks of developmental stages. If we think back to our staircase example, executive control structures explain what is happening to the learner during each stage of development. Executive control structures do the following. They allow a person to represent a problem. They articulate the objectives of problem solving. They create a strategy needed to solve the problem. Case maintained that there are 4 types of executive control stages, and that these stages correspond to Piaget's main stages of sensory motor, pre-operational, concrete operational, and formal operational. Piaget's stages are covered in detail in another lesson. Case proposed the following 4 types of executive control stages. Sensory motor structures. This occurs between the age of 1 to 18 months. Perceptions and actions that can be performed on objects occur in this stage. For example, the perception of an object causes a desire. I want to hold that toy, which activates an action to satisfy the desire. I must reach out my hand to grab the toy. Interrelational structures occurs next. This is between the ages of 18 months and 5 years. Simple relations between actions or representations occur in this structure. The third is dimensional structures. This is from 5 to 11 years. Relationships between previously learned information and new information are formed in this structure. Fourth is vectorial structures. This occurs between 11 and 19 years of age. Complex understanding of the relationship between prior knowledge and new knowledge occurs in this stage. Case proposed that within each of the 4 structures we just discussed, cognitive development evolves along a sequence of complexity. This idea is in direct response to the criticism of Piaget's theory that argues Piaget did not fully explain why development occurs from stage to stage. If we think again about a child moving through a maze on each stair, the sequence of complexity represents the obstacles a child must move through in order to reach a new stage of development. The sequence of complexity involves, number 1, operational consolidation. The child is assimilating what he or she has just learned. 2, unifocal coordination. The child can apply a newly learned skill to a variety of different factors, such as quantity, space, and social behavior, but can only focus on problem solving in one domain at a time. Next is bifocal coordination. The learner is able to focus on 2 factors at a time. And finally, we have elaborated coordination. The learner is able to focus on a variety of factors in a complex way at the same time. To address the second criticism that individual differences were not taken into account in Piaget's theory, Case proposed that differences occur in the learner's organization and development of different domains due to how meaning is organized in those domains. These were referred to as central conceptual structures. Central conceptual structures were identified for domains such as quantities, space, social behavior, and music. Each structure involves a set of processes and principles that serve as framework for understanding concepts within the domain. For example, the concept of more and less for quantities, the concept of behaviors and intentions for social behavior, and the concept of tone and pauses for music. Learning the core central conceptual structures helps learners acquire new knowledge rapidly and assimilate it into existing knowledge. The individual learner's preferences, environment, and support cause these core central conceptual structures to vary from learner to learner. The Neo-Piagetian perspective arose out of criticism of Jean Piaget's theory of cognitive development. Specifically, Neo-Piagetian theorists cited the lack of accounting for individual differences and no clear explanation of why development from stage to stage occurs as concerns. Robbie Case, an influential Neo-Piagetian, proposed a theory of executive control structures. His theory hinged on a similar idea of Piaget's that cognitive development occurs in stage-like sequences. The 4 stages of executive control structures are sensory motor, interrelational, dimensional, and vectorial. These corresponded with Piaget's 4 stages of cognitive development. Case also proposed that within each of the 4 structures, there is a sequence of complexity involving operational consolidation, unifocal coordination, bifocal coordination, and elaborated coordination. Additionally, Case proposed that differences occur in the learner's organization and development of different domains due to how meaning is organized in those domains. These were referred to as central conceptual structures. The Neo-Piagetian perspective arose out of criticism of Jean Piaget's theory of cognitive development. Jean Piaget's theory of cognitive development explained the mechanisms and stage-like processes by which children developed reasoning and thinking skills. Neo-Piagetian theorists, similar to Piaget, proposed that cognitive development occurs in stair-step-like stages. However, in contrast to Piaget's theory, Neo-Piagetians argue that Piaget's theory did not fully explain why development from stage to stage occurs, and Piaget's theory did not take into account individual differences that allow some children to move through the stages of development more quickly. Neo-Piagetians also adopted principles from other theories, such as the social cognitive theory that allowed them to consider how culture and interactions with others influenced cognitive development, and principles from information processing theories. Robbie Case, a Canadian psychologist, was an influential Neo-Piagetian who proposed a theory of executive control and central conceptual structures. Case proposed that executive control structures are the building blocks of developmental stages. If we think back to our staircase example, executive control structures explain what is happening to the learner during each stage of development. Executive control structures do the following. They allow a person to represent a problem. They articulate the objectives of problem solving. They create a strategy needed to solve the problem. Case maintained that there are 4 types of executive control stages, and that these stages correspond to Piaget's main stages of sensory motor, pre-operational, concrete operational, and formal operational. Piaget's stages are covered in detail in another lesson. Case proposed the following 4 types of executive control stages. Sensory motor structures. This occurs between the age of 1 to 18 months. Perceptions and actions that can be performed on objects occur in this stage. For example, the perception of an object causes a desire. I want to hold that toy, which activates an action to satisfy the desire. I must reach out my hand to grab the toy. Interrelational structures occurs next. This is between the ages of 18 months and 5 years. Simple relations between actions or representations occur in this structure. The third is dimensional structures. This is from 5 to 11 years. Relationships between previously learned information and new information are formed in this structure. Fourth is vectorial structures. This occurs between 11 and 19 years of age. Complex understanding of the relationship between prior knowledge and new knowledge occurs in this stage. Case proposed that within each of the 4 structures we just discussed, cognitive development evolves along a sequence of complexity. This idea is in direct response to the criticism of Piaget's theory that argues Piaget did not fully explain why development occurs from stage to stage. If we think again about a child moving through a maze on each stair, the sequence of complexity represents the obstacles a child must move through in order to reach a new stage of development. The sequence of complexity involves, number 1, operational consolidation. The child is assimilating what he or she has just learned. 2, unifocal coordination. The child can apply a newly learned skill to a variety of different factors, such as quantity, space, and social behavior, but can only focus on problem solving in one domain at a time. Next is bifocal coordination. The learner is able to focus on 2 factors at a time. And finally, we have elaborated coordination. The learner is able to focus on a variety of factors in a complex way at the same time. To address the second criticism that individual differences were not taken into account in Piaget's theory, Case proposed that differences occur in the learner's organization and development of different domains due to how meaning is organized in those domains. These were referred to as central conceptual structures. Central conceptual structures were identified for domains such as quantities, space, social behavior, and music. Each structure involves a set of processes and principles that serve as framework for understanding concepts within the domain. For example, the concept of more and less for quantities, the concept of behaviors and intentions for social behavior, and the concept of tone and pauses for music. Learning the core central conceptual structures helps learners acquire new knowledge rapidly and assimilate it into existing knowledge. The individual learner's preferences, environment, and support cause these core central conceptual structures to vary from learner to learner. The Neo-Piagetian perspective arose out of criticism of Jean Piaget's theory of cognitive development. Specifically, Neo-Piagetian theorists cited the lack of accounting for individual differences and no clear explanation of why development from stage to stage occurs as concerns. Robbie Case, an influential Neo-Piagetian, proposed a theory of executive control structures. His theory hinged on a similar idea of Piaget's that cognitive development occurs in stage-like sequences. The 4 stages of executive control structures are sensory motor, interrelational, dimensional, and vectorial. These corresponded with Piaget's 4 stages of cognitive development. Case also proposed that within each of the 4 structures, there is a sequence of complexity involving operational consolidation, unifocal coordination, bifocal coordination, and elaborated coordination. Additionally, Case proposed that differences occur in the learner's organization and development of different domains due to how meaning is organized in those domains. These were referred to as central conceptual structures. Relationships occur between humans every day throughout the world. Adults build relationships with friends that may turn into romantic relationships. Peers develop relationships with each other, which may lead to close friendships. And children build relationships with their parents or caregivers. It is this type of relationship between parent and child that this lesson will focus on. All types of relationships, whether romantic, friendly, or parental, are important for human development. The most critical of these types, however, is that between the parent and child. Many theorists, including Freud and Erikson, emphasize the importance of a stable parent-child relationship in order for normal development to occur. A British psychiatrist, John Bowlby, developed a theory around these parent-child relationships called attachment theory. Attachment theory is based primarily on ethological theory, or how animals behave, evolutionary theory, or how humans evolve, and psychoanalytic theory, which is the theory that human behavior is driven by unconscious urges and instinctual biological drives. According to Bowlby, attachment is defined as a strong emotional tie that bonds one person intimately with another person. Attachment is also a behavior system through which humans regulate emotional distress, such as being threatened. Behaviors which draw humans to security in threatening situations underlie attachment theory. Let us try to understand these through an attachment scenario. A baby forms an attachment with his or her parent at birth. This attachment develops over time, and by around 6 to 7 months, a strong bond is formed. We know this attachment has occurred because the child tries to maintain proximity to the parent, may follow the parent around, saves the biggest smiles for the parent, becomes upset when the parent is gone, and seeks the parent when he or she feels threatened or scared. This scenario illustrates how attachment theory draws from ethological theory and research. Biological predispositions and tendencies, such as babies staying close to their mothers in the wild for protection, have contributed to human survival. This form of imprinting, or learning in which a baby animal follows and becomes attached to the first moving object it encounters, usually the mother, is critical during the early part of life and establishes the groundwork for attachment. Bowlby points out that young children may not become imprinted to their mothers, but they will definitely follow loved ones around. Young children also engage in other behaviors that ensure their caregiver or parent will love them, stay close, and meet their safety needs, such as smiling, cooing, crying, and babbling. American developmental psychologist Mary Ainsworth elaborated on Bowlby's work through her own experiments, such as the Strain Situation Protocol, in which she explored anxieties and identified types of attachment. This research and the types of parent-child attachment Ainsworth found are discussed in another lesson. According to Bowlby, there is a sensitive period for attachment to occur, and that is within the first 3 years of life. Attachments are not automatic either. In order for an attachment to occur, there must be a reciprocal interaction between parent and child. If a caregiver is unresponsive to the child's attempt for affection or cries, the child may become unresponsive to that caregiver's presence. The early attachment between parent and child creates an internal working model of how social relationships and behaviors in relationships typically operate. These internal working models guide subsequent relationships between peers and romantic relationships in adult life. Securely attached infants who have received attention, care, and responsiveness from caregivers will develop internal working models that suggest they are lovable and that others can be trusted to care for them. However, insecurely attached infants who receive little attention or are abused will develop internal working models that suggest people can't be trusted and that they are difficult to love. These types of working models can cause problems in later relationships, such as jealousy, overdependence, or shying away from relationships altogether. An insecure attachment in a child doesn't necessarily persist through that child's life, because other relationships can have different attachment patterns later on. So in summary, attachment theory was developed by Bowlby and elaborated by Ainsworth and is based on ethological, evolutionary, and psychoanalytical theories and research. These researchers indicated that attachments unfold through an interaction of biological and environmental forces during a sensitive period early in life, within the first 3 years. The first attachment relationship, the one between infant and parent or caregiver, shapes later development and the quality of later relationships. Finally, internal working models of self and others, formed via early life attachments, provide the foundation for relationships through one's lifetime. How does one develop a sense of who they are, where they belong? How does one person feel confident and secure, while another may feel depressed and question their life? In this lesson, we will discuss the conflict and growth associated with each stage of Erik Erikson's psychosocial development theory. Psychologist Erik Erikson, a major contributor to developmental psychology, proposed a comprehensive theory of the ways that individuals develop their identity, or in other words, a sense of who they are, and society's influence on that development. This theory is labeled the stages of psychosocial development and is characterized as a series of psychosocial stages that have a basic conflict and important event leading to growth. The theory was developed from his hundreds of clinical observations of children. Erikson identified 8 stages of psychosocial development of an individual. Characteristics of these stages include: each stage unfolds from the preceding stage in a particular sequence. Each stage involves an ever-widening involvement with others, and the centerpiece of each stage is a life task for the individual. Specifically, each stage involves a conflict between 2 opposites, and the individual's efforts at each stage are to achieve a ratio between the 2. Let's take a look at the stages now, and then group them into categories as we go. Birth through elementary school. The 4 basic conflicts from birth through elementary school are trust versus mistrust, autonomy versus shame and doubt, initiative versus guilt, and industry versus inferiority. Trust versus mistrust occurs from birth to 12 to 18 months. The quality of the relationship between the infant and its mother or primary caregiver is essential to developing the infant's trust in the environment, and developing a sense of trust is the cornerstone of a healthy personality. The important event in this stage is feeding. The unsuccessful completion of this stage can result in an inability to trust and cause a sense of fear about the inconsistent world, leading to feelings of anxiety, insecurity, and an overall feeling of mistrust toward the world. Autonomy versus shame and doubt occurs between 18 months to 3 years old. As the child begins to stand firmly on his or her feet, he or she separates the environment into I and you, me and mine. The general significance of this stage consists of the maturation of the child's muscle system and the ability to coordinate such actions as holding and letting go, and the child's increasing ability to exert his or her will, The important event in this stage is toilet training. If children are encouraged in this stage, they will become confident and secure. If they are criticized or overly controlled, they will begin to feel inadequate in their ability to survive and become overly dependent on others, lack self-esteem, and feel a sense of shame and doubt in their abilities. The initiative versus guilt stage occurs between 3 and 6 years old. At the end of the 3rd year, the child learns to move around more freely, asks questions about many things because his or her language skills are more developed, and imagination expands. During this stage, the child's personality forms around imagination. This stage is characterized by a willingness to learn quickly and to make things together with other children. The important event in this stage is independence of activities. If children are given the room to be independent and play, the child develops a sense of initiative and security. If the child is controlled and not allowed to use his or her imagination, they begin to develop a sense of guilt and may feel like a nuisance to others. The industry versus inferiority stage occurs between 6 and 12 years old. The trend in this stage is observing how things are done and learning. In elementary school, this involves planning, working, and sharing with others. The important event in this stage is school. If children are reinforced by adults and teachers for their initiative, they begin to feel industrious and confident in their abilities. If they do not receive this reinforcement, they may begin to feel inferior and doubt their abilities. The danger in this period is the potential for developing a sense of inadequacy. The child may feel, for example, that skin color, parental status, or the cost of his or her clothes determines social worth, instead of a will to learn. In these situations, permanent damage can be done to the child's sense of identity. In the middle and high school range, there is one stage in this period, identity versus role confusion, which occurs between 12 and 18 years old. Toward the end of adolescence, the person should have assembled elements of identity that are converging and abandoned those elements that do not fit. The adolescent's identity should have gradually integrated, for example, preferred capacities, significant interactions, and consistent roles. If this does not occur, the sense of who they are as a person can be hindered, resulting in confusion about themselves and their role in the world. The important event in this stage is peer relationships. Development of one's identity is not concluded at the end of adolescence. Adulthood consists of 3 basic conflict stages: intimacy versus isolation, generativity versus stagnation, and ego integrity versus despair. The stage of intimacy versus isolation occurs between 19 to 40, begins in young adulthood. A person pursues work or study for a career and psychological intimacy with another person. In time, this stage may include marriage and a family of one's own. The important event in this stage is love relationships. Successful completion of this stage can lead to comfortable relationships and a sense of safety and commitment. Avoiding intimacy and fearing commitment can lead to loneliness and sometimes depression. The second stage of adulthood is generativity versus stagnation, which is between 40 and 65 years old. Primarily, this refers to a person's interest in establishing and guiding the next generation. Parenting is the important event in this stage. However, simply wanting or having children does not automatically lead to generativity. During this stage, people begin to settle down in their careers and relationships. They give back to society through their careers and their children. Failing to achieve these objectives leads to feelings of stagnativity and unproductiveness. The final stage, integrity versus despair, which is between 65 years old and death, depends on the person's adaptation to successes and disappointments of the prior 7 stages in his or her life, acceptance of responsibility for one's life, and service as the originator of others and the generator of things and ideas. The important event in this stage is reflection and acceptance of one's life. Failure in this stage is typically accompanied by a sense of despair and may include a subconscious fear of death. Erickson identified 8 stages of psychosocial development that are somewhat fluid and overlapping with each other. The 3 characteristics of the stages are that each unfolds from the preceding stage in a particular sequence, involves an ever-widening involvement with others, and presents the individual a life task. The task involves a conflict between 2 opposites, and, if the balance is toward the positive, The individual will be helped in their conflicts in later stages. 4 stages encompass the years from birth through elementary school. First, the quality of the relationship between the infant and primary caregiver is essential in the first stage, trust versus mistrust. The second stage, autonomy versus shame and doubt, continues through the 3rd year. Initiative versus guilt is characterized by a willingness to learn quickly and make things together with other children. Then, the industry versus inferiority stage involves planning, working, and sharing with others. The potential danger in this stage is the possibility of the child developing feelings of inadequacy or inferiority. Adolescence, in Erikson's view, is the final stage of childhood. The task in this stage is identity versus role confusion. Then, identity continues to develop during the 3 stages of adulthood: intimacy versus self-absorption or isolation, generativity versus stagnation, and integrity versus despair.
Mary has a 3-month-old daughter. Mary bottle feeds her child and follows a strict schedule for feeding times. The child is not allowed to have a pacifier. Mary is an affectionate parent, and all of her child's needs are met. How could the actions that occur in the child's life now affect her later development? Sigmund Freud's psychosexual theory and Erik Erikson's psychosocial theory are 2 important psychoanalytic theories on human development that could be used to explain the developmental effects of this scenario. In this lesson, we will examine what these 2 theories have in common and how they differ. Erikson's theory followed Freud's, and it was based on many of Freud's ideas. Because of this, the 2 theories have similarities. Both theorists recognize the importance of the unconscious on development. They also both separate development into stages of a person's life and utilize similar age divisions for these developmental stages. However, there are several differences that exist between the names of the stages and the developmental issues that are encountered during each stage. Part of the reason for this is that each psychologist has his own unique view of what drives a person's development. Freud's psychosexual theory emphasizes the importance of basic needs and biological forces, while Erikson's psychosocial theory is based upon social and environmental factors. Erikson also expands his theory into adulthood, while Freud's theory ends at an earlier period. Now let's briefly look at Freud's psychosexual stages and Erikson's psychosocial stages alongside each other. First, we'll examine the first year of life. Freud called this the oral stage of development because he believed that oral stimulation was the primary means of development at this time. Erikson called this stage of development trust versus mistrust. Both believe that a child develops their sense of trust at this stage of development. Next, let's discuss the 1st through 3rd years of life. Freud called this the anal stage of development, and Erikson called this autonomy versus shame and doubt. Both believe that a sense of independence is learned at this stage of development, and that toilet training is an important focus of independence. Parental attitudes at this time can also have a lasting effect. Ages 3 through 6 is referred to as the phallic stage by Freud, and the initiative versus guilt stage by Erikson. Freud believed this stage was where a child identifies with the same-sex parent and develops self-esteem. Erikson felt that this was the stage where a child begins to exert power and control over their environment. This is the point where you will start to see more differences in the 2 theories. The next developmental stage occurs at ages 7 through 11. Freud calls this stage of development latency and believes that this is an intermediary stage of development where the child forms interactions with their environment. Erikson refers to it as industry versus inferiority. He believes that children begin to demonstrate their ability to succeed. Ages 12 through 18 mark the next stage of development. According to Freud, this is the final stage, and it continues throughout a person's life. He calls it the genital stage. During this stage, he believes a person seeks balance between their biological instincts and sense of morality. In other words, Freud believes that a person learns to channel their biological instincts into socially acceptable displays of love and career goals. Erikson called this stage identity versus role confusion. He believed it was a period where the focus of development shifts to social bonding in order to establish meaning in one's life and assert individuality. While Freud felt that the developmental stages end at this point, Erikson continues with 3 more stages which occur throughout adulthood. These additional stages are intimacy versus isolation, generativity versus stagnation, and integrity versus despair. During these stages, a person seeks to establish an intimate relationship and become a productive member of society. Ultimately, there is reflection upon the goals they have accomplished in their lifetime. Let's think about Mary's 3-month-old again. You now know that both Freud and Erikson believe that a sense of trust is gained at this stage of development. But they would predict a different outcome. Because Freud believes that biological needs are the driving force behind development, he would predict that the child may not be getting enough oral gratification. No breastfeeding, a lack of a pacifier, and a strict feeding schedule may cause her to be mistrustful and have a difficult time forming relationships later in life. Since Erikson bases his theory on social factors, he would see the situation differently. As long as she was not hungry and was receiving the needed attention, an adequate sense of trust would be formed and built upon. In conclusion, both theories share similarities as well as differences. Both Erikson and Freud agreed that human development occurs in distinct stages. They chose similar ages that mark these stages of development. This makes it easy to compare each theorist's stages of development to one another. Both theorists also recognized unconscious factors in development. However, while Freud believed that human development is shaped by our biological drives, Erikson places more emphasis on social experiences in determining an individual's development. According to Erikson's theory, both early and late life experiences are equally important to an individual's development. In contrast, Freud felt that our early developmental experiences were more important than experiences later in life. Have you ever wondered how our behaviors are learned? Meet Ivan Pavlov and B.F. Skinner, 2 behavioral psychologists who pioneered the theories of classical and operant conditioning respectively. Let's examine how the theories they studied help us understand the way we learn. First, let's visit Mr. Pavlov. He studied what is called classical conditioning. You'll sometimes also hear this referred to as respondent conditioning. In classical conditioning, learning refers to involuntary responses that result from experiences which occur before a response. Classical conditioning occurs when you learn to associate 2 different stimuli. No behavior is involved. The first stimulus that you will encounter is called the unconditioned stimulus. An unconditioned stimulus produces a response without any previous learning. This response is called an unconditioned response. For an example of a stimulus that evokes an unconditioned response, let's imagine a kiss. Kissing creates involuntary arousal responses. It causes you to experience an elevated heart rate, for example. This is a natural response, it's not learned, and it happens automatically. The unconditioned stimulus in this example is the kiss, and the elevated heart rate is the unconditioned response. In classical conditioning, you now add a neutral stimulus to the experience. It's called a neutral stimulus because it's not associated with the unconditioned response. Thinking of our example of a kiss, imagine that your favorite song is playing when you kiss. The song will be the neutral stimulus. When the song is paired with kissing, your heart rate still increases because of the kiss. However, after repeated pairing of your favorite song with the act of kissing, your brain will start to think, I hear my favorite song, so kissing must be going to happen soon. Because of this, you will experience an increased heart rate when you hear your favorite song. Your brain is now associating your favorite song with kissing. Rather than continuing as a neutral stimulus, the song has become a conditioned stimulus because it produces a response with or without the occurrence of kissing. The increased heart rate is an unconditioned response following kissing, but now also becomes a conditioned response when it follows your favorite song. It is a conditioned response following the song because the song would not produce the elevated heart rate if it were not associated with the act of kissing. Next, let's visit Mr. Skinner. He studied what is called operant conditioning. You'll sometimes also hear this referred to as instrumental conditioning. In operant conditioning, learning refers to changes in behavior as a result of experiences that occur after a response. Operant conditioning involves changing voluntary behaviors. A behavior response is followed by either reinforcement or punishment. Reinforcement following a behavior will cause the behavior to increase, but if behavior is followed by punishment, the behavior will decrease. Let's go back to the example of the kiss. What would happen if the person put their arms around you and kissed you back enthusiastically? This would be an example of reinforcement and would probably increase the likelihood that you would seek another kiss from the person. There are two types of reinforcement. Positive reinforcement refers to the addition of something positive. Examples of this would be offering praise or a treat when a desired behavior is displayed. Negative reinforcement occurs when something undesirable is removed whenever a behavior is displayed. Examples of this would be taking aspirin to get rid of a headache or doing the dishes to avoid a fight with your roommate. Because of its name, negative reinforcement is often confused with punishment. The key difference is that negative reinforcement involves the removal of a negative consequence to increase the likelihood of a response. Reinforcement always increases the occurrence of a response, while punishment always decreases the occurrence of a response. Now let's think of the example of a kiss again. What would happen if when you attempted to kiss someone, the person became angry and they pushed you away? This would be an example of punishment, and it would probably decrease the likelihood that you would seek a kiss from the person again. There are also two types of punishment that occur in operant conditioning. Positive punishment is the addition of something undesirable. Examples would be a child receiving a spanking or receiving extra chores for misbehaving. The other type of punishment is negative punishment. Negative punishment is the removal of something pleasing. Examples would be a child being placed in timeout or losing video game privileges for misbehavior. Now that you understand classical and operant conditioning, let's examine a few terms that are used to describe phenomena associated with behavioral conditioning. Extinction is a term that refers to the disappearance of a conditioned response. The response weakens and eventually disappears due to the removal of the reinforcement or punishment in operant conditioning, or the removal of a paired stimulus in classical conditioning. An example of extinction would be a child no longer throwing a fit to get their way after their parents stop giving them what they want when they throw a fit. Another term is extinction burst. An extinction burst refers to an initial increase in a conditioned response when reinforcement is stopped. In other words, the behavior response will increase before you see the process of extinction begin to weaken the conditioned response. Think of the first thing you do when you push a button on the remote and it doesn't work. Your immediate reaction is to push the button again and again to try to make it work. This is an example of an extinction burst. Spontaneous recovery refers to the unexpected recurrence of a conditioned response after it has shown extinction. Spontaneous recovery is usually short-lived and a weakened version of the conditioned response. Imagine you used to smoke cigarettes whenever you felt anxious. Spontaneous recovery would occur if you have not smoked for years but suddenly crave a cigarette during a stressful situation. Stimulus generalization is a term that refers to showing a conditioned response to a stimulus that differs from but is similar to the conditioned stimulus. In other words, the conditioned response is transferred to a new stimulus when this phenomenon occurs. Imagine you had an experience that made you scared of mice. If you also feel scared around a hamster, you are experiencing a stimulus generalization. In review, let's compare Pavlov's classical conditioning and Skinner's operant conditioning alongside each other. Both classical conditioning and operant conditioning are processes that lead to learning. Classical conditioning pairs two stimuli, while operant conditioning pairs behavior and response. The learning occurs before the response in classical conditioning, and after the response in operant conditioning. You learn by association in classical conditioning and by reinforcement or punishment in operant conditioning. Also, classical conditioning always works with involuntary responses, while operant conditioning works with voluntary behaviors. Extinction and extinction burst, spontaneous recovery, and stimulus generalization are different phenomena that can occur.
Think of something you're afraid of, a rat, a spider, or even a creepy clown. Now, think back to the first time you realized you were scared of it. Was it because someone else you were with jumped at the sight of it? Or did you have a bad experience that made you fear it? We're not instinctively wired to run when we see a rat. My friend has a pet rat, so I think they're cute. But my other friend is deathly afraid of rats because her mom screams every time she sees one. My friend associates rats with her mom screaming, so rats scare her. This sort of classical conditioning occurs unintentionally in our daily lives and can really influence our preferences and fears. In 1920, American psychologist John Watson conducted an unorthodox scientific experiment on fear in babies that illustrates this type of classical conditioning. Observing that babies naturally fear loud noises, Watson set out to train an 8-month-old baby to associate a loud sound, a natural, unconditioned stimulus, with a conditioned stimulus. In this case, the conditioned stimulus was a live white rat, which the subject, little Albert, didn't fear when he was initially allowed to play with it. As the experiment began, a calm little Albert was brought into the lab. Watson hid behind a curtain, ready with a metal bar and a hammer. As Albert entered the room, Watson released the rat and struck the metal bar with a hammer, causing Albert to cry. The next day, when the experiment was repeated, little Albert cried when he saw the rat, even before Watson had a chance to make the loud noise with the hammer. This experiment was successful in conditioning the baby to fear the rat by associating it with a loud, scary noise. Watson later applied the idea of creating paired associations to a successful career in advertising. By linking products with a spokesperson who's already recognized and admired by consumers, he was able to raise sales. This technique is still used in advertising today. Have you ever bought Wheaties because your favorite athlete was on the cereal box? By creating a link between cereal and sports stars, Wheaties became more popular with kids. Another example is the McDonald's ad campaign that used Olympic athletes. When you think of Olympic athletes, you think of healthy, muscular people who are the picture of health and fitness. In order to plant the idea that McDonald's food is healthy, the company sponsored Olympic athletes who appeared in their ads. To review, John Watson used classical conditioning to create paired associations between unrelated stimuli. We can be trained to link an unconditioned response with a new conditioned stimulus when it's associated with something that we already react to naturally in that way. These methods impact us daily through advertising and other media.
Do you have a fear of snakes, or perhaps other animals? Do you think that you could get over this fear by observing other people that had snake phobias? This is exactly the experiment that was conducted years ago to help the psychologist Albert Bandura understand the importance of behavioral models. The psychologist Albert Bandura discovered the importance of behavioral models when he was working with patients with snake phobias. He found that the patient's observation of former patients handling snakes was an effective therapy. The patients in treatment abstracted the information that others who were like them handled snakes with no ill effects. These patients considered that information in reflecting on their own behavior. Bandura found that these observations were more effective in treating their phobias than persuasion and observing the psychologist handle the snakes. Bandura's social learning theory stresses the importance of observational learning, imitation, and modeling. His theory integrates a continuous interaction between behaviors, personal factors, including cognition, and the environment, referred to as reciprocal causation model. However, Bandura does not suggest that the three factors in the triadic model make equal contributions to behavior. The influence of behavior, Environment and person depends on which factor is strongest at any particular moment. In the model, B, or behavior, refers to things like complexity, duration, skill, etc. The E stands for environment, and it's comprised of the situation, roles, models, and relationships. P, or person, is comprised mainly of cognition, but also other personal factors such as self-efficacy, motives, and personality. Here's a classroom example to help make this point more clear. In the classroom, as the teacher presents a lesson to the class, students reflect on what the teacher is saying. This is where the environment influences cognition, a personal factor. Students who don't understand raise their hands to ask a question. This is where personal factors influence behavior. So the teacher reviews the point. Behavior influences the environment. Bandura's most famous experiment was the 1961 Bobo doll study. He made a brief video in which an adult woman was shown being aggressive to a Bobo doll, hitting and shouting aggressive words. The film was shown to groups of children. Afterwards, the children were allowed to play in the room with the same doll. The children began imitating the model by beating up the doll and using similar aggressive words. The study was significant because it departed from behaviorism's instances that all behavior is directed by reinforcement or rewards. The children received no encouragement or incentives to beat up the doll. They were simply imitating the behavior they had observed. Through the Bobo doll experiment and others, Bandura grounded his understanding of a model's primary function, which is to transmit information to the observer. This function occurs in any of three ways. The first is modeled behaviors serve as cues to initiate similar behaviors in others. They also serve to strengthen or weaken the learner's existing restraints against the performance of a modeled behavior. And third, they're used to demonstrate new patterns of behavior. An example of behavior serving as a social prompt is the hostess at an elaborate dinner party. A guest unfamiliar with the array of silverware observes the hostess to select the correct utensil appropriate for each course. Another example for strengthening or weakening behavior is when an observer's restraints against imitating a behavior are strengthened when the model is punished. For example, if a classmate violates a school rule and is punished, this will make the observer think twice before attempting to break the rule. In contrast, observers' restraints are weakened in one of two ways. One is lack of punishment for reprehensible behaviors. The other is the modeling of defensible violence, which adds legitimacy to the use of violence as a solution to a problem. Unfortunately, we see violence daily on TV and media, which may lead to weaken the observer's behavioral restraints toward violent behavior. The third influence of modeling is to demonstrate new patterns of behavior. Models are particularly important in the socialization of both children and adults. Language, social values, and family customs, as well as educational, social, and political practices are modeled in countless situations. Examples for children of symbolic models that portray both socially appropriate behaviors and sensitivity to others are Sesame Street and Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Although Bandura believed that learning is not facilitated by reinforcement, behaviors enacted by others often do either reinforce or punish. These outcomes of the modeled behavior are referred to as vicarious because they arouse emotional reactions in the observer. For example, a teacher acknowledges a child who shares her crayons with others at a table, and a child who observed the situation experiences positive feelings. The two components of vicarious reinforcement are the behavior of a model produces reinforcement for a particular behavior, and second, positive emotional reactions are aroused in the observer. Television commercials rely on this type of situation. For example, a well-known actress eats a particular low-calorie food and demonstrates her weight loss. Or a handsome actor dressed in a tuxedo demonstrates the features of a luxury car and then joins others expensively dressed entering a large house for a party. In these situations, the vicarious reinforcement for a particular group of viewers is the positive feelings associated with being slim or acquiring social status. Similarly, players at slot machines, for example, see and hear the other players winning. The loud noises and flashing lights announce the winner to others. Also, advertisements of contests often include pictures of previous winners. These pictures may elicit positive emotional reactions in readers. Like vicarious reinforcement, punishment administered to a model tends to convey three primary effects. First, the outcome conveys information about behaviors that are likely to be punished and are therefore inappropriate. Second, a restraining influence on imitative aggressive action is also likely to occur. Third, because the behavior was unsuccessful, the model's status is likely to be devalued. The absence of punishment conveys several things as well. Specifically, it conveys a message of implicit acceptance of the behavior. An example is a classroom in which the teacher is careless about monitoring exams and cheating occurs. If the cheating goes unpunished, others are more inclined to cheat on the next test. Similarly, when aggressive actions go unpunished, or when people respond approvingly or indifferently to violence, this is viewed as both acceptable and expected in similar circumstances. In learning from models, direct reinforcement is the positive reinforcement by the observer's imitation of the model. Self-reinforcement, in contrast, occurs in situations when individuals have established standards for their own behavior and they evaluate their behavior in relation to those standards. Despite how many times a person observes a behavior, they will only engage in the behavior if they believe they can be successful. This is termed a person's self-efficacy, or their belief in their ability to produce desired results by their own actions. As you recall, self-efficacy was a contributor in the triadic reciprocity model discussed earlier. There are 4 ways of developing a strong sense of efficacy. We have discussed the effects of modeling, and one way to increase self-efficacy is by social modeling. People see others like themselves being successful. Mastery is another example. People achieve goals and overcome failures, and this is an important part of increasing self-efficacy. Social persuasion is our third example. When people are persuaded by others that they can succeed, this positively impacts their self-efficacy. And finally, a person's physical and emotional state can help them accurately read their own abilities to be successful in an activity or assignment. So in summary, Bandura's social cognitive theory is based on the triadic reciprocity model in which behavior, personal traits, and the environment interact. Vicarious reinforcement and punishment also play a role in determining whether an individual will choose to engage in a behavior or not. Let's return to our original example now. After understanding how the social cognitive theory works, do you think you could learn to not fear snakes by simply observing other former snake-phobic people handling snakes? Do you know how to do the electric slide dance? Come on, admit it. Even if you aren't proud of knowing it, you probably learned the dance at some point in time. Do you remember how you learned it? I doubt you read each step in a book and then tried it alone. You probably observed others dancing and then joined in when you thought you had a good understanding of the moves. There are many ways to gain new knowledge and learn behaviors and skills, and observation is one method. The social cognitive theory explains this. This theory is a theoretical perspective in which learning by observing others is the focus of the study. Social cognitive theory is grounded by several basic assumptions. One is that people can learn by observing others. Learners can acquire new behaviors and knowledge by simply observing a model. A model is a person who demonstrates behavior for someone else. In our electric slide example, the observer watched the models perform the dance in order to learn it. Assumption 2. Learning is an internal process that may or may not lead to a behavior. Learning may not occur immediately. The observer could process the new behavior, but his or her learning may not be affected until a later point or never at all. In our dance example, it may take our observer multiple parties at which the electric slide is being danced until he joins in. or he may never join in. There's also an assumption of goal-directed behavior. Social cognitive theorists propose that people set goals for themselves and direct their behavior accordingly. They are motivated to accomplish those goals. In our dance example, the observer is motivated to learn the dance, or else he wouldn't be observing it time and time again. In the classroom, learners are motivated by goals such as high GPA, popularity with classmates, or even being the class clown. These goals direct behavior. Another assumption of the social cognitive theory is behavior eventually becomes self-regulated. Social cognitivists, unlike behaviorists, believe that people eventually begin to regulate their own learning and behavior. Let's take our dancer, for example. Behaviorists would say the best way for him to learn the dance would be through continual reinforcement from other people, encouraging him to continue to improve. Social cognitive theorists, however, would say that he should observe the models, perfect his own moves, and compare them to the models' moves, and then give himself a pat on the back when he has mastered the entire dance. Our final assumption deals with reinforcement and punishment. Social cognitives believe reinforcement and punishment have indirect rather than direct effects on learning and behavior. People form expectations about the likely consequences of future responses based on how current responses are reinforced or punished. People's expectations are also influenced by the observation of the consequences that follow other people's behavior. This is referred to as vicarious experiences. The non-occurrence of an expected consequence may also have a reinforcing or a punishing effect. For example, our wannabe dancer may think that if he learns the dance, the audience will clap for him because he has observed this reinforcement while watching the others dance. However, if he does not see clapping, or perhaps he sees everyone laughing at the other dancers, he may choose not to participate in the dance at all. We will discuss how the environment and cognitive factors enter into the social cognitive learning in another lesson. We have discussed the assumptions of social cognitive theory and that models play a critical role in the learning process. Now we will review the different types of models. Most of the models we learn from and observe are live models. These are individuals whose behavior is observable in real life. For example, teachers, peers, and supervisors. These are real people. Our second type of model is the symbolic model. These are real or fictional characters that influence an observer's behavior. These type of models could be real or fictional, portrayed in books, movies, and other media. Researchers do not indicate which type of model is best, as long as the model possesses certain characteristics to make them effective. Let's talk about those characteristics of an effective model now. The model must be competent. People will typically try to imitate behaviors of models who do something well, not poorly. In the classroom, a teacher could either demonstrate correct behavior or choose student models that are at or above the observer's skill level to display these skills correctly. A model must have prestige and power. These are often qualities observers look for. For example, students may look to renowned athletes or world figures for behavioral cues. In the classroom, a teacher might highlight popular actors or sports figures as models for certain behaviors. Models are also more effective if they are engaging in gender-appropriate behaviors. Students, especially in lower grades, are more likely to adopt behaviors from models that are engaging in gender-appropriate behaviors. And finally, the behaviors being modeled should be relevant to the learner's situation. Students are more likely to learn or adopt new behaviors they believe will help them in their own circumstances. For example, our dancer may model the electric slide because he thinks it will help him earn friends or be popular at the dance. Modeling serves different functions. We have discussed in detail how observational learning is a function of modeling. This is when new skills and behaviors are acquired. In order for learning to occur, the observer must pay attention to the model, retain what was observed, translate the visual and symbolic conceptions of the modeled events into behavior, and perform the activities with expected positive consequences. Observing a model can also strengthen or weaken inhibitions. When models perform threatening or prohibited activities without negative consequences, observers may perform the same behaviors themselves because they think it's okay. However, models that are punished for these type of behaviors may inhibit the observer's likelihood of engaging in these behaviors as well. And finally, response facilitation occurs when modeled actions serve as social prompts for the observer to behave accordingly. So let's summarize what we've discussed. The social cognitive theory focuses on the learning that occurs within a social context. Within this social context, learners observe new behaviors and skills from a model. They may internalize and demonstrate those skills, or sometimes not. Social cognitivists also believe people and their behaviors become self-regulated. And finally, observers form expectations about reinforcement and punishment based on what they observe happening to a model. It is also important to remember that models must be competent, are more effective if they are assumed to have power and prestige, and are engaging in relevant and gender-appropriate behaviors.
Have you ever thought about what motivates you? Why do we get up and go to work or school? Why do we hang out with our friends? Why do schools provide recess or employers provide paid vacation days? The answer to these questions can be found within the study of motivation, and more specifically, needs. Some psychologists say motivation is driven by unsatisfied needs like food, shelter, happiness, and recognition. Understanding which needs are crucial and how these needs affect people's behavior is important to know. Teachers, leaders, businesses, everyone needs to be aware of needs. In the 1950s, a psychologist by the name of Abraham Maslow developed a theory called the hierarchy of needs. Maslow was one of the founders of humanistic psychology, which emphasizes the individual's potential and stresses the importance of growth and self-actualization. Maslow's theory grew out of his interest in developing a psychology that was not based in clinical studies, but rather focused on normal human growth and development. Maslow developed a list that classifies all needs into 5 general groups, and most importantly, he asserted that there was a hierarchy to these 5 groups of needs in terms of their importance for human development. The higher needs at the top of the hierarchy were most important for the development of personality. However, these higher needs could not be satisfied until the lower needs, or deficiency needs, such as the physiological needs and safety needs, were satisfied. If 2 different needs were in conflict, the lower need would dominate. Maslow identified 5 levels of needs in his hierarchy: physiological needs, safety needs, social needs, esteem needs, and self-actualization needs. Physiological needs include the most basic needs that are vital to survival, such as the need for water, air, food, and sleep. Maslow believed that these needs are the most basic and instinctive needs in the hierarchy because all needs become secondary until these physiological needs are met. For example, an employer provides lunch breaks, rest breaks, and wages that are sufficient to purchase essentials. These address an employee's physiological needs. Here is another example. Have you ever had a hard time paying attention to what the professor is saying when you are hungry? Some students may not have had breakfast or even dinner the night before. Free and reduced breakfast and lunch programs have been implemented in schools to help students meet some of their physiological needs. The next level of needs are safety needs. These include needs for safety and security. These are important for survival, but they are not as demanding as the physiological needs. An example in the business world are when employers provide a safe working environment, retirement benefits, and job security. In schools, an example of addressing safety needs include providing a safe and secure classroom and having a school resource officer on grounds. This reduces threats to students' physical, mental, and emotional security. We now come to our 3rd level, social needs. Sometimes these are referred to as the love and belonging needs. These include needs for belonging, love, and affection. Maslow considered these needs to be less basic than physiological and security needs. Relationships, such as friendships, romantic attachments, and families, help fulfill this need for companionship and acceptance, as does involvement in social, community, or religious groups. In the workplace, employers help fulfill these needs by creating a sense of community via team-based projects and social events. When people's social needs are not met, they tend to be unhappy. This leads to loneliness, social anxiety, and depression. After the first three needs have been satisfied, esteem needs become increasingly important. These include the need for things that reflect on self-esteem, personal worth, social recognition, and accomplishment. The easiest way to illustrate this level is to give you an example of people who are trying to fulfill these needs. Have you ever seen how much attention a teenage girl puts on her clothes, makeup, and her possessions? Have you ever seen someone trying to keep their good reputation? Have you ever had a friend that was really embarrassed in public and seemed to be overly concerned about future embarrassments? When someone's esteem needs are not being met, they may suffer from low self-esteem or an inferiority complex. We come now to the highest level of Maslow's hierarchy, self-actualization needs. These are a person's desire to become everything he or she is capable of becoming, to realize and use his or her full potential, capacities, and talents. This need can only be addressed when the previous needs have been satisfied. It is rarely met completely. Maslow himself estimated that less than 1% of adults achieve total self-actualization. Self-actualizing people are self-aware, concerned with personal growth, less concerned with the opinions of other people, and interested in fulfilling their potential. Businesses that provide employees a chance to challenge themselves and the opportunity to reach their full career potential would be an example of attempting to satisfy their employees' self-actualization needs. In review, Maslow, out of his desire to look at humans more as individuals, identified needs that must be addressed in a hierarchical order. It is important to note, however, that not all people are driven by the same needs. At any time, different people may be motivated by entirely different factors. It is important to understand the needs being pursued by each student, employee, or person that you deal with.
Do you have the conviction to stand up for what you believe in, even when everyone else believes a different way? Could you stand your ground even when your peers ridiculed and mocked you for your beliefs? Carl Rogers did exactly that, and because of his perseverance, humanistic psychology was born. Psychoanalysts believe that your behavior was determined by the events of your childhood. Behaviorists believe that your actions were determined by everything that has occurred in your past. Rogers believed that clients are free to choose the behaviors and actions that they commit. Free choice was a new concept to the field of psychology, and in Rogers' day it constituted nothing short of heresy among his peers. The curious paradox is that when I accept myself just as I am, then I can change. Carl Rogers. Many people credit Rogers with being one of the most influential psychologists of the 20th century. Those who adhere to his theories and philosophies proudly call themselves Rogerians. Among Rogers' contributions to the psychology field are his client-centered theories, his theory of self-actualization, and his theories of self. He is credited with the adoption of the words congruence and incongruence in regards to human behavior. He is also acknowledged as the first person to refer to the people he sees as clients instead of as patients. Rogers is probably best known for his client-centered therapy, also referred to as person-centered therapy. Rogers insisted that a therapist must meet the client where he or she is at. Simply stated, this means the therapist engages the client in the topic the client wishes to talk about. The therapist does not direct the client. For client-centered therapy to work, the therapist must practice three primary principles. Rogers taught that the therapist must be completely genuine with the client. He reasoned that if the therapist presented a mask to the client would realize this and in turn present his or her own mask. Rogers believed that by role modeling honesty with the client would learn from the therapist and be honest in return. Rogers believed that people are so used to receiving conditional support that they become used to disclosing in such a manner that their words will gain the approval of whosoever they are talking to. He taught that in order to receive honesty and forthrightness from the client, the therapist must create an environment of unconditional positive regard, that regardless of what the client discloses, The therapist must not judge the client in either words or thought. Only then will the client feel free to disclose without fear of rejection. Rogers believed that for the therapist to bond with the client, he or she must first empathize with the client. Rogers taught that to empathize with your client, you must do more than understand him or her, you must be the client. He was fond of saying that the client is in charge of his or her own treatment. The therapist merely acts as a guide. Rogers held the belief that people are fundamentally good. He believed that human nature is to improve or better yourself, to desire to become the person you are capable of being. He called this process self-actualization. Rogers taught that the closer an individual comes to self-actualization, the more fulfilled and happier that person becomes. Whereas the previous dominant psychology theories of his day emphasized that behavior was preordained and dependent on past experience, Rogers believed that the client has the ability to choose how he or she acts. When the client's actions support the process of self-actualization, the client views the world as a positive place. When the client's actions are contrary to self-actualization or move him or her further away from that goal, the client perceives his or her world negatively and feels a loss of motivation. Rogers taught that people have three selves: the perceived self, the actual or real self, and the ideal self. The perceived self represents how an individual sees him or herself. The actual or real self represents how others see the individual. The ideal self represents how the individual would like to be. It represents self-actualization. Rogers stated that every person is constantly changing as the perceived self moves towards the ideal self. When the two selves are far apart, the individual is said to be incongruent. When the two selves move closer together, that individual is said to be congruent. Low self-esteem occurs when there is a great distance between the perceived self and the ideal self. As the perceived self approaches the ideal self, self-esteem improves. In some cases, the ideal self is inflated unrealistically high. In these cases, lowering the ideal self also serves to improve self-esteem. Rogers is probably best known for his client-centered therapy, also referred to as person-centered therapy. Rogers believed that the client should be in charge of his or her own therapy. The therapist's job is to act as a guide, never to direct. Rogers stated that in order for client-centered therapy to occur, the therapist must practice genuineness, unconditional positive regard, and empathy. Rogers also taught that all people seek to become the best person they can be, a process he called self-actualization. He stated that when a person's actions move him or her towards self-actualization, that person becomes congruent. Another theory attributed to Rogers is the theory of self. He described people as having three selves: the perceived self, the actual or real self, and the ideal self. His theory states that as an individual's perceived self approaches his or her ideal self, that person's self-esteem will improve.
How is a child's development affected by their social relationships and the world around them? Ecological systems theory provides one approach to answering this question. The ecological systems theory was developed by Urie Bronfenbrenner. Bronfenbrenner believed that a person's development was affected by everything in their surrounding environment. He divided the person's environment into 5 different levels: the microsystem, the mesosystem, the exosystem, the macrosystem, and the chronosystem. In this lesson, you will learn about these different environmental levels by meeting 5-year-old Alex and examining the influences in his life. We will begin with the first level of Bronfenbrenner's theory, the microsystem. The microsystem is the system closest to the person and the one in which they have direct contact. Some examples would be home, school, daycare, or work. A microsystem typically includes family, peers, or caregivers. Relationships in a microsystem are bidirectional. In other words, your reactions to the people in your microsystem will affect how they treat you in return. This is the most influential level of the ecological systems theory. Let's look at the microsystem Alex lives in. The first part of his microsystem is his home environment. This includes his interaction with his parents and little sister. Alex's school is also a part of his microsystem. His regular school interactions are with his kindergarten teacher and the other children in his class. The next level of ecological systems theory is the mesosystem. The mesosystem consists of the interactions between the different parts of a person's microsystem. The mesosystem is where a person's individual microsystems do not function independently but are interconnected and assert influence upon one another. These interactions have an indirect impact on the individual. One aspect of Alex's mesosystem would be the relationship between his parents and his teacher. His parents take an active role in his school, such as attending parent-teacher conferences and volunteering in the classroom. This has a positive impact on his development because the different elements of his microsystem are working together. Alex's development could be affected in a negative way if the different elements of his microsystem were working against one another. The exosystem is the next level we will examine. The exosystem refers to a setting that does not involve the person as an active participant, but still affects them. This includes decisions that have bearing on the person, but in which they have no participation in the decision-making process. An example would be a child being affected by a parent receiving a promotion at work or losing their job. One part of Alex's exosystem would be his father's workplace. Alex's father is in the Navy. This often takes him away from the family, and Alex sometimes does not see his father for months at a time. This situation impacts Alex, and he becomes anxious when his father leaves. Alex's anxiety has an effect on his development in other areas, even though he has no interaction with his father's work or say in the decision-making process. The fourth level of ecological systems theory is the macrosystem. The macrosystem encompasses the cultural environment in which the person lives and all other systems that affect them. Examples could include the economy, cultural values, and political systems. The macrosystem can have either a positive or a negative effect on the person's development. For an example, consider the different effects of the development of a child growing up in a third world economy versus that of the United States. An important aspect of Alex's macrosystem is the fact that he is a military child. Because of this, he has already moved 3 times and lived in 2 different countries by the age of 5. Alex is also influenced by the values of the military community that he belongs to. The chronosystem is the final level in ecological systems theory. The chronosystem is the dimension of time in relation to a person's development. Time can be relevant in different ways. One way time can be an influence is the timing of an event during a person's development. For example, the death of a parent would affect a 3-year-old differently than a teenager. Time can also be an influence because of historical events or conditions that exist during a person's life. An example would be the effects of growing up during the Great Depression or during World War II. Technology is one important part of Alex's chronosystem. Alex has grown up using a computer and playing video games. He even received his own iPad as a Christmas present. This could have a developmental impact on his learning style and social skills. Alex's experience with technology is also very different from that of a child growing up 20 years earlier. Ecological systems theory was developed by Yuri Bronfenbrenner. He divided the environment into 5 different levels. The microsystem is the most influential, has the closest relationship to the person, and is the one where direct contact occurs. The mesosystem consists of interactions between a person's microsystems. The exosystem affects a person indirectly without their direct involvement. The macrosystem includes all other systems and the societal culture surrounding a person. Finally, the chronosystem refers to the dimension of time and can be divided into 2 parts: the importance of the timing of an event during a person's development, or events that are unique to a particular generation. Each of these levels includes systems that influence the development of an individual in some way.
A young child and her father are playing with a shapes toy. The young child alone cannot figure out how the various shapes can fit into the designated holes. Her father describes how each shape can only fit into its same shaped hole. The father offers her encouragement and helps her put a few pieces in their respective hole. As the child grasps the concept, the father allows her to complete the task alone. This is an example of interaction influencing the cognitive development of a child. This lesson will focus on these social interactions and their impacts of cognitive development according to the psychologist Lev Vygotsky. Lev Vygotsky's cultural historical theory of cognitive development is focused on the role of culture in the development of higher mental functions, such as speech and reasoning, in children. His theory is sometimes referred to as having a socio-cultural perspective, which means the theory emphasizes the importance of society and culture for promoting cognitive development. Vygotsky believed that adults in society foster children's cognitive development in an intentional and systematic manner by engaging them in challenging and meaningful activities. We will return to our introductory example throughout this lesson to illustrate the principles of Vygotsky's theory. In our intro, the father intentionally engaged with his child to help her understand how to fit the blocks into the designated holes. Without his assistance, she would have continued to be unsuccessful, but with the meaningful directions from her father, she was able to successfully get the blocks into the holes herself. 6 major assumptions guide Vygotsky's theory. We will discuss each one generally. Some assumptions will be covered in greater detail in other lessons in this course. The first assumption of Vygotsky's theory is that through both informal and formal conversations in education, adults convey to children the way their culture interprets and responds to the world. Specifically, as adults interact with children, they show the meanings they attach to objects, events, and experiences. Returning to our example, the father is now reading to his daughter a book about transportation. The book describes the different modes of transportation we use in society, such as cars, trucks, and boats. By presenting these concepts, the book shows the little girl how our society classifies modes of transportation. The second assumption of Vygotsky's theory is that thought and language become increasingly independent in the first few years of life. We will talk specifically about language and speech development later in this lesson. The third assumption explains that complex mental processes begin as social activities. As children develop, they gradually internalize processes they use in social contexts and begin to use them independently. This internalization process allows children to transform ideas and processes to make them uniquely their own. Returning to our example, the child and father are simply reading a book, but this social activity is transforming the way the child perceives modes of transportation. She will begin to classify these items herself when she sees cars, trucks, and boats in real-life settings. Vygotsky also introduced the idea that children can perform more challenging tasks when assisted by more advanced and competent individuals. Vygotsky identified 2 levels of development: actual development, which is the upper limit of tasks a child can perform individually, and level of potential development, which is the upper limit of tasks a child can perform with the assistance of a more competent individual. According to Vygotsky, in order to get a true assessment of a child's actual and potential development, we should assess capabilities both when the child is performing the activity alone and with a more competent individual. For example, our young child exhibited that her actual development was that she knew the blocks belonged in the holes, but she couldn't quite determine how to actually put them in. Her level of potential development was being able to put the blocks in with the help of her father, an advanced individual. We would not expect the child to then be able to sort the blocks into colors or shapes, or to do anything beyond these skills that she exhibited with the assistance of her father at this point. Our next assumption is that challenging tasks promote maximum cognitive growth. Vygotsky described this as the zone of proximal development, or commonly referred to as ZPD. ZPD is the range of tasks that a child can perform with the help and guidance of others, but cannot yet perform independently. ZPD will be discussed in more detail in another lesson. The final assumption is that play allows children to stretch themselves cognitively. Play allows children to take on roles they would normally not be able to perform in real life. Let's return to our example. Our same little girl who was playing with the blocks is now 5 years old. She's playing house with a friend. She's the mother and her friend is the child. Through make-believe play, she is able to exhibit behaviors and be a mommy according to the rules of her society. For example, a mommy takes care of her child, prepares food, etc. That would normally be impossible for a 5-year-old in real life to do. Now we revisit speech and language development. We have covered the basic assumptions of Vygotsky's theory of cognitive development, and now I want to focus specifically on the principles of speech and language development. According to Vygotsky, speech begins as a means of communication and socializing, and later becomes a tool of thinking. His research led to the identification of 4 major stages of speech development. The first stage is pre-intellectual speech. This is the first major stage of speech development. This begins with the infant's cry, which expresses, for example, hunger or discomfort. Soon, the infant begins babbling, laughing, and gesturing. These developments function as a means of social contact. The next stage is called autonomous speech. At around 12 months of age, the child begins to invent words. The child's invented syllables are an effort to communicate with adults. These pseudo-words are useful because they indicate an object in plain sight, and they can also facilitate limited communication with adults who understand the meanings. For example, a child might initially say ba for bottle, and then as she develops, ba becomes the word bottle. Our third stage is called naive psychology. This stage of speech occurs between 18 and 24 months when the child first begins to use adult words. The child learns that objects are referred to by name. As the child begins to name things, connections develop between words and objects. During this period, the young child's first expression is a simple word. For example, when the young child says, "Dada," it may mean, "Daddy, pick me up," or "Daddy, I'm hungry," and so on. As the child's thoughts become differentiated, she can formulate simple requests in the form of short and simple sentences. The final stage is communicative and egocentric speech. As indicated in the description of naive psychology, the child between 18 and 24 months begins to use adult words and rapidly expands his or her vocabulary. Subsequently, at about age 3, the child's speech splits into 2 types of speech: communicative and egocentric. Communicative, or also referred to as external speech, is for others, and the child at age 3 is able to use simple sentences such as, "I want milk." In contrast, egocentric speech is for oneself. From about the age of 3 to 7, there's a lengthy period of the development of egocentric speech. Egocentric speech often occurs in the presence of other children involved in the same activity, such as playing house together. It also occurs when the child is engaged in a practical tool-using activity. An example is a child attempting to get a cookie from the top of a cabinet. In these activities, the child's talk is a monologue. It is not intended to be a communicative form of speech. For example, our child wants to reach a cookie from the high cabinet. She may say to herself, "I'm going to push this chair and climb up to get the cookie." She's not necessarily communicating with anyone. She is simply stating these directions for herself. This is also referred to as self-talk. Self-talk guides a child through a task. During the preschool period, egocentric speech becomes increasingly abbreviated. Vocalization eventually ends, and egocentric speech moves inward as inner speech, or communicative speech. This is defined as the process of talking to oneself mentally rather than out loud. It is a silent form of verbal thinking. However, it does not become fully functional until after age 12. The psychological nature of inner speech is important because it represents the most advanced level of the relationship between speech and thinking. So in summary, Vygotsky's theory is guided by 6 major assumptions. Children develop through informal and formal conversations with adults. The first few years of life are critical for development, as this is where thought and language become increasingly independent. Complex mental activities begin as basic social activities. Children can perform more difficult tasks with the help of a more advanced individual. Tasks that are challenging promote cognitive development growth. And finally, play is important and allows children to stretch themselves cognitively. Vygotsky maintained that speech is a major psychological tool in the child's development of thinking. As the child ages and develops, his or her basic speech becomes more complex. In the discipline of psychology and sociology, a lot of time is spent exploring child and adolescent development, but we must not forget about the critical development of adults as well. This lesson will identify and explore 3 theories of adult development that all have a unique perspective and similarities regarding adult development. We will explore Daniel Levinson's Seasons of Life theory, George Vaillant's Adult Tasks theory, and Bernice Newgarden's Social Clock theory. Psychologist Daniel Levinson developed a comprehensive theory of adult development, referred to as the Seasons of Life theory, which identified stages and growth that occur well into the adult years. His theory is comprised of sequence-like stages. Each stage is shaped by an event or action that leads into the next stage. The stages are early adult transition, which usually occurs between 17 and 22 years of age. This is the stage in which a person leaves adolescence and begins to make choices about adult life. These include choosing to go to college or enter the workforce, choosing to enter a serious relationship, and choosing to leave home. The next stage is entering the adult world. This occurs between the ages of 22 and 28 years old. This is the stage in which a person makes more concrete decisions regarding their occupation, friendships, values, and lifestyles. Age 30 transitions, which occurs between 28 and 33 years of age, is the stage where there are often lifestyle changes that could be mild or more severe. For example, marriage or having children impact one's lifestyle, and these changes have differing consequences on how a person develops depending on how they embrace the event. The next stage is settling down. This occurs between 33 and 40 years old. In this stage, one often begins to establish a routine, makes progress on goals for the future, and begins behaving like an adult. People in this stage are often parents, or they have more responsibilities. The midlife transition stage occurs between the ages of 40 and 45. This time period is sometimes one of crisis. A person begins to evaluate his or her life. Values may change, and how society views these people may change also. Some people make drastic life changes, such as divorce or a career change. At this point, people begin thinking about death and begin to think about leaving a legacy. The next stage is entering middle adulthood, between the ages of 45 and 50. In this stage, choices must be made about the future and possibly retirement. People begin to commit to new tasks and continue to think about the legacy they are leaving. And the final stage is late adulthood. This is 60 years and up. In this stage, one begins to reflect on life and the decisions they have made. Levinson also indicated that each stage consists of 2 types of periods: the stable period, in which a person makes crucial choices in life, and the transitional period, in which one stage ends and another begins. Psychiatrist George Vaillant spent most of his career researching and charting adult development. His work is based on the research of over 800 men and women spanning 60 years. Vaillant identified 6 adult life tasks that must be successfully accomplished in order for a person to mature as an adult. The tasks are developing an identity. Vaillant explained that an adolescent must establish an identity that allows a separation from parents. This identity is made up of one's values, passions, and beliefs. Another task is development of intimacy. This allows a person to have reciprocal relationships with another person. This task involves expanding one's sense of self to include another person. Next is career consolidation. In this task, the person finds a career that is valuable to society and to his or herself. According to Vaillant, a job turns into a career once one has contentment, compensation, competence, and commitment. He notes that such a career could be that of a spouse or stay-at-home parent as well. Another task is generativity. This involves the unselfish will and capacity to give. Generativity means being in a relationship in which one gives up much of the control. For example, serving as a consultant or mentor to others would help establish generativity. Next is becoming keeper of the meaning. This task involves passing on the traditions of the past to next generation. And finally, achieving integrity. This task involves achieving a sense of peace and unity with respect to one's life and to the world itself. The psychologist Bernice Newgarden was one of the first to research and teach adult development. She proposed the social clock theory, in which there are age-graded expectations for life events. Being on time or off time from these major life events, such as beginning a first job, getting married, or retiring, can profoundly affect self-esteem. The type of society that a person lives in will also set the expectations for the landmark events. For example, one society may promote early marriage, while another may promote waiting until a career is established to have children or get married. Think about the major landmark events our society promotes. Going to college immediately after high school is one of those societal expectations. Individuals who keep pace with the social clock are more likely to be accepted and engaged with society. Those who either choose to lag behind or choose to ignore the clock completely may be ostracized because they are not fitting in with the established norms of the community. This could lead to feelings of low self-esteem. Each of the three theories we discussed viewed the development of adults as an important area of research. Both Vaillant and Levinson agreed that developing quality relationships with others is important for shaping future development. Newgarden emphasizes these types of relationships too, but says the relationships may look differently and occur at different times according to societal norms. Both Vaillant and Levinson agree that there is a midlife stage in which conflict, confusion, and turmoil typically occur. The successful navigation and resolution of this stage leads to a calmer, more established adult life. Finally, Vaillant and Levinson's theories are both limited in the fact that their research was largely based off interviews with people born in the first few decades of the 20th century. Different types of relationships, the economy, and family structures make these theories less applicable to today's society. The major difference in these three theories deals with how each researcher viewed development. Levinson's theory proposed a series of sequential stages, while Vaillant proposed tasks that act as a cumulative guide for building a satisfying life. Newgarden proposed that the social clock guided development for adults. So in summary, this lesson discussed three theories of adult development. Daniel Levinson's Seasons of Life theory is comprised of sequence-like stages. These stages occur during two types of periods: the stable period, in which crucial life choices are made, and the transitional period, in which one stage ends and another begins. George Vaillant identified 6 adult life tasks that must be successfully accomplished in order for a person to mature as an adult. These tasks involve identity, intimacy, career consolidation, generativity, keeper of the meaning, and integrity. Vaillant did not agree with Levinson's theory that development occurs through sequential stages. Bernice Newgarden proposed the social clock theory, in which there are age-graded expectations for life events. Societal expectations determine major life events, and being on time or off time from these major life events can profoundly affect self-esteem.
Steve, it's time! Jennifer is letting her husband know that the moment they've been planning for is here, and Steve rushes his wife to the hospital. They've been waiting for the birth of their baby to take place and are very excited. Steve and Jennifer have been preparing for this moment by taking infant care classes, preparing a nursery, and buying lots of diapers. However, they're not the only ones who have been getting ready for this day. The baby has spent the past 9 months inside its mother preparing as well. Prenatal development is the process by which a baby develops inside the mother's womb. Prenatal development takes about 38 weeks to complete. During this time, a single cell becomes a full-term baby. This time period is divided into different categories of development. The three primary stages of prenatal development are the germinal period, the embryonic period, and the fetal period. Each of these stages are important for reaching the ultimate goal of a healthy baby. Now let's look at how Steve and Jennifer's baby has been preparing for birth over the last 9 months. Jennifer's baby began to develop at the moment of conception. This is when the mother's egg is fertilized by the father's sperm. Pregnancy is considered to begin at the first day of the mother's last menstrual period. Conception typically occurs at what is considered the second week of pregnancy. Conception is also the beginning of the germinal period of prenatal development. This stage occurs during the first 2 weeks of development or the second to fourth weeks of pregnancy. The union of the sperm and egg cell form a single cell called a zygote. The zygote moves along the fallopian tube toward the uterus. At the same time, the zygote is rapidly dividing in a process called cleavage. Once it reaches the uterus, the zygote becomes what is called a blastocyst and begins to implant into the wall of the uterus. The germinal period ends when the blastocyst is fully implanted into uterine tissue. Think of Steve and Jennifer's baby as spending the germinal period looking for a place to live. Now that she's found her place, she's ready to start organizing for the work that she has ahead of her. This is the embryonic period of prenatal development. This stage lasts from implantation until about 8 weeks from the time of conception, or the 10th week of pregnancy. This is the most important time of prenatal development because the embryo is developing the foundations for a healthy baby. The blastocyst that implanted in the uterus continues to divide rapidly after implantation. Through a process called differentiation, cells begin to take on different functions. One of the first examples of this is a division between the cells that will make up the placenta and the cells that will make up the baby. After this, a process called gastrulation forms 3 layers called germ layers. The outer layer is called the ectoderm, the middle layer is called the mesoderm, and the inner layer is called the endoderm. Each germ layer will differentiate into different structures. The ectoderm will form many outer tissues, such as skin and hair, as well as most of the nervous system tissues, including the brain. The mesoderm will form tissues inside the body, such as the lungs, bones, and muscles, including the heart. The endoderm will form tissues such as the digestive tract, the bladder, as well as the other internal organs. All of the essential structures have been formed, both inside and outside, by the time the embryonic period comes to an end. The new title of fetus is now given to the embryo. Embryogenesis is a term that can be used to describe all of the processes of embryo development up until the time it becomes a fetus. Remember Steve and Jennifer's baby? We said that the germinal period was like their baby finding a place to live, and that during the embryonic period, she was organizing her space. During the final period of development, she is putting on the finishing touches in preparation of the big event. This final stage of development is called the fetal period of development. This stage takes place from the end of the embryonic period until the time of birth, or the 10th to 40th weeks of pregnancy. The most notable development during this stage is the dramatic change in size that takes place. When the baby becomes a fetus, it is less than 1.5 inches long and weighs less than 1/10 of an ounce. By the time the baby is considered full term at 38 weeks, it will probably be over 20 inches long and weigh about 7.5 pounds. As the baby grows, development of bodily functions will continue in preparation for the life outside the womb. All of the organ systems were formed during the embryonic period of prenatal development, but they continue to develop and grow during the fetal period of prenatal development. For example, the lungs become capable of breathing air, the brain develops more fully, and fat deposits accumulate in order to help maintain body heat after birth. After 9 long months of preparation, Steve and Jennifer finally get to meet their daughter. Steve and Jennifer worked hard to get everything ready for the arrival of their new child. We now know that Steve and Jennifer's daughter put a lot of work into preparing to meet them as well. The process by which a baby develops inside the mother's womb is called prenatal development. Prenatal development takes about 38 weeks, during which a single cell becomes a full-term baby. Prenatal development is divided into 3 categories of development. The first 2 weeks of development is the germinal period. The germinal period begins with conception and ends when the blastocyst is fully implanted into uterine tissue. Next, the embryonic period lasts from implantation until about 8 weeks from the time of conception. This is the most crucial period of prenatal development. During the embryonic period, cells begin to take on different functions through a process called differentiation. After this, a process called gastrulation forms 3 layers called germ layers. Each germ layer will differentiate into different structures. The outer layer is called the ectoderm, the middle layer is called the mesoderm, and the inner layer is called the endoderm. All of the processes of embryo development are described by the term embryogenesis. The embryo is called a fetus after the completion of this stage of development. The stage of prenatal development that occurs from the end of the embryonic period until birth is called the fetal period. The most notable development during this stage is the dramatic change in size that takes place. This is the baby's final preparation for life outside the womb.
You're getting ready to do your laundry. What do you do first? Then what? What's the last thing that occurs? You probably answered these questions the same way that most others would. First, you sort your laundry into loads of lights and darks. Next are the steps to wash and dry. And last, you put the laundry away. Most people would answer these questions in the same way because there's a sequential process that has to take place to get your clothes clean and put away. Biological development takes place in a similar organized manner. Biological development occurs in a sequential order. Typical biological development also takes place as a predictable and orderly process. Most children will develop at the same rate and at about the same time as other children. These patterns of growth and development allow us to predict how and when most children will develop certain characteristics. There are also certain universal principles of growth and development that describe how the process of growth takes place. These are the cephalocaudal principle, the proximodistal principle, and the orthogenetic principle. While these universal principles exist, and we can also predict that certain growth and development will take place during certain periods, it is also important to recognize that individual differences in rates of development are normal. This is why most stages of development are described as occurring within an age range rather than at a specific time. The cephalocaudal principle states that development proceeds from top to bottom. According to this principle, a child will gain physical control of their head first. After this, physical control will move downward to the arms and lastly to the legs. Imagine that you're holding a newborn. You have to carefully support the baby's head because the baby's not strong enough to support its head by itself. By the time the child is 2 months old, it develops enough strength to hold its head up on its own and to control its facial movements. Over the next few months, the baby gains control over the use of its arms. The baby can lift itself and it can reach for objects. Finally, the child learns to control leg movements and to crawl, stand, and walk. The proximodistal principle also describes the direction of development. This principle states that development proceeds from the center of the body outward. Think of a fertilized egg. This one tiny cell divides and expands outward to become an embryo. The spinal cord forms first, and development progresses outward to become a fetus. The limbs of the body form before the hands and the feet, and the hands and the feet develop before the fingers and the toes.
The orthogenetic principle does not involve the direction of development. Instead, the orthogenetic principle states that development proceeds from the simple to the complex. This means that development of more difficult tasks begins with the mastery of simple tasks first. In other words, one stage of development lays the foundation for the next stage of development. Think of a child who is using crayons to draw a picture. The child did not simply sit down one day, grab a crayon, and draw. The child had to first learn the more simplistic task of grasping the crayon before learning to make purposeful movements with it that would form a picture. The same is true for the development of speech. In order to use words, a child must first learn to produce basic sounds. Biological development occurs in an organized, sequential order. This is similar to the steps you would take to complete any task, such as doing your laundry. There are three principles of growth and development: the cephalocaudal principle, the proximodistal principle, and the orthogenetic principle. These predictable patterns of growth and development allow us to predict how and when most children will develop certain characteristics. Growth and development typically occurs within certain time periods, with allowance for individual difference in the rate of development. The cephalocaudal principle says that development progresses from top to bottom. The proximodistal principle says that development progresses from the center of the body outward. The orthogenetic principle says that development proceeds from the simple to the complex. Imagine that one day you decide to count non-stop until you get to 1 billion. Now let's assume that you could count one number every second on average, so it would take you 1 billion seconds. After doing the math, this means that it would take approximately 32 years to count to 1 billion. Now let's consider the fact that one tiny cell in an embryo grows into a fully developed brain with 100 billion cells by the time a baby is born. To put this into perspective, remember that it would take you roughly 32 years to count to 1 billion, averaging one number per second. This means that it would take you about 3,200 years to count to 100 billion. Yet, in only 9 months, a human brain with 100 billion cells is formed. This means that at least 250,000 brain cells are created every minute on average. Because of this rapid pace of development, proper prenatal care is essential to the development of an unborn child's brain. The first 3 months of pregnancy, or the first trimester, is when basic brain structure begins to form. In the first month, just 16 days after fertilization, an embryo forms the neural tube. The neural tube is the earliest nervous system tissue and eventually develops into the brain and the spinal cord. During the second month of development, the neural tube begins to differentiate into brain cells and nerve cells. The brain cells transform into recognizable brain structures. Most notably, the cerebral cortex is formed. The cerebral cortex is the outer layer of the brain. By the third month, this basic brain development allows the embryo to display reflexes and react to its environment. At the end of the first trimester, hormones are released that will determine whether development will continue to occur as male or female. The second trimester is the 4th, 5th, and 6th months of a pregnancy. During the course of the second trimester, the brain becomes fully developed. Even though the brain has not reached its full size, most of the neurons within the central nervous system are present. A neuron is another name for a nerve cell, or the cells that conduct electrical impulses and make up the brain, spinal column, and nerves. During the 4th month, the fetus begins to prepare itself for the outside world. The fetus can experience sensory sensations such as sound, taste, and smells. By the 5th month, the fetus is learning to control its reactions to these sensory sensations and to control its movement. The ability to consciously react to sensory sensations becomes even stronger during the 6th month. During the 6th month, another major mark of brain development occurs. The cerebral cortex splits into 2 separate hemispheres. Some researchers believe that the fetus develops the ability to remember at this stage. The 7th, 8th, and 9th months of pregnancy are the 3rd trimester. This is the last period of prenatal development. During the 3rd trimester, the brain increases in size and begins to form folds. These final stages of prenatal brain development form a brain that is nearly similar in structure to any other human brain. During the last trimester, the fetus also continues to develop control over movement and stores information that it has gained from sensory sensations. By the time the child is born, it is fully capable of much more than reflexes such as breathing or instincts such as sucking. A newborn can remember the smell and sound of its mother and even recognize familiar tastes. In the 7th month, brain waves can be detected in the prenatal environment. The 8th month marks the differentiation of major brain areas, such as the visual cortex and the auditory cortex, that allow the fetus to understand what it sees and hears. By the 9th month of prenatal development, the brain has as many neurons as an adult brain, even though it will be only 1/4 of the size of an adult's brain at birth. Brain development occurs at an amazing speed during the prenatal period, and development occurs throughout all 3 trimesters of pregnancy. Proper prenatal care is essential to prenatal brain development because of the rapid pace at which it occurs. The neural tube develops in the 1st month. The neural tube is the earliest nervous system tissue and eventually develops into the brain and spinal cord. The cerebral cortex develops in the 2nd month, and it separates into 2 different lobes during the 6th month. At the end of the 2nd trimester, most of the neurons within the central nervous system are present. A neuron is another name for a nerve cell, or the cells that conduct electrical impulses and make up the brain, spinal column, and nerves. During the 8th month, major brain areas such as the visual cortex and auditory cortex are developed. By the time of birth, the brain consists of 100 billion neurons and is 1/4 the size of an adult brain. Humans are mammals. We all learned this in elementary school. We also learned that, as a mammal, we give birth to live children rather than laying an egg. Part of the reason the child develops inside the mother is to protect it from being harmed by the external environment. This means that the developing child is protected from all unwanted environmental hazards, right? The environment inside the uterus where the unborn child is developing is called the prenatal environment. Inside the uterus, the developing embryo and fetus are protected. The unborn child receives all it needs from the mother, including the nutrients that keep it healthy. The placenta is a temporary organ that joins the mother and fetus. The placenta attaches to the mother's uterus and to the unborn child through the umbilical cord. It transfers oxygen and nutrients from the mother to the fetus and allows waste products to be eliminated from the fetus. This sounds like a pretty sheltered environment for an unborn child. Let's consider our question again. Is the developing child protected from all unwanted environmental hazards? Unfortunately, the answer to this question is no. Up until the 1960s, it was believed that the placenta also acted as a filter to help keep anything unwanted or harmful from affecting the baby. We now know that potentially harmful substances can cross the placenta and be transferred to the developing child from the mother. While the prenatal environment protects the embryo and fetus from a great many dangers, it cannot protect the unborn child from everything that the mother comes into contact with. There are many potential hazards in the prenatal development of an unborn child. Many of these potential hazards are related to drug, alcohol, or tobacco use. Alcohol, for example, can quickly cross the placenta and enter the unborn child's bloodstream in the same levels that it is in the mother's blood. Women who drink alcohol during pregnancy put their child at risk for fetal alcohol syndrome. This is a set of birth defects and disabilities related to alcohol consumption during pregnancy. Tobacco use during pregnancy can cause low birth weight and has been linked to higher rates of respiratory problems in children. Women who smoke are advised to stop if they discover they are pregnant or are trying to become pregnant. The use of illegal drugs can cause a variety of concerns for the health of an unborn child. Prenatal development can be slowed, birth defects or death of the unborn child can occur, and there's a higher risk for premature birth. Also, a child can even be born with addiction. It may seem obvious that illegal drug use can be harmful to an unborn child, but store-bought or prescription medications can be a hazard as well. A caregiver can help determine the benefit of a medication and whether it is greater than the risk that it may pose to the unborn child. The use of any medication that is a known teratogen should be avoided during pregnancy. A teratogen is a substance known to potentially cause a birth defect or cause a pregnancy to end. Remember when we mentioned that before the 1960s it was believed that the placenta affected the developing child from harmful substances? The common use of the prescription drug thalidomide for morning sickness during pregnancy changed this idea. A large number of infants with birth defects were born to women who were given this medication during pregnancy. Because of this, we now know that medications can have harmful effects on the prenatal environment. Maternal diseases and environmental concerns are also factors that can harm prenatal development. Maternal diseases and infections can produce defects. Prenatal development can be impacted by factors such as Rh factor incompatibility, high blood pressure, diabetes, rubella, and some sexually transmitted diseases. What effect maternal diseases could have is dependent on the stage of prenatal development in which they occur and how long the condition lasts. An embryo or fetus can be endangered by other hazards in the environment as well. Radiation, mercury, lead, carbon monoxide, or pollutants such as toxic waste can endanger prenatal development. One reason proper prenatal care is important is that it can greatly reduce the risk of hazards to the prenatal environment. A healthcare provider can give advice about what could be harmful to an unborn child or what to do if the unborn child may have been exposed to something harmful in its development. This is important if a woman wants to give birth to a healthy baby. Prenatal care from a healthcare provider also monitors the progress of a woman's pregnancy. This care helps spot any potential problems as soon as possible and helps manage any issues that may occur. Like all mammals, human babies develop inside their mother. The environment inside the uterus where the unborn child is developing is called the prenatal environment. The mother and fetus are connected by a temporary organ called the placenta. It attaches to the mother's uterus and to the unborn child through the umbilical cord. It transfers oxygen and nutrients from the mother to the fetus while allowing the fetus to eliminate waste. Inside the uterus, the unborn child is protected, but harmful substances can still cross the placenta and cause harm. There are many potential hazards to the prenatal development of an unborn child. Many of these potential hazards are related to drug, alcohol, or tobacco use. An example is fetal alcohol syndrome. Maternal diseases and environmental concerns such as exposure to radiation are also hazards. Proper prenatal care can greatly reduce the risk of hazards to the prenatal environment. Have you ever heard the phrase, "When mom is happy, everyone is happy"? Well, for mom's unborn child, this isn't just a funny saying, it's a reality. The same is true for when mom is sad, or angry, or feeling stressed. An unborn child is connected to its mother both physically and emotionally. Because of this, the mother's physical state and emotional state can both have an impact on prenatal development. The environment inside the uterus where the unborn child is developing is called the prenatal environment. The prenatal environment of the developing child is linked to both the mother's physical and emotional condition. In other words, everything the mother experiences, the baby experiences as well. We all know that stress can have numerous negative effects on our lives. But can this stress also have an impact on an unborn child? The answer to this question is yes. If a mother is under a great deal of stress, so is her unborn child. This stress can come from many different places. Illness, a physically demanding work environment, abuse, or excessive emotional strain can all cause pregnant women undue stress. One way the impact of the mother's stress level is evident is that a rise in the mother's blood pressure causes a rise in the blood pressure of the developing child as well. Also, fetal heart rates are notably increased when the mother has high level of stress hormone in their body. Normally, the placenta offers the fetus some protection from stress hormones. But when the mother experiences high levels of stress, this protection can become compromised. This could have some lasting effects on the developing child. These stress hormones can also affect the mother's vascular function, which could result in reduced blood flow to the fetus. If blood flow is reduced, the amount of oxygen and nutrients being delivered is reduced as well. This can negatively affect fetal growth. Maternal physical health and nutrition are also important for healthy prenatal development. Prenatal development can be impacted by chronic conditions such as high blood pressure or diabetes. It can also be impacted by an illness such as rubella. The impact on the unborn child depends on how severe a condition is, how long it lasts, and at what stage of prenatal development it occurs. The mother's nutrition is important to her developing child. This is because the unborn child must receive the nutrients necessary for its development from its mother. An expecting mother must take in enough protein to support the development of new cells in the unborn child, enough calcium to create a skeletal system, and enough iron for the increased blood supply that occurs. Essential fatty acids are also necessary for healthy brain development. The most important vitamin for healthy prenatal development is folic acid. Without enough folic acid, there is an increased risk of miscarriage, and the developing child has an increased risk for neural tube defects, such as spina bifida. The environment inside the uterus where the unborn child is developing is called the prenatal environment. The mother and child are linked together in this environment, both emotionally and physically. Therefore, the mother's physical state and emotional state can both have an impact on prenatal development. High levels of stress in the mother can cause elevated blood pressure and increased fetal heart rate. Stress hormones in the mother can also result in reduced blood flow to the fetus, which limits the delivery of oxygen and nutrients and can negatively affect fetal growth. Prenatal development can be impacted by chronic conditions or illnesses. The impact on the unborn child depends on the stage of prenatal development in which it occurs, how severe a condition is, and how long it lasts. The mother's nutrition is also important to her developing child. An unborn child receives all of the nutrients necessary for its development from its mother. If the mother does not receive proper nutrition, the unborn child cannot develop properly.
Carrie's unborn child is getting ready to be born. It's an exciting time for Carrie and her husband as she begins feeling contractions. She times them and discovers that they're occurring regularly and getting closer together. Soon, it's time to head to the hospital and enter the delivery room. Carrie and her unborn child will be monitored closely until the birth process is completed. Does it seem like there's a lot of activity occurring during this time? This is because during the birth process, many things happen in a relatively short amount of time. The term perinatal pertains to the period immediately before and after birth. Depending on the definition, it can begin as early as the 20th week of gestation and as late as 4 weeks after birth. However, in most cases, the perinatal environment simply refers to the medical and social environment surrounding the birth of a child. This lesson will discuss this process as well as any possible hazards that can occur. Let's begin with the birth process. Labor is the term that refers to the process of giving birth. It can be difficult to tell when true labor begins, but there are some early signs that labor is approaching. This is called pre-labor. Pre-labor can occur a month or more before true labor begins, or it can appear only a few hours before true labor begins. Pre-labor consists of an increase in Braxton Hicks contractions, or contractions that do not progress. The cervix will also begin to thin and move forward in preparation for the big event. During pre-labor, Carrie noticed things starting to feel differently. In addition to the increase in contractions, she noticed increasing pressure in the pelvic region and vaginal discharge. Some women also experience mood changes or their water may break. Pre-labor ends when contractions begin to progress or become longer, stronger, and closer together. Once pre-labor is over, the 4 stages of labor begin. Stage 1 of labor has 3 phases: early, active, and transition. First stage. At the beginning of the first stage of labor, the contractions become regular and the cervix effaces, or thins, and dilates, or opens, to around 4 centimeters. This is usually the longest part of the first stage of labor. Carrie, like most mothers, is spending much of this time trying to decide if she is actually in labor yet. This is the early phase of stage 1. Next, Carrie begins to notice significant changes to her contractions. Her contractions become much more uncomfortable, even painful. Her contractions also become much more frequent and are about 2 to 5 minutes apart. This is when most women will go to the hospital to have the baby. This is the active phase of stage 1. Carrie's contractions begin to occur closer and closer together now. This is the most challenging part of the labor process for many mothers. The contractions do not necessarily become more painful, but they now last longer and are closer together. At the same time, a surge of stress hormones, such as adrenaline, surge into the bloodstream. It's a lot to deal with mentally as well as physically. Carrie is very focused on her labor at this time. Is it time to push, or should she wait? How long does she have until she is hit by the next contraction? When is this going to end? This is the transition phase of stage 1. At this point, the cervix fully opens, and the baby's head moves through this opening into the birth canal. Second stage. The second stage of labor begins next. Carrie suddenly feels a strong urge to push. She also notices that the pain of her contractions has tapered off. She feels relieved and is able to focus more on what's going on around her. Carrie gains her second wind and is ready for the work of delivering her baby. Carrie's husband encourages her to push as the time has come. She can feel a lot of stretching and pressure as the baby moves through the birth canal, but she can sense the progress as well. This stage can last as little as 15 minutes or as long as 3 hours. Finally, the baby passes from the inside to the outside of the mother's body. The baby will typically emerge head first and then rotate sideways to allow the shoulders to fit through the birth canal. Carrie is relieved that her baby has arrived safe and sound, and the labor process is almost over. Third stage. The third stage of labor is the shortest. This stage begins just after the baby is born and ends with the delivery of the placenta. It typically lasts from 10 to 30 minutes. Just after the birth of her baby, Carrie's contractions resume. These final contractions separate the placenta from the uterine wall. A few more small pushes are needed, and then the placenta has left her body. The period of time from after the placenta is delivered until a mother's condition is stable is called recovery. The mother is considered stable when her blood pressure is normal, vaginal discharge is at a normal rate, and the uterus shrinks and regains its tone. This usually takes from 1 to 4 hours, but it can take longer if labor was difficult or any type of anesthesia was used. During this time, the caregiver monitors Carrie closely to make sure she has no lingering complications after giving birth. Recovery is the fourth stage of labor. Now you know the stages of labor, and I'm sure you're aware that women have been having babies for a very long time. So you may be wondering why so much medical attention is necessary. After all, isn't giving birth a very natural act? We're all very happy for Carrie and her newborn. Unfortunately, not all births are uneventful, and complications can occur. This is one reason why receiving proper care during the birth of a child is so important. The risk of injury from complications has been reduced significantly by carefully monitoring mother and child during the delivery process. Traumatic birth injuries are injuries caused during the birth process. These injuries can range from minor scratches to paralysis or even death. The following are a few of the most common complications that can cause traumatic birth injuries: prolonged labor, rapid labor, premature birth, low birth weight, large fetal head, breech birth or other unusual birth position, mother's pelvis is small or abnormally shaped, umbilical cord wrapped around baby's neck. Fetal asphyxia, or a shortage of oxygen getting to the fetus, is one serious injury that can occur. There is a greater risk of fetal asphyxia when a baby enters the birth canal in breech position, or feet first. The main cause of fetal asphyxia is the umbilical cord becoming wrapped around the baby's neck. fetal asphyxia can cause brain damage, resulting in issues such as mental retardation or cerebral palsy, a neurological disability that inhibits muscle control. The term perinatal environment refers to the medical and social environment surrounding the birth of a child. A large part of the perinatal environment involves the process of giving birth. This is also known as labor. Determining when labor begins can be difficult, but there are some early signs that labor is approaching. These early signs occur in the period called pre-labor. Pre-labor is characterized by an increase in Braxton Hicks contractions, or contractions that do not progress. Labor occurs when contractions start to become longer, stronger, and closer together. Labor occurs in 4 stages, and stage 1 has 3 phases. Early, when contractions begin, active, when contractions are more frequent and painful, and transition, when the baby moves into the birth canal to be born. Stage 2 is the birth of the baby. Stage 3 is the delivery of the placenta, and stage 4 is the few hours after the birth, called recovery. Traumatic birth injuries, or injuries caused during the birth process, range from minor scratches to severe complications or death. One common traumatic brain injury is fetal asphyxia, or a shortage of oxygen getting to the fetus. Receiving proper care during the birth of a child is important. The risk of injury from complications is reduced significantly by monitoring the mother and child in the perinatal environment.
Imagine you suddenly find yourself in a dark tunnel. You have to squeeze your way through the small tunnel to get out. It takes you hours to push your way out of the tunnel, but you finally make it out. Exhausted, you take in your first breath of fresh air, only to find that you've never inhaled anything like it. The lights are bright, and there are unfamiliar sounds. You know that you must adapt to this new environment and the stress that it brings. How well you adapt in the next month will be essential to your survival in this new world. This scenario really isn't much different from what a newborn experiences when it leaves the womb at the time of birth. In the womb, all of the infant's physical needs were provided for by the mother. It must now learn to adapt and survive in a new environment. How well the infant adapts in the first month of life is essential to its survival. A newborn's life from birth until it is 4 weeks old is called the neonatal period. Care during this period is essential for healthy development. During the neonatal period, a newborn is at its greatest risk for disease or death than at any other time. Because of this, it is important to examine a newborn so that any symptoms or signs of abnormality can be detected. An initial examination must be performed immediately after the delivery. This establishes a baseline for the newborn's condition, which is then used to assess how the newborn is adapting to the outside environment. Do you remember the first test you were ever given? Probably not. This is because, for most of us, our first test was given right after our birth. The APGAR is a quick exam given at 1 minute after birth and again at 5 minutes after birth. It was developed in 1952 by Virginia APGAR and has become a standard assessment for newborns. At 1 minute, the exam determines how well the newborn tolerated the birthing process. At 5 minutes, the exam assesses the newborn's initial adaptation to its new environment. The APGAR evaluates 5 different conditions: the baby's color, heart rate, reflexes, muscle tone, and respiration. Now that you know what your first test was about, how well do you think you did? Before you answer this, you should know that it's rare for any newborn to get a perfect score. The good news is that even though you probably did not get a perfect score, the test does not predict your future potential. So if the APGAR test does not predict future health of the newborn, what do the scores mean? Before we answer this question, let's look at the scores for each condition individually. A newborn receives a score ranging from 0 to 2 for each of the 5 conditions evaluated by the APGAR. So a perfect score on the APGAR would be a score of 10. The following scores are given based on the infant's heart rate: a score of 0 for no heart rate, a score of 1 if the child has less than 100 beats per minute, and a score of 2 if the child has more than 100 beats per minute. The scores given for the infant's respiration are 0 for not breathing, a score of 1 for a weak cry, and a score of 2 for a strong cry. Scores for muscle tone are a score of 0 if the child is limp, a score of 1 if there is some movement, and a score of 2 for active motion. Scores for infant reflexes are a score of 0 if there's no response to stimulation of their airways, a score of 1 if the child grimaces during stimulation, and a score of 2 if the child grimaces and coughs or sneezes when their airways are stimulated. And finally, the infant's color is evaluated and given one of the following scores. A score of 0 if the entire body is blue or pale, a score of 1 if there's good color in the body but the hands or feet are blue, and a score of 2 if there's good color of the entire body. Now let's answer our question, what do the scores mean? When the APGAR is given at 1 minute, an overall score between 7 and 10 indicates that the infant will only need routine post-delivery care. An overall score between 4 and 6 indicates that the infant may need some assistance with breathing. If the infant scores under 4, it indicates that prompt medical attention is needed. When the APGAR is given at 5 minutes, an overall score between 7 and 10 is considered normal. If the infant receives a normal score at this time, the APGAR will not be given again. However, if the infant receives any score below 7, they will be retested every 5 minutes for up to 20 minutes. The neonatal period is a term used for a newborn's life from birth until it is 4 weeks old. Care during this period, as well as the infant's ability to adapt, is essential for healthy development. The APGAR is a quick exam given at 1 minute after birth and again at 5 minutes after birth. This exam is a standard assessment for newborns. At 1 minute, the exam determines how well the newborn tolerated the birthing process. At 5 minutes, the exam assesses the newborn's initial adaptation to its new environment. 5 different conditions are evaluated by the APGAR: the baby's reflexes, color, heart rate, muscle tone, and respiration. On the 1 minute APGAR, a score of 7 to 10 indicates the infant will need only routine care. A score of 4 and 6 indicates that the infant may need breathing assistance, and a score below 4 indicates a need for immediate medical attention. On the 5 minute APGAR, a score of 7 to 10 is considered normal, and any score below 7 is considered below normal. If the infant receives a normal score, the APGAR will not be given again. If a normal score is not achieved, the exam is repeated every 5 minutes for up to 20 minutes. If a newborn has an APGAR score that is lower than normal, it does not mean that the child will have permanent health problems. The carnival is in town. Let's visit and see what amazing sideshow acts they have for us to see. First up is the strong man. Not quite what I had in mind. Oh, here's the bearded lady. This is always an interesting one. Now, what's this? The amazing newborn? We need to check this out. Come one, come all, step right up and see the amazing newborn. Watch as he wows you with his ability to learn and grow. See the incredible reflexes he is born with. Are you ready for the show? In the next few minutes, you will learn what reflexes are seen in a newborn, see how they learn, and find out about common developmental milestones. A baby is born with many normal reflexes. Some of these are as simple as yawns, hiccups, quivers, and stretches. Exhibiting these reflexes is a sign of good neurological health. A reflex is an involuntary action or response. Some reflexes, such as coughing, sneezing, and blinking, are protective. He will cough to remove irritations from his airway. He will blink to protect his eyes, and he will sneeze to protect his nose. Some newborn reflexes have specific names. Let's examine a few of these now. First up is the startle reflex. The startle reflex occurs when the newborn is surprised or alarmed. Watch what happens when our ringleader suddenly rings a loud bell. The newborn suddenly flings his arms and legs straight out. Next up is the grasp reflex. Watch as the newborn firmly grasps an object that is placed in the palm of his hand. Now we will see automatic walking, or the stepping reflex. As our ringleader holds up the newborn, he begins to alternately lift his legs as he feels pressure on the bottoms of his feet. The next few reflexes are all related to one another. There's the rooting reflex, the sucking reflex, and the swallowing reflex. Let's have our ringleader introduce a bottle to the newborn. If he touches the newborn's cheek with the nipple, the newborn will turn towards the nipple and search for it with his mouth. Once he finds the bottle, he will immediately begin to suck and swallow its contents. These reflexes help him to eat and thrive. The newborn may have a lot of amazing reflexes to help it on its way, but it can learn as well. Learning begins at birth, and a newborn's senses are the main tools it uses for learning. He can see different colors. He can differentiate sounds. He can determine if a blanket feels soft or itchy. As the newborn experiences the world through sensations, his brain rapidly develops. The more sensory input he receives, the more easily connections are made within the brain that differentiate these sensations. The newborn brain is busy taking it all in. New skills and information is stored as these connections develop. Watch as the ringleader interacts with the newborn. The ringleader snaps his finger, and the baby turns his head toward the sound. The newborn looks intently into the ringleader's face as he talks to him. This may seem like play, but he's paying attention and learning about his surroundings through this interaction. Play is the main way that the newborn learns to move, socialize, and understand his surroundings. As we leave the sideshow tent, you're thinking about all of the amazing abilities that you witnessed. Now you have some more questions. When should a newborn develop particular skills? What are some developmental milestones for newborns? To answer this, let's look at some common developmental milestones and when they should occur. A newborn will look intently at the faces of those holding him between birth and 4 weeks of age. He will start to lift his head while lying on his stomach between birth and 4 weeks of age as well. Between birth and 6 weeks of age, he will turn his head toward a sound that he hears. The newborn will respond to you with a smile between 3 weeks and 2 months of age. He will be able to hold his head upright while lying on his stomach at between 5 weeks of age and 3 months of age. Between 6 weeks and 3.5 months of age, he will start to bring his hands together in front of himself. He will hold his head steady while being held upright between 6 weeks and 4 months of age. Laughing and squealing will begin to occur between 6 weeks and 4.5 months of age. He will start to roll over from front to back and back to front at between 2 months and 5 months of age, and he will be able to grasp an object placed in his hand at between 2.5 months and 4.5 months of age. These developmental milestones are general guidelines. Normal patterns of development differ from one child to the next, and they can vary widely. Since no two children will develop in the same way and at the same time, it is only a significant concern if a child misses many developmental milestones or consistently reaches them later than is expected. All of the skills and abilities with which a newborn enters this world are truly amazing. A newborn enters the world with reflexes that help him protect himself and develop neurologically. A reflex is an involuntary action or response. Common examples are coughing, yawning, blinking, or sneezing. Some reflexes have specific names. There's the startle reflex, the grasp reflex, the stepping reflex, or automatic walking. There's also the rooting reflex, sucking reflex, and swallowing reflex. The newborn begins to learn from the time of birth. His senses are the main tools he will use for learning. His brain develops rapidly as he processes the sensations that he takes in from the world around him. The more sensory input the newborn receives, the more easily he will learn new skills and store information as his brain develops connections. From lifting his head to laughing, there are some common developmental milestones that a newborn will achieve. There are general guidelines as to when these milestones will occur, but normal patterns of development differ from one child to the next, and they can vary widely. It becomes a significant concern if a child consistently reaches these developmental milestones later than is expected or misses them altogether.
The talk. The birds and the bees. Those dreaded human growth and development films you were forced to watch in 5th grade health class. Whatever you think of when adolescent sexual development comes to mind, chances are you cringe at the memories. For most of us, this was an awkward time in our life. These changes may be uncomfortable topics to discuss, but they're an inevitable part of growing up. Adolescent sexual development occurs during puberty and includes many physical, emotional, and social changes. Before we discuss these changes, let's first define exactly what puberty is. Puberty refers to the transformations that occur as a child undergoes physical developmental changes, resulting in the sexually mature body of an adult. Meet Dick and Jane. They are about to begin the physical journey towards adulthood. But what triggers this process? The biological processes of puberty begin when the brain's hypothalamus and the pituitary gland get together to release gonadotrophins. Gonadotrophins are special hormones that activate the sexual glands. These sexual glands are the testes in boys and the ovaries in girls. Once these sexual glands are activated, they begin to release their own hormones that result in physical changes throughout the body. The hormones released by the male testes are called androgens, and the hormones released by the female ovaries are called estrogens. Developmentally normal girls may experience puberty at any time between the ages of 8 to 15. For developmentally normal boys, puberty may occur at any time between the ages of 9 to 17. Variations in puberty-related changes are normal. Each child is unique, and they will experience these changes at different ages and at different rates. Two types of physical changes occur during puberty: changes to the primary sex characteristics and changes to secondary sex characteristics. Primary sex characteristics refer to the sexual organs. Primary sex characteristic changes in boys involve an increase in the size of the prostate gland, testes, seminal vesicles, and penis. The most noticeable change that occurs for young men is their first ejaculation, which often occurs during sleep. They may also experience spontaneous erections. Primary sex characteristic changes in girls involve the uterus and vagina. The uterus begins to build a lining, and the vagina starts to produce discharge. The most noticeable change that occurs for young women is their first menstrual period. This occurs when the uterus sheds its first lining of tissue and blood. In adult women, this lining is shed about every 28 days. Secondary sex characteristics refer to other visible changes that mark adult maturation. These include body hair growth, body odor, and a sudden increase in height. Also, changes to body shape or voice may occur. Dick and Jane are about to experience these changes. The first noticeable change to their appearance will be a quick growth spurt. This sudden increase in height may cause them to feel awkward and uncoordinated as they are adapting to their new bodies. But, in reality, they're increasing in strength and coordination at this time as well. Next, Dick and Jane will experience an increase in body hair. Boys will begin to develop facial hair. They will both begin to develop pubic hair and underarm hair. Body odor also begins to increase for Dick and Jane. As they begin to show an interest in new grooming habits, shaving and applying deodorant will become a new part of their routine. At this time, girls will also experience a significant change in their body's shape. Their hips will widen, and their breasts will begin to develop. Meanwhile, boys will experience changes to their voice. Their voice begins to deepen as their voice box, or larynx, grows larger. During this time, their voices may crack while they are talking. Changes to primary and secondary sex characteristics can be strange and embarrassing to both boys and girls when they begin. Because of this, it's important that they have enough information to understand the changes that their bodies are going through. This is why each of us had to have the uncomfortable experiences of our parents giving us the talk or watching those films in health class.
Imagine how uncomfortable these changes could be if you didn't know that they were coming. The physical changes of puberty can cause some social and emotional changes for Dick and Jane as well. Remember the release of gonadotrophins, androgens, and estrogens we mentioned earlier? These are the so-called raging hormones experienced during puberty. Dick and Jane's bodies are adjusting to these fluctuating hormone levels. Mood swings can occur while their bodies are getting used to these new chemical reactions, and emotions may alternate from sad to irritable to happy to angry for little or no apparent reason. The physical and emotional changes that are faced during puberty also result in new and unfamiliar social experiences for Dick and Jane. For example, they may start to be treated differently as their body changes are noticed by others. Or they may start to notice that others are paying more attention to how they look. They may also begin to show romantic interest in others. Learning how to navigate these new social situations can be confusing. The changes of puberty are an inevitable part of growing up. Puberty refers to the transformations that occur as a child undergoes physical developmental changes resulting in the sexually mature body of an adult. Adolescent sexual development occurs during puberty and includes many physical, emotional, and social changes. Developmentally normal girls may experience puberty at any time between the ages of 8 to 15. For developmentally normal boys, puberty may occur at any time between the ages of 9 to 17. Two types of physical changes occur during puberty. These are changes to primary sex characteristics, or the sexual organs. There are also changes to secondary sex characteristics, or the visual changes that mark adult maturation. The physical changes of puberty can cause social and emotional changes as well.
When you think of human development, what is the first thing that comes to mind? Most likely, the first image you have is of a teenager going through the stages of puberty. This is because a great deal of attention is usually placed on this period in regard to physical development. But what happens when this stage is over? Do adults develop physically as well? What about psychological and emotional changes? Life would be pretty boring if we didn't continue to develop emotionally and psychologically. As adults, we continue to learn and gain experiences that change us. We also continue to develop physically as well, even though some of these physical changes may eventually progress in a negative manner. First, let's look at the physical changes that take place during adulthood. Because of the dramatic physical developments that take place earlier, it may seem that less attention is placed on physical development in the adult years. Let's find out if this assumption is true as we look at three main stages to physical development in adulthood: early adulthood, middle adulthood, and late adulthood. Early adulthood takes place roughly between the ages of 20 to 35. In early adulthood, a person may continue to add a bit of height and weight. Hormonal changes also continue to occur, but the effects are less pronounced than they were during adolescence. In terms of physical development, this period is the least dramatic. Middle adulthood takes place roughly between the ages of 35 and 65. In middle adulthood, we may start to see more noticeable changes again. Because we start to see and feel the physical changes in our bodies, we may begin to think about our physical development once more. One of the most noticeable changes is the loss of skin elasticity. Have you noticed how many different anti-aging creams there are available? Fine lines and wrinkles that begin to develop due to the loss of skin elasticity have definitely gotten some attention. Have you heard of any new diet supplements that help you lose weight? The weight gain associated with getting older has gained some attention as well. A person will also start to lose strength and flexibility. Thinning of the hair can also occur, and the hair that hasn't thinned may start to turn gray. In middle adulthood, women will also go through a process called menopause and lose the ability to reproduce. At some time around the age of 65, we enter the world of late adulthood. Yes, we will gain access to senior discounts, but the physical changes taking place in our bodies is a less positive result. More profound negative effects of aging will begin to take its toll on our bodies. This is the final stage of physical change. Those wrinkles will become more noticeable, and you may start to develop brown age spots on your skin. your reaction time begins to slow, and even if you've not needed glasses in the past, your deteriorating eyesight will most likely cause you to need them now. There are two main physical concerns associated with adult physical development that may become evident in late adulthood. First is the loss of bone mass, and second is loss of cognitive function. Other physical concerns may also occur, such as arthritis, heart disease, diabetes, and malnutrition due to an inability to absorb vitamins and nutrients. While age-related changes cannot entirely be stopped, the symptoms can often be managed with proper diet, exercise, and medical care. Now that you've had an overview of the physical changes associated with adulthood, let's look at the emotional and psychological changes that take place. In early adulthood, these changes are going to be more noticeable than the physical ones. This is an important stage in adult emotional and psychological development, and we strive to find our place in the world. During this time, important life decisions are made about career and living arrangements. As we find our way in the world and gain our independence, our independent choices and resulting emotional consequences can have a profound impact on our view of who we are. One of the largest aspects of this period of development is the importance that's placed on relationship formation in early adulthood. Developing our own intimate relationships can be challenging, and we have to learn to understand our new independent identities in order for these relationships to fully develop. Marriage and family formation typically occurs during early adulthood. Our emotional and psychological well-being is often tied to how successful we are at forming these relationships. As an example, let's imagine the difference in the emotional and psychological state of the following three scenarios. Bob is 27 years old and focused on the development of his career. He's highly successful at his job and has a few close friends. However, he has little time for romantic relationships. Shirley is 33 years old and has 2 young children. She married her college sweetheart, but unfortunately they were unable to make the marriage work. She still has a friendly relationship with her ex-husband, who is supportive of his children. Joe is 30 years old and married to his high school sweetheart. They have one 11-year-old son. He began working just after high school to support his family. Joe now spends his evenings attending community college. Each of you will have a different image of these individuals, but you will also have a unique view of how you see each individual's emotional and psychological state as well. You may have a positive or negative image of any of the previous examples. In the real world, the emotional and psychological changes that occur in early adulthood are similar to the way you formed an opinion of each different scenario. Now that we're leaving early adulthood, it's time to face that midlife crisis. During middle adulthood, we go through a whole other set of stressors. We have to face our lot in life and our perception of who we have become. Parent-child relationships begin to change as children grow up, and we may become caregivers to aging parents. We also start to realize that we have less time ahead of us to make our lives turn out the way we want them to. A person's interpretation of any past regrets plays an important role in their emotional and psychological well-being during middle adulthood. The good news is that for most of us, this actually is a time in our lives where more life experience, concern for the world around us, and a firm understanding of who we are provide us with the stability and confidence to face these challenges head-on. Finally, we enter late adulthood, which comes with its own unique set of emotional and psychological strain. Late adulthood involves a mixture of gains and losses. On one hand, there's the freedom of retirement, grown children, and fewer responsibilities. On the other hand, there's concern about physical health and the realization of one's mortality and potential for social isolation. In late adulthood, a person is at a greater risk to become depressed and lonely. Most likely this is due to a sense of loss of the activities and people who gave their life meaning. However, those who maintain family bonds, friendships, and stay active in their community are more likely to have positive emotional and psychological well-being during late adulthood. Throughout adulthood, our bodies continue to change, and we continue to learn and grow through experiences. Early adulthood, middle adulthood, and late adulthood are the 3 main stages of physical, emotional, and psychological development. In terms of physical development, early adulthood is the least dramatic. This stage takes place from approximately 20 to 35 years of age. Major physical changes may not occur, but as we strive to find our place in the world, this is an important stage in emotional and psychological development. We start to notice physical changes again as we go through middle adulthood in between the ages of 35 and 65. We also have to face many emotional and psychological changes in our lives as our parent-child relationships change and we look back at our lives knowing we have a more limited amount of time to accomplish our goals. Late adulthood, occurring after the age of 65, can be both positive and negative. We may experience fewer responsibilities, new relationships with grown children and grandchildren, declining physical health, and even social isolation. Those who remain active in their community and maintain bonds with friends and family will have the best outcomes during late adulthood. Our adult human development remains interesting as we continue to face physical, emotional, and psychological changes throughout our lives.
Meet 2-year-old Ronnie. Ronnie is fascinated by small objects. He will spend hours picking up small items to examine them, and he's learning how to manipulate them with his hands. Why is Ronnie obsessed with this behavior? One answer to this question may be that he's going through one of the sensitive periods of development. Sensitive periods is a term developed by the Dutch geneticist Hugo de Vries and later used by the Italian educator Maria Montessori. The term refers to several overlapping periods of development where a child is sensitive to a particular stimuli or type of interaction. According to Montessori, from birth until about the age of 6, we seem to learn from our environment without any conscious effort. Young children become skilled at numerous activities without formal instruction. They may not even be aware that they're learning. According to supporters of the idea of sensitive periods, this occurs because it's very easy for children to acquire certain abilities during a specific sensitive period. Also, once a sensitive period is passed, the development of the brain has progressed past the point where that particular ability can be easily absorbed. After this, the ability must be formally taught. It will take a great deal of effort to learn and will not be as readily acquired by the child. Montessori also notes that there are 5 observable behaviors that characterize the sensitive periods. First, you will see the child engaged in a clear activity with a beginning, middle, and end. Second, the activity will be irresistible to the child. Third, the child will return to the activity again and again. Fourth, the child will develop an emotional attachment to the activity. And fifth, the child will appear satisfied when the activity is completed. Let's use Ronnie again to illustrate these observable behaviors. Ronnie is clearly engaged in the activity of stringing buttons. The activity begins with a string and some large buttons, which he will continue to add to the string until he has used all of the buttons. He will always choose this activity when it is presented, and he will do it over and over again. If the activity is taken away before he is finished, Ronnie will cry and throw a tantrum. If he completes the activity to his satisfaction, he is always happy and calm afterwards. Now that you know what a sensitive period is in general and how it's characterized, you probably want to know what the specific sensitive periods are and when they occur. Some sources will break the sensitive periods into chronological order. Others will split the sensitive periods into categories and then subcategories. For the purpose of this lesson, we'll keep it simple and describe the 5 main categories of sensitive periods that occur between birth and age 6. These categories are language, order, sensory skills, motor skills, and social skills. The first sensitive period category is language. This category takes place from birth all the way to 6 years old. During this sensitive period, a child will be extremely sensitive to vocal sounds and mimicking. A child will be more attracted to human speech than to other sounds in their environment during this period. Without language stimulation at this time, severe language deficits can occur. The second sensitive period category is order. This period occurs roughly between the ages of 1 to 3 years old. During this period, a child is learning to draw conclusions and organize information to make sense of the environment. There are 4 subgroups: spatial order, social order, sensory order, and temporal order. If a child is unable to accomplish these skills during this period, they may later experience difficulty with reasoning and learning. The third sensitive period category is sensory skills. This period occurs between birth to about 4 years old. During this period, the brain is quickly developing and is taking in information about the world through sensory input. If a child does not take in enough sensory information during this period, they may have difficulty discriminating between what sensory stimuli is important and what is not. The fourth sensitive period category is motor skills. This period occurs roughly between the ages of 18 months to 4 years old. Motor skills can be split into two categories: gross motor skills and fine motor skills. Gross motor skills involve the use of large muscle groups for activities such as walking or reaching for objects. Basic motor skills are usually in place at the beginning of the sensitive period, and the focus will shift to that of fine motor skills. Fine motor skills include activities like learning to use scissors or draw with a crayon. Hand and eye coordination is also increased at this time. If fine motor skills are not well developed during this period, it will take a great deal of effort for a child to learn them. The fifth sensitive period category involves social skills. This period occurs from about 30 months to 6 years old. At this time, a child begins to notice the social environment. They will begin to observe behavior closely and learn what's expected of them as well as others in various situations. Children who are deprived of varied social interactions during this period will be less socially competent and may not handle social situations in an acceptable way. Sensitive periods are several overlapping periods of development where a child is sensitive to a particular stimuli or type of interaction. The term was developed by a Dutch geneticist named Hugo de Vries and used by the Italian educator Maria Montessori. Young children seem to learn many different skills without any conscious effort between birth and the age of 6. They may not even be aware that they are learning. This ability may exist because it is very easy for a child to learn certain abilities during a specific sensitive period. Once a specific sensitive period is over, it can be much more difficult to learn a skill, and it will require formal teaching. Sensitive periods are characterized by 5 observable behaviors. There will be involvement in a clear activity with a beginning, middle, and end. The activity will be irresistible to the child, and they will return to the activity over and over. The child will also develop an emotional attachment to the activity and will appear satisfied when the activity is completed to their liking. For the purpose of this lesson, we will keep it simple and describe 5 main categories of sensitive periods that occur between the ages of birth and 6. These categories are language, order, sensory skills, motor skills, and social skills. A newborn enters the world. He quickly recognizes his mother's soothing voice, but sounds he does not recognize in the environment grasp his attention quickly and often startle him. A 3-month-old has a favorite stuffed animal that she holds frequently. Other than wanting it near, she seems to pay little attention to it. When she is given a new stuffed animal of another color, she examines the toy closely. A 4-month-old will happily eat his banana baby food, but puts up a fight about eating new foods that are introduced as his mother tries to feed him. These are all examples of habituation. Habituation is a decrease in response to a stimulus after repeated exposure to the same stimulus. In other words, repeated stimuli receive progressively less processing from the brain. Because of this, novel information and repeated information are treated differently by the brain. It's been shown that infants habituate to different stimuli, and they use this habituation to draw conclusions and learn about their environment. Habituation can affect this learning process in different ways. Many important studies of infant perceptual development have relied on the concept of habituation. Perceptual development refers to the development of the 5 senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. Let's look at this perceptual development in an infant. What do we know about the development of the 5 senses at this stage? We used to believe that newborn babies were extremely limited in their perceptions of the world around them. A couple of old myths that illustrate this are that babies cannot see at birth or are colorblind, and that babies cannot hear at birth because their ears are filled with mucus and fluid. We now know that notions like this are false and that newborns have some amazing capabilities. Hearing. An infant can hear and react to sound even before he is born. In the uterus, an unborn child hears familiar voices, its mother's heartbeat, and other internal sounds. These familiar sounds often comfort them once they are born. Have you ever seen a baby become calm at the sound of a mother's voice or ocean sounds? This may be because these sounds are already familiar to them. The child may startle at sudden loud noises as well. Sounds like this are less familiar to the infant. Differentiation between unfamiliar and familiar sounds will eventually assist with the process of learning verbal language. Sight. A newborn's vision at birth is about 2200. He can clearly focus on objects about 7 to 18 inches away, and his favorite thing to look at is the human face. This is convenient since 7 to 18 inches is also about the same distance as a mother's face while the child is being held or fed. A newborn prefers contrasting dark and light color patterns or shiny, slow-moving objects. If an object catches the newborn's attention, he can track its movement in an arc above its head. This is a far cry from the myth that babies cannot see at birth. Smell. From the time of birth, an infant can distinguish his mother's scent. He can even tell the difference between his mother's breast milk and formula or another mother's breast milk. In the first week of life, he will learn the differences in smells and start to prefer pleasant scents to unpleasant ones. Taste. Unsurprisingly, an infant will prefer sweet-tasting substances. This makes sense since breast milk is a sweet-tasting substance. He will distinguish and react differently to salty, bitter, or sour substances as well. Since an infant is only fed breast milk or formula in the first few months of life, the introduction of new taste requires some adjustment. It may take a few attempts, but over time, he will learn to tolerate and even like new tastes. Touch. Inside the uterus, the unborn child is used to the feel of pressure all around them. For this reason, swaddling newborns in a tight blanket helps them feel secure and helps them transition to the outside world. He will not like the discomfort of being too cold or too hot. An infant also likes to be caressed, held, and snuggled. In fact, he needs these nurturing touches in order to thrive. It is important that our infant's environment is safe because as he explores the world around him, you can often observe him touching everything within his reach with both his hands and his mouth. Our insight into what newborns can perceive has changed dramatically from the past belief that the perceptions are extremely limited. An infant can recognize many things in the world around them through this perceptual development, or the development of the five senses. An infant can distinguish pleasant and unpleasant odors and identify his mother's smell at birth. He can also distinguish her voice and be startled by unfamiliar sounds. His vision allows him to focus clearly on his mother's face during feeding time and track movement. The sweet taste of breast milk is pleasing to an infant's taste buds, and he can distinguish other less familiar tastes as well. He likes to be held, be warm and comfortable, and needs to feel pleasant touch to thrive. Many important studies on infant perceptual development have relied on the concept of habituation. Habituation is a decrease in response to a stimulus after repeated exposure to the same stimulus. In other words, the brain needs to spend less time processing something the more familiar with it is. Novel information will be treated differently by the brain than repeated information. Infants use habituation to draw conclusions and learn about their environment. Meet Matthew. When Matthew was just a newborn, he was able to learn about the world around him from his senses. For example, he could tell if a blanket was soft or which direction a sound was coming from. As an infant, Matthew experiences all of the sensory input that is occurring at any given time. By the time he is 2 years old, something has changed. Matthew can now use his senses in a planned way to gain information about an object. For instance, he may see how tightly he can squeeze the dog's tail before it will bark, or discover that the red button on the remote makes the TV turn on. Instead of being bombarded with sensory input, Matthew is learning to pay attention to specific pieces of his environment. 7-year-old Matthew can be found practicing the piano. He has to focus on the notes on the sheet music and pick out the correct ones to play. He can do this for a long enough period of time to play the entire piece. Matthew can filter out distractions and make changes in pitch or rhythm as he plays. He has learned to perform different activities with each hand at the same time, and sometimes he even sings along as he plays. This is an example of a child who is able to apply his perceptual learning to much more than just basic differences in sound, touch, noise, taste, or sight. How does Matthew's ability to focus his attention create these differences in perceptual learning abilities as he grows older? Attention is the concentration of the mind on a single person, object, or task. As our infant becomes a toddler, the changes in their capacity for attention affects their perceptual development. These changes include longer attention spans, selectivity about what they focus on, and the ability to use their senses to accomplish goals. In other words, the development of attention allows a child to learn to use their senses in strategic ways to gather information about their environment. How is this different from the way Matthew learned as an infant? For one thing, as an infant, Matthew did not choose what aspects of his environment he would notice. If a rattle is shaken in front of him, he hears and sees the rattle. If a rattle and a bell are shaken in front of him, he sees and hears both items. As Matthew gets older, he becomes able to choose which sound to attend to. If the rattle and bell are both shaken in front of him, he can choose one stimuli to focus on and ignore the other. The length of time he can spend focusing on one item is increasing as well. He can focus on the bell instead of the rattle, and also listen long enough to recognize a short tune, such as Jingle Bells. We have now seen to some degree that as Matthew progresses through childhood, his ability to experience attention will progress as well. To illustrate this, let's look at how Matthew becomes a remote control expert that develops into a young piano player. We'll do this by considering 5 categories of attention that continue to develop as a child develops. First up is focused attention. This refers to the ability to give a specific response to a particular stimulus. Here's an example. Matthew wants to watch television, so let's make this the stimulus. He knows that his mother uses the remote control to turn on the television, so he will bring the remote to her whenever he wants to watch a show. Next, sustained attention refers to the ability to hold focused attention on a task for a period of time. This is also sometimes referred to as attention span. Let's go back to our example. Matthew has been watching his mother after he brings her the remote. He is now able to hold his attention on what is happening for a long enough period of time to see that she pushes the buttons when she wants to work the television. Selective attention is the ability to focus on one stimulus when presented with many stimuli. Now that Matthew knows you push buttons to work the television, he begins to play with the remote control. Soon, the television comes on. After a few more pushes, Matthew figures out which button on the remote makes this happen. He accomplishes this by focusing his attention on one of the many buttons on the remote control. Alternating attention is the capacity to shift attention back and forth between different tasks. Soon, Matthew has figured out which buttons on the remote perform other tasks, such as changing the channels on the television. He shifts his attention back and forth between the television show and the remote control as he decides which channel he wants to watch. Finally, divided attention refers to the ability to divide attention between 2 tasks simultaneously. Matthew has become such an expert at using his attention skills that he no longer has to alternate his attention between the television and the remote when he wants to change the channel. He can focus on doing both at the same time. Now that Matthew has mastered the art of being a couch potato, his mom thinks that she needs to find a more productive use of these newly learned abilities. Matthew is getting piano lessons. Luckily for Matthew, he's mastered the attention skills that are necessary to be successful at this complicated task. As a child grows, they are able to apply perceptual learning to much more than decoding basic sensory input. The influence of attention plays a big role in this development. Attention is the concentration of the mind on a single person, object, or task. We have considered 5 ways attention affects perceptual development. Focused attention is the ability to give a specific response to a particular stimulus. Sustained attention, or attention span, is the ability to hold focused attention on a task for a period of time. Selective attention is the ability to focus on one stimulus when presented with many stimuli. Alternating attention is the capacity to shift attention back and forth between different tasks. And divided attention is the ability to divide attention between 2 tasks simultaneously. Changes in the capacity for attention affect perceptual development. Because of this, the development of attention allows a child to learn to use their senses in strategic ways and develop new skills. Bob remembers taking Sunday drives through the country when he was a young man. The smell of the newly cut hay in the air was irresistible. Sometimes he would stop to put out a blanket and enjoy the warm sun on his skin. This is one of his most enjoyable memories. Recently, Bob was feeling a bit nostalgic, and he took a similar Sunday drive. Bob saw some farmers cutting hay, but he couldn't smell the hay. Also, the sunlight didn't seem to warm him as he remembered. Bob did not enjoy the drive the way that he did when he was younger. Bob wonders what has changed. Why isn't the experience the way that he remembers it? Why couldn't he smell the newly cut hay? Why didn't the sunlight feel warm on his skin? The answer to Bob's question is that the sensory environment hasn't changed, but Bob has. He's found out that sensory perception changes as we grow into late adulthood. These changes can affect his enjoyment of an activity, like it did in the example of the Sunday drive. Sensory changes that occur with aging can also affect appetite, social involvement, and ability to perform tasks. Changes in sensory thresholds are one reason for this age-related change in sensory perception. A sensory threshold is the level of strength a stimulus must reach to be perceived. Let's discuss 2 types of sensory thresholds: absolute thresholds and differential thresholds. The lowest level of strength necessary for sensory detection is called an absolute threshold. An example of an absolute threshold would be the exact point that a sound becomes just loud enough to be noticed. The differential threshold is the smallest amount of change necessary to determine a stimulus has become stronger. This is also known as the just noticeable difference. For example, imagine you're holding identical weights in each hand while wearing a blindfold. If I were to gradually add a very small amount of weight to one hand, you would reach the differential threshold at the exact point where you were able to notice that one side is heavier than the other. In order to understand changes in sensory perception that occur with age, it's important that we understand these sensory thresholds. This is because as we get older, these sensory thresholds change and our perceptions of the surrounding environment changes with them. Changes to Bob's sensory thresholds are what caused him to have a different sensory experience when he went on a Sunday drive as a young man compared to when he went on a Sunday drive as an old man. This made the smell of the newly cut hay and warmth of the sunlight less noticeable to Bob when he was older. Typically, aging will increase sensory thresholds. This in turn decreases our sensory awareness, which means that the amount of stimulation needed for sensory awareness must increase. Now that we understand sensory thresholds and their effect on our sensory perception, let's look at some common sensory changes that occur as we reach late adulthood. Hearing. As we age, our ability to detect sounds typically decreases in both ears. This is especially true of high-frequency sounds. It may also become difficult to understand speech when there's background noise or to differentiate between certain sounds. Presbycusis is the term used for age-related hearing loss that gradually occurs as people get older. This hearing loss can be managed in different ways. The most common way is the use of a hearing aid. Vision. As we age, our vision changes as well. Visual acuity, or sharpness of vision, typically declines. The visual field, or area in which objects can be seen, becomes smaller. Reduced peripheral vision is also a concern. Presbyopia,
or difficulty focusing the eyes on close objects is the most common visual problem associated with aging. This can usually be corrected with glasses or contact lens. Touch. As we age, our sense of touch may become less sensitive, or the sensations may change. This is important because the sense of touch also includes being aware of pain, temperature, and body position. An older person may have a reduced sensitivity to pain. This may sound great, but it can be a problem. Imagine not realizing that an injury is severe because the pain does not significantly bother you. Decreased temperature sensitivity may also occur with age. If it becomes difficult to tell the difference between cool and cold, or warm and hot, an increased risk of injury can occur. The ability to perceive where your body is in relation to the floor is another concern that can occur with aging. This may cause difficulty walking and increases the risk of injury from falling. Taste. As we age, the number of taste buds that we have in our mouth decreases, and the taste buds that are left become less sensitive. Sweet and salty tastes are the first to go, followed by bitter and sour. This increased sensory threshold for taste can cause loss of appetite in older people. If a person no longer enjoys eating as they get older, they may not eat enough or may not eat enough healthy foods. This could result in malnutrition. Smell. As we age, our sense of smell begins to diminish as well. This may be due to a loss of nerve endings and a decreased amount of mucus being produced in the nose. This diminished sense of smell can also have a negative impact on appetite because of its close relation to the sense of taste. It can also be dangerous because we rely on our sense of smell to warn us of hazards in the environment. A simple example of this would be the danger of not smelling the smoke from a fire that is just starting. Changes in sensory thresholds are one reason for age-related changes in our sensory experiences. A sensory threshold is the level of strength a stimulus must reach to be perceived. Two types of sensory thresholds are absolute thresholds and differential thresholds. The absolute threshold is the lowest level of strength necessary for sensory detection. The differential threshold is the smallest amount of change necessary to determine a stimulus has become stronger. As we get older, sensory thresholds change, and our perception of the surrounding environment changes with them. Sensory thresholds typically increase with aging. This means that the amount of stimulation needed for sensory awareness must increase as well. Remember Bob? The changes that he experienced in sensory perception with age are one example of the difference a change in sensory thresholds can make. A decreased sensitivity to taste and smell can cause a loss of appetite, which could result in malnutrition. Decreased smell could also impede the ability to detect a danger. A less sensitive sense of touch can result in reduced sensitivity to pain, decreased temperature sensitivity, and difficulty perceiving where your body is in relation to the floor. Vision and hearing difficulties that result from changes in sensory perception can also be problematic. However, these difficulties can usually be managed with glasses, contact lens, or a hearing aid. Imagine yourself standing outside your house on a normal day. You can see the sunlight and feel its warmth on your face. You feel the wind blowing and see the breeze moving through the leaves on the trees. Maybe you can hear birds, cars driving by, or people talking. Perhaps you can smell your neighbor cooking some steaks on his grill. You take a drink of your lemonade and realize you didn't add sugar. It makes your eyes water because it's so sour. This scenario is just an example of how much input we are constantly getting from our senses. What would happen if this input were not there? First, let's take away your sense of smell. You now have no idea that your neighbor is grilling a steak. Next, we'll take away your sense of taste so that you can't tell your lemonade is too sour. It doesn't seem too bad so far. Sure, you may miss out on a steak dinner because you don't know that your neighbor's grilling and you should stop by, but you also miss out on the shock of your sour lemonade. Now we take away your sense of touch. You can't feel the breeze or the sun on your face, and you can't tell how tightly you're holding your glass. Oops! The glass drops on the ground and shatters because your grip wasn't tight enough.
This is starting to become a bit of a problem. Let's take away sound and see what happens. No more birds, cars, or people talking. It's a good thing you can still see. Oh no, we're taking that away next. Living without sensory input would be difficult. When someone loses one or two senses, they can often use the remaining senses to compensate. But if we lost all sensory input, we would be completely lost. A condition in which a person receives little or no sensory input is known as sensory deprivation. Sometimes partial sensory deprivation is used as a form of therapy, and it can provoke a sense of well-being. A float tank is often used to create the therapeutic environment. This type of therapy can be beneficial when it's used properly. It induces deep relaxation, which can in turn produce a healing effect. However, generally speaking, sensory deprivation is not a good thing. Sensory deprivation during developmental periods and long-term sensory deprivation have negative effects. Imagine going without sensory input for a couple of days. First, you could lose your sense of time. Then, you may even start to hallucinate. You hear strange sounds that aren't there, or imagine that you can see something, even though it's completely dark. You may even lose your sense of identity, and you could become depressed or angry. This total sensory deprivation is an extreme example, but less dramatic sensory deprivation can still have profound effects in a person. If someone is deprived of one or more senses for a long period of time, it can have a significant impact on their further life experiences, personal relationships, physical health, and mental well-being. Now imagine a child experiences this sensory deprivation during an important developmental period of their life. Our brain growth is dependent on our experience to a great extent, and our experiences are produced by our senses. One known aspect of early sensory experience is the ability to distinguish pleasure from pain. Without the experience of pleasant sensations during early brain development, the brain only learns to react to unpleasant stimulation. This may cause a negative reaction to pleasant stimulation later in life because the brain processes the information in the same way as it would negative stimulation. In fact, more emotional damage can occur from sensory deprivation than from a traumatic experience. This effect was demonstrated years ago when a researcher named Harry Harlow separated newborn rhesus monkeys from their mothers and raised them in isolation and without touch. Their brain's ability to differentiate the sensations of pleasure and pain was impaired later, causing the juvenile and adult monkeys to react to any touch with extreme violence and agitation. The link between sensory stimulation and brain development is still being researched. This is an important link that we are learning more about every day. To help understand the idea better, let's compare a developing child to a growing plant. A child needs sensory input to develop properly, just like the plant needs good soil, air, water, and sunlight to thrive. Any change to the environment will change the plant's development. If a plant is not receiving enough sunlight, it will produce a leaf that's small and yellow instead of green. If the plant doesn't receive enough water, it will begin to wilt. Just like the plant, a developing child's brain needs different sensory experiences to grow in a normal way. Sensory deprivation that limits or diminishes the quality or quantity of sensory experience during developmental periods may alter or slow a child's development and can be permanent. Sensory deprivation during early developmental years has been linked to later life issues such as attention deficit, anger, aggression, depression, and sensory integration issues. Sensory deprivation is a condition in which a person receives little or no sensory input. Sometimes partial sensory deprivation is used as a form of therapy. However, sensory deprivation is usually not a good thing. Long-term sensory deprivation and sensory deprivation during developmental periods have a negative effect. When someone loses one or two senses, it is possible for their brain to compensate. Living and learning without sensory input would be difficult, but without any sensory input, we would be completely lost. If you experience total sensory deprivation for a couple of days, you would lose your concept of time. You may even start to hallucinate, lose your sense of identity, and become depressed or angry. Even partial sensory deprivation, or being deprived of one or more senses for a long period of time, can have a significant impact. This is especially true if it occurs during important developmental periods of the child's life. This is because our experiences are provided by our senses, and our brain's growth is mostly dependent on our experience. Because of this, a child needs sensory input to develop properly. Like a plant needs good soil, air, water, and sunlight to thrive. Just as a change in the plant's environment will change its growth and development, loss of sensory input will affect a child's development. Limiting the quality or quantity of sensory input during developmental periods can be permanent, may alter a child's development, and may slow developmental progress. Later life issues such as attention deficit, anger, aggression, depression, and sensory integration issues have been linked to sensory deprivation during early developmental years.
Right now, as you watch this video, you are exercising your attention. Attention is a topic that has been studied often by cognitive psychologists. It refers to focusing and processing information from our surroundings. While it involves our tending to facets of our environment, the nature of our attention can vary from event to event. There are four main types of attention that we use in our daily lives: selective attention, divided attention, sustained attention, and executive attention. Selective attention. Have you ever been at a loud concert or a busy restaurant and you are trying to listen to the person you are with? While it can be hard to hear every word, you can usually pick up most of the conversation if you're trying hard enough. This is because you are choosing to focus on this one person's voice, as opposed to, say, the people speaking around you. Selective attention takes place when we block out certain features of our environment and focus on one particular feature, like the conversation you're having with your friend. Divided attention. Do you ever do two things at once? If you're like most people, you do that a lot. Maybe you talk to a friend on the phone while you're straightening up the house. Nowadays, there are people everywhere texting on their phone while they're spending time with someone. When we are paying attention to two things at once, we are using divided attention. Some instances of divided attention are easier to manage than others. For example, straightening up the home while talking on the phone may not be hard if there's not much of a mess to focus on. Texting while you are trying to talk to someone in front of you, however, is much more difficult. Both age and the degree to which you are accustomed to dividing your attention make a difference in how adept at it you are. Sustained attention. Are you someone who can work at one task for a long time? If you are good at using sustained attention. This happens when we can concentrate on a task, event, or feature in our environment for a prolonged period of time. Think about people you've watched who spend a lot of time working on a project like painting, or even listening intently to another share their story. Sustained attention is also commonly referred to as one's attention span. It takes place when we can continually focus on one thing happening rather than losing focus and having to keep bringing it back. People can get better at sustained attention as they practice it. Executive attention. Do you feel able to focus intently enough to create goals and monitor your progress? If you are inclined to do these things, you are displaying executive attention. Executive attention is particularly good at blocking out unimportant features of the environment and attending to what really matters. It is the attention we use when we are making steps toward a particular end. For example, maybe you need to finish a research project by the end of the day. You might start by making a plan, or you might jump into it and attack different parts of it as they come. You keep track of what you've done, what more you have to do, and how you are progressing. You are focusing on these things in order to reach the goal of a finished research paper. That is using your executive attention. Researchers have studied how attention changes over our lifetime, especially our sustained attention. Lucy is 5 years old. Her mother puts Barney on the television for her while she makes lunch in the kitchen. Her mother hopes that Lucy will stay interested and seated long enough for her to finish up, but as usual, Lucy is not able to stay focused for more than 15 minutes. At first she was mesmerized with the show, but then she loses interest and comes over to tug at her mom. Lucy's attention span is typical for her age. Researchers tell us that in order to find a child's sustained attention, we should take their age and multiply it by 2 or 3. Then we will have the approximate amount of minutes they can be attentive. Since Lucy is 5 years old, we take 3 times 5, which equals the 15 minutes she watched Barney. During middle childhood, or between the ages of 7 and 11, children have an increased and more controlled attention span. and by age 12, the beginning of adolescence, they have an even longer sustained attention, usually up to 30 or 45 minutes. Once we hit adulthood, there is some growth and fine-tuning of our attention abilities, but no major milestones. This is also affected by our present-day exposure to media, which offers us information quickly and with constant attention-changing stimuli. Once we hit older adulthood, however, more noticeable changes begin to take place. Jack has just turned 80. He notices that he has trouble focusing and thinking as quickly as he used to. For example, when he is driving and trying to make a turn at an intersection, he finds it difficult to know what stimuli to pay attention to first: the cars around him, the cars coming toward him, or the light. He was told by his son that he might need to stop driving, and he is frustrated by the changes aging brings. Jack is not alone. It has been discovered that older adults commonly have decreased attention than middle-aged and younger adults. Specifically, selective attention is usually more difficult, as are divided and executive attention. Sustained attention decreases most clearly after about 77 years. While these decreases in attention generally take place, there are also exceptions where older adults have the same kind of attention as they did in their middle adult years. To review, attention refers to the focusing and processing of information from our surroundings. There are 4 different types of attention: selective, or a focus on one thing at a time; divided, or a focus on 2 events at once; sustained, or a focus for a long period of time; and executive, or a focus on completing steps to achieve a goal. Sustained attention, or attention span, has been studied often by researchers with regard to its changes during life. Typically, children have shorter attention spans, with the length increasing into adolescence and adulthood, and then decreasing in late adulthood. When you look at your computer, do you think of your brain? It might sound like a strange idea, but it's pretty much the connection psychologists have drawn in the development of the information processing theory. With the momentum of technology in the past few decades, there have been comparisons made between the way a computer operates and the way our mind does. Just as a computer receives, stores, and brings up information, so do our minds as we live day by day. As the theory outlines, there are 4 steps in processing and handling events from our surroundings: attending, encoding, storing, and retrieving. Let's follow Jessica's story in order to watch the process unfold. Jessica is 16 years old. She goes to visit her grandmother today, and they talk once again about her goals to become a doctor. Her face lights up as her grandmother tells her she is going to be a wonderful doctor and help so many people. She says, "Remember, Jessica, you can do anything you want if you keep believing in yourself." Years go by, and Jessica never forgets her grandmother's words of encouragement. When she is a senior in college, she becomes very discouraged by her difficult classes and worries about getting into med school. But every time she wonders if she can achieve her goal, she reminds herself of her grandmother's words. In fact, she will remember those words even once she becomes a doctor. Jessica went through all the stages of information processing in her time with her grandmother and thereafter. The first stage she went through was attending. In this stage, she was listening and paying close attention to her grandmother's words that she could do whatever she wanted if she believed in herself. When we attend or focus on an event or a conversation, we are preparing ourselves to receive it. The second stage Jessica went through was encoding. This is what happened when she was taking in her grandmother's words. If she was neither paying attention to them nor placing any importance on them, she would not have encoded them. The third stage was storing. In this stage, her grandmother's words were entering her memory bank, ready to be called upon at some other time. The final stage was retrieving. This happened when Jessica went through a tough time in college and looked back on her grandmother's words, bringing them up to her conscious awareness. She retrieved this information in order to use it. A huge part of information processing is its description of memory. The theory lists 3 stages of our memory that work together in this order: sensory memory, short-term or working memory, and long-term memory. Sensory memory. This initial stage involves our senses picking up on features from our environment. It occurs only for a few seconds before it is brought into our memory. For example, Jessica probably smelled the apple pie her grandmother was baking in the oven while they were having their conversation. If this was a common occurrence when she was at her grandmother's house, the sensory memory would be stored, and every time she smelled baked apple pie, she would feel like she was back there again. Short-term memory. This second stage is the first stop for incoming information. It holds only a certain amount of information for a brief amount of time, unless there is further processing into long-term memory. It is also referred to as one's working memory, as it serves any number of functions like remembering phone numbers, plans for the day, etc. Jessica made plans earlier in the week to meet with her grandmother and didn't use a planner, but the date and time remained in her short-term memory. Long-term memory. In this stage, the information we've received becomes implanted in our minds. There is no limit to the amount and types of information we can retain in this storehouse. We are not aware of every memory we have stored, but they are still there, simply not triggered. Jessica may not spend any time thinking of her grandmother's words during her career as a doctor. Until, that is, the memory is triggered by, let's say, people telling her they won't be able to do this or that with their future. While these stages display the order in which we interact with and retain information, they do not simply take place as we experience daily events. Not everything we experience goes directly into our short or long-term memory. In order for us to absorb the information around us and then take it into our levels of memory, there are certain things we have to do. These include using selective attention, maintenance rehearsal, and elaborative rehearsal. Selective attention. Before we take in some kind of information around us, we have to use our selective attention. This means blocking out other distractions and concentrating on one thing. When Jessica was talking to her grandmother, there could have been loud noises coming from the outside window. The television could have been on in the background. When her grandmother was talking, Jessica could have focused in on those other sounds or dismissed her words, in which case she would not have paid the attention necessary for her to receive the message. But she chose to focus on the statement. After focusing, Jessica would then have to rehearse the statement in order to retain it. Maintenance rehearsal. In order to get and keep information in our short-term memory, we have to do what's called maintenance rehearsal. Maintenance rehearsal involves repeating information mentally over and over. Many of us have experienced studying for a test or quiz and repeating definitions over and over. This is an example of rehearsing information so it stays in our mind. Rehearsing keeps information in our short-term or working memory, and with repeated rehearsal over time, material can enter our long-term memory. In order to increase the likelihood that information will be remembered long-term, we combine maintenance rehearsal with elaborative rehearsal. Elaborative rehearsal. During elaborative rehearsal, we are bringing information further into our minds by relating it to ideas and concepts that are already in our long-term memory. In other words, we make connections between what we are picking up and what we have already picked up. In Jessica's case, maybe she related what her grandmother told her about being able to achieve anything to her father's career story of going from the janitor to the manager of a company. If she made that connection when she heard from her grandmother, it can hold even more significance to her and therefore be even more memorable. To review, information processing is a theory that describes the stages that occur when we interact with and take in various kinds of information from our daily environment. These stages in order include attending, encoding, storing, retrieving. Information processing also talks about 3 stages of receiving information into our memory. These include sensory memory, short-term memory, and long-term memory. In order to keep information in our short-term or working memory, we need to rehearse it. And in order to bring information into our long-term memory, we need to rehearse it through elaborative rehearsing or making connections with already obtained information. Children go through various stages of internal development as they grow. But what is the first step into this world of development? It takes place right after birth and has been labeled by Jean Piaget as the sensorimotor stage. This stage describes a child's use of his or her senses to interact with their world. There are 6 substages within the sensorimotor stage: the use of reflexes, primary circular reactions, secondary circular reactions, coordination of secondary circular reactions, tertiary circular reactions, and coordination of tertiary circular reactions. Say hello to the Hamilton family. This family has agreed to let us observe their newborn Henry over the course of his childhood to see how these stages operate in his daily life. The use of reflexes. Henry is a month old, and we see him suddenly suck on his thumb and the ear of his teddy bear. He also grabs his mother's finger as her hand comes into the crib. He is exhibiting the use of his reflexes or his automatic behavior in response to certain stimuli. His thumb and the bear lead him to want a second bite, and his mother's finger draws him in to reach and grab. Primary circular reactions. We have waited a few months to check in on Henry again. Now he is repeating behaviors we saw the first month. He is continuing to suck on his thumb and grab his mother's finger, though he is no longer biting his teddy bear's ear. We are told by Piaget that in this stage, infants purposely repeat behaviors for gratification's sake. Henry may have been first doing these actions a few months ago, but he did so unintentionally. Now he is repeating them because he likes the end result. Secondary circular reactions. Henry is now 7 months old, and we see him hitting at the spinning mobile above his crib. His mother tells us that one day she picked him up out of his crib and his hand accidentally hit the toy. He gazed at it while it spinned and started smiling. He then hit it on purpose, to watch it spin faster. Now he continues to hit it from time to time as he smiles and giggles. This describes secondary circular reactions. Both this and primary circular reactions start with an accidental finding, though secondary reactions do not apply to reflexes but to chosen behavior. Coordination of secondary circular reactions. Up until this stage, Henry discovers actions and results accidentally. Now he is displaying initial actions upon his environment on purpose. For example, Henry sees part of his teddy bear underneath his blanket. He wants to grab it, so he picks up and moves his blanket out of the way, and then grabs and holds his bear. A few days later, his blanket covers his bear again. However, this time he can't see the bear at all. In the past, Henry would cry uncontrollably because he would think his bear was gone. Now, however, he knows it must be somewhere, so he looks around his crib and eventually under the blanket. The understanding that objects still exist even when they are not seen illustrates a major milestone at this age, which is called object permanence. This is also the stage at which kids start enjoying playing peekaboo. Tertiary circular reactions. It's a few months later, and we can see that Henry is now repeating behavior such as grabbing for certain toys or driving his toy car on the floor. This stage is similar to the previous ones in that Henry is repeating purposeful behavior for a pleasurable result. Now, however, he seems to be showing some variation in the action. Today he is no longer just driving the car against the floor, he is now driving it against the wall, on his other toys, and on his mother's arm. Coordination of tertiary circular reactions. About 6 months have passed, and Henry seems to be developing his imagination. He wants to play cars again, but he can't find any of his cars, so he grabs one of his Legos, makes car noises, and starts gliding it across the floor and making it jump over his toys. This is the beginning of Henry having mental symbols of objects, which means he can visualize objects, like cars, and then represent them through other means, like Legos. This is how children take part in pretend play, beginning in this stage of development. To review, Piaget explained that infants are in a sensorimotor stage of development. This means they are using their senses to interact with their world. Infants go through 6 substages within the sensorimotor stage of development. The use of reflexes is where the infant instinctively responds to outer stimuli. Primary circular reactions takes place when the infant repeats instinctive behavior for gratification. Secondary circular reactions explain purposeful behavior that is chosen after discovering it accidentally. Coordination of secondary circular reactions is the infant's first chosen actions on his or her environment. Tertiary circular reactions describe an infant showing variations of certain actions. And the last stage, coordination of tertiary circular reactions, happens as the infant sees mental images of objects and represents them in pretend play. Childhood is a time for exploring the world and gaining some understanding of it. While infants stumble their way through new experiences and the use of their senses, children are at a place where they can attribute meaning and order to their surroundings. They start realizing how things work and operate. Perhaps no psychologist in history has explained the stages of childhood mental growth better than Jean Piaget. In another lesson, we looked at his stages of development during infancy. Today we will be observing a little girl named Laura who will show us Piaget's cognitive stages during childhood. Laura is 5 years old. According to Piaget, she is going through a stage called pre-operational, which occurs between the ages of 2 and 7. The defining characteristic of this stage is inquisitiveness and the use of mental representations for objects. There are 2 substages within the pre-operational stage that reflect these tendencies: symbolic function and intuitive thought. Symbolic function refers to the use of mental representations for imagination and takes place between the ages of 2 and 4. When Laura pretends she is having tea and holds her invisible teacups, she is exhibiting symbolic function. Also present during this time span is what Piaget called egocentrism. This is the tendency to focus on oneself and to think only from one's own perspective. This means that if Laura has a friend over and she wants to play dolls, she thinks her friend does too, and she is not yet able to imagine how her friend may feel. The second substage, intuitive thought, refers to a growth in curiosity and basic reasoning. It takes place between the ages of 4 and 7. Laura has become fascinated and curious by the world. Daddy, why is the sky blue? Mommy, why does our cat lick herself? Laura asks her parents all sorts of questions every day. Piaget explained that in this stage, children are acquiring a great amount of knowledge, but they don't yet know how to utilize it. We've waited a few years before joining with Laura again. Now she is 8 years old, and we're going to see how her development is coming along. According to Piaget, Laura is now going through the concrete operational stage, a time when children begin to think logically about objects and events. This takes place between the ages of 7 and 11. One of the ways they think logically is through conservation. This is the understanding that quantities don't change just because appearance is altered. For example, when Laura is served 8 ounces of milk, she doesn't care what shape the glass is because she knows there is still 8 ounces of milk. Just a few years ago, however, she did not want her milk served in a short glass because she thought there was less milk in it. On the other hand, she believed the tall glass had more than 8 ounces. Now she realizes that the shape does not alter the quantity. Another milestone for Laura is decentration. This is a way of considering matters from multiple perspectives, rather than just one. Laura's teacher gives her an exercise in class today that Piaget used to use with children. She shows her a few pictures of 3 mountains and asks her to imagine what the mountains look like for a person standing on the other side of them. This can be compared to guessing about another's perspective and therefore shows a decrease in egocentrism. Third, Laura is now exhibiting reversibility. This is the understanding that objects can be changed and then returned to their first state. For example, today when she goes to play basketball with her friends, she doesn't worry that the ball has gone flat. She knows that it can be changed back to a full ball if she just inflates it again. We've waited a few years again, and Laura has just turned 12. At the start of her adolescence, she is thinking in more complex ways than she did as a child. According to Piaget, she is now in the formal operational stage of development. This means that Laura's thinking has become more abstract and more detailed. She is then more able to solve problems and consider various ideas and perspectives. Laura will continue in this stage into adulthood. Specifically, she can answer questions to hypothetical situations that her teacher brings up. She also enjoys her debate class, where she can anticipate how her peers will present their case before she plans how to share her own. Laura has a friend who her teachers think is lazy, but she knows comes from a difficult home life, and so she sees her situation as more complex. This illustrates the fact that Laura no longer thinks in black and white, but recognizes there are shades of gray to situations. When she walks around school, Laura feels very self-conscious at times, as if everyone were looking at her. The tendency toward egocentrism reappears then in adolescence, with regard to a focus on how one is viewed by others. Laura displays this happening as she often feels that her peers are an imaginary audience. An imaginary audience is a group of people that Laura feels are watching and critiquing her, even if they really are not. When her parents tell them they understand, she doesn't believe them, and instead feels she is the only one in the world going through it. This belief is referred to as a personal fable, or the belief that one's situation is unique and not understood. To review, there are major steps conquered in the cognitive development of children and adolescents. Within the preoperational stage, we have two substages: symbolic function, which means children can use objects to represent others and pretend play, and intuitive thought, which means children are growing in curiosity and reason. Then we have the concrete operational stage: conservation, which means amounts remain the same even with changes in appearance; decentration, or the ability to think of multiple perspectives; and reversibility, or the understanding that matter can be reversed when it is changed. The formal operational stage is taking place during adolescence, when teens think in more abstract and complex ways. They also become more focused on themselves and concerned about the viewpoints of others. Other people, then, are treated as an imaginary audience, or a group of people who observe and critique. This takes place while a teen feels he or she is living out of a personal fable, which means they feel misunderstood and unique.
What image do you have in your mind when I say the following words? Venetian blind. You picture a common window covering, right? Now, what happens to that image when I switch up the order of the words? Blind Venetian. It creates a completely different idea, doesn't it? As this example shows, the order in which we use words can be very important. The term that refers to the order or sequencing of words in a language is syntax. Studies show that syntax is learned as young children are exposed to speech with proper, complex sentence structure. So how does this process take place? Before babies say their first word, they have made a lot of progress towards understanding language and speech. A young child listens and attempts to imitate sounds that it hears. In turn, we respond to and reinforce these attempts at speech. A young child does not develop this ability all at one time. Instead, the process consists of a series of developmental stages. These stages are typically divided into two categories: prelinguistic and linguistic. Prelinguistic language development is when a child is learning to control the sounds he can produce and to string these sounds together in vocal play. In this stage, the child is not yet able to manipulate these sounds into proper words. There are four categories of prelinguistic development that can be distinguished. Vegetative sounds occur at 0 to 2 months of age and include the natural sounds that babies make, such as burping or crying. Cooing and laughter occur at 2 to 5 months of age. These are vocalizations that the baby makes when it's happy or content and can be made up of vowel or consonant sounds. Vocal play begins around the ages of 4 to 8 months. During vocal play, the baby begins to string together longer vowel or consonant sounds. Finally, babbling occurs around the ages of 6 to 13 months. At this time, the child begins to produce a series of consonant vowel syllables and may develop utterances such as mama and dada. Linguistic language development is the stage of language development signaled by the emergence of words and symbolic communication. Prior to this stage, most of the sounds a child produces are no more than the practice of sound manipulation and sound sequencing in order to gain the motor skills necessary to create words. There are 6 periods of linguistic language development. Before a child masters the ability to form words, they will first begin to use specific sound combinations consistently with specific meaning. This is the early one-word period that begins around 12 to 19 months of age. An example of this would be a child saying "Baba" every time he wants a bottle of milk. Even though this is not the exact same as the word bottle, the child is using "Baba" in the same manner as you would use the word bottle. The later one-word period begins around 14 to 24 months of age. In this stage, the words used by the child are readily identifiable, and he begins to name and label people and objects in his environment. A child's typical vocabulary during this period will consist of words like dog, go, daddy, and bye-bye. Next comes the two-word period of language development. As the name implies, this is when he will begin to combine two words together to make simple phrases, such as mommy go or shoe on. The two-word period typically begins from 20 to 30 months of age. The three-word period begins around the ages of 28 to 42 months of age. During this period, a child adds at least one more word to their phrases and begins to use pronouns. They may also begin to use articles and simple prepositions. Examples would be, me go daddy, you on chair, or he kick a ball. At around 34 to 48 months of age, the four-word period begins. At this time, the child will begin to use combinations of 4 to 6 words. They will use more prepositions, and adjectives begin to appear in speech. Examples would be, Susie has a little dog, or I sleep on the top bunk. The last period of linguistic language development is the complex utterance period. It begins around the ages of 48 to 60 months. At this time, a child regularly produces phrases longer than 6 words in length, and they begin to express concepts of past and future time. Examples are, Daddy comes home from the trip tomorrow, and I saw a dog at the park yesterday. They may also begin to use contractions such as can't or don't. Researchers do not agree on when this period is completed and adult sentence structure is achieved. Opinions range from 5 years of age to 12 years of age. This lesson on language development has focused on the progression of syntax and the increased ability to communicate through speech. This is considered expressive language. There is also the development of receptive language to consider. Receptive language refers to speech comprehension, or the ability to understand what is being said. Receptive and expressive language develop separately of one another, but there is some parallel development of note between them. A child must be able to understand at least the same level that they can express themselves. Typically, a child will actually always understand more than they can express, although the degree to which this occurs varies greatly from one child to the next. The order or sequencing of words in a language is called syntax. Language development focused on the progression of syntax and the increased ability to communicate through speech is considered expressive language. Speech comprehension, or the ability to understand what is being said, develops separately and is called receptive language. A child must be able to understand at least as much as they can communicate their needs. This varies from child to child, but they will typically always be able to understand more than they can express. Pre-linguistic language development is when a child is learning to control the sounds it can produce and string these sounds together in vocal play. In this stage, the child is not yet able to manipulate these sounds into proper words. Pre-linguistic language development can be divided into 4 categories: vegetative sounds, cooing and laughter, vocal play, and babbling. Linguistic language development is the stage of language development signaled by the emergence of words and symbolic communication. Linguistic language development can be divided into 6 categories: early one-word, later one-word, two-word, three-word, four-word, and complex utterance.
Emma is a happy and healthy little girl. She recently turned 4, and she has grown and changed a lot since she was born. Like other babies, at first Emma was pretty helpless. She didn't really think or learn much, She just kind of laid around. She couldn't talk or walk or feed herself. Now, though, Emma has grown into an active 4-year-old. She can talk and walk and feed herself. She's potty trained, and she's able to size up a situation and think about it. For example, she knows if her mom is in a bad mood, she'd better not do something to make the situation worse. Emma is developing, a process that everyone goes through in their lives. And like other kids her age, Emma is developing in many ways. She's growing physically, which allows her to walk and run where before she could only crawl. She's growing socially, which allows her to understand what she's feeling and what others are feeling and react accordingly. She's also going through cognitive development, which is the process of growth in the area of thinking. For example, as a baby, Emma didn't know what numbers were, but now she can count to 10. Let's look closer at some of the cognitive developments that occur between the ages of 2 and 7, including centration, decentration, and conservation. Emma is growing and learning every day. She discovers new things about the world around her and is able to gain new knowledge constantly. Her mom is amazed sometimes at the way that Emma seems to home in on one thing and ignore everything else. Centration involves focusing on one aspect of a situation and ignoring the others. It is common in early childhood. For example, one famous experiment was done where kids were shown several blocks lined up at regular intervals on a table. After a few minutes, the blocks were moved closer together as the child watched. The experimenter then asked the children if there were more, fewer, or the same number of blocks on the table. Despite having seen the blocks the whole time, many of the kids believed that there were fewer blocks on the table. The children were focused on the space, not the number of blocks. Because the blocks were closer together, they took up less space. And because the children were focused on the space and ignored the number of blocks, they believed that there were fewer blocks because the line of blocks was shorter. They had fallen victim to centration. Centration is not all bad, though. As Emma and children like her grow, they are trying to learn new things. Centration helps them focus and absorb information without being distracted. If centration is concentrating on one aspect of a situation or object while disregarding the others, then what is multitasking called in psychology? As you might expect, the opposite of centration is when a person is paying attention to multiple aspects of a situation, and it is called decentration. Emma, like other kids around age 4, is starting to show signs of decentration. For example, last week when she went to the doctor, he offered her a lollipop. She could have focused in only on the color of the lollipops in order to choose the one she wanted, but instead she took into account the flavor, color, and size of the lollipops before choosing the biggest, reddest, cherry-flavored lollipop available. Like centration, decentration is good at times because it allows multiple pieces of information to be considered at once. But there are also drawbacks. Take multitasking, for example, which is a very advanced type of decentration. Studies have shown that multitasking does not produce a larger quantity or better quality of work than doing one thing at a time. Still, decentration has its benefits, and it leads to further cognitive gains. One of the cognitive principles that comes out of decentration is that of conservation, which is the idea that an object is the same despite how it is presented. To illustrate conservation, let's imagine for a moment that I put 2 glasses of water in front of you. They are identical in every way. Both glasses are the same size and shape, and they are filled to the exact same line. In other words, both glasses have the same amount of water. If I showed you these 2 glasses and asked if they have the same amount or not, you'll say that they have the same. That's obvious, right? But now imagine that I take one of the 2 glasses of water, and I pour the water from that glass into a taller, narrower glass. You've seen me pour it, so you know that I haven't added more water. But the water line is now far above that from the other glass. If I ask you if the 2 glasses have the same amount of water now, you would probably say that they still have the same amount. This is because you know that no matter what container the water is in, it's still the same. But what if I did the same thing with Emma? Chances are that she will believe that the tall, narrow glass has more water in it than the short and wide glass. She doesn't have a sense of conservation, and so she gets distracted and confused by the appearance of the water. Think about how centration can get in the way of conservation. If Emma or another kid her age is looking only at the water line and not at the process of pouring the water or at the narrowness of the containers, they will not understand that the water is the same no matter which glass it is in. On the other hand, if they have highly developed decentration skills, they can take into account multiple things: the water line, the process of pouring from one glass to another, and the width of the two glasses. By focusing on all of those, they are able to understand that the water is the same amount no matter which glass it's in. Cognitive development is the process of growing in knowledge and learning. Three important aspects of cognitive development include centration, which involves focusing in on one aspect of a situation and ignoring others; decentration, which involves taking into consideration multiple aspects of a situation; and conservation, which is the idea that an object remains the same no matter how it is presented. Fiona is a happy, healthy 4-year-old. Every day she's growing and changing. She used to be tiny, but now she's getting bigger all the time. In fact, her parents have to buy her new clothes often because she keeps growing out of them. Growing and changing is a part of everyone's life. Children in particular develop quickly and dramatically. During early childhood, or the period of life between ages 2 and 7, a child almost seems to grow into a new person. And it's not just physical. From the ages of 2 to 7, children make great strides in cognitive development, or growth in thinking skills. In particular, children begin to understand how things in the world change and grow just as they do. Let's look at two key ways that children look at change: understanding reversibility and the movement from static reasoning to transformative reasoning. One of Fiona's favorite things to do is to count. She loves to count as high as she can. Since she's only 4, that usually means that she counts to 13 and then starts again at 1. She can do that over and over all day long. One day, Fiona's mom, who was tired of hearing the same numbers in the same order over and over, told Fiona that she should count backwards. Fiona was confused. What could her mother mean? Counting went in one order, in one direction. Reversibility is the idea that actions, thoughts, or things can be reversed. This is a key idea that develops in early childhood. To a 2-year-old, things always happen in one direction. By the time she is 7, though, she understands that you can untie as well as tie a shoe, or that you can count backwards from 13 just as easily as you can count up from 1. Reversibility isn't the only change in thinking that Fiona and kids her age experience. Recently, she visited her grandmother's house. Her grandmother showed her a photo of a little girl who was about Fiona's age. "That's your mommy," said her grandmother. Fiona couldn't believe it. Mommy is Mommy. She's not a kid. Fiona was displaying static reasoning, also sometimes called static thought, which is the assumption that the world doesn't change. What is now has always been and will always be. Or so kids like Fiona believe. But as a child develops cognitively, they begin understanding that things change. This is called transformative reasoning, or transformative thought. Understanding that Mommy, and other grown-ups, used to be kids is an example of transformative thought. Just as with reversibility, the move from static reasoning to transformative reasoning happens with time, as the child ages. A 2-year-old can't fathom the idea that she was ever any different from the way she is now, but a 7-year-old remembers being 4 and understands that she's grown. Likewise, a baby doesn't understand that the seasons change in a regular pattern that denotes time passing. But a kid who's school-aged begins to understand how the world is different in winter than in summer. They realize that the world changes. Cognitive development involves growth and change of thinking skills. During early childhood, kids go through several important changes in the way they see the world. including reversibility, which is the understanding that things can be reversed, and the move from static reasoning, wherein the child believes the world is always the same, to transformative reasoning, which involves understanding that the world changes.
Some parents raise their children in a very strict environment. They give their kids a long list of chores around the house, depending on how old they are, and the kids have very little playtime. But if those parents knew how much play would benefit the mental and emotional states of the child, maybe they would encourage it more. Research has shown that play benefits children in a large variety of ways. It aids in language development, social interactions, creativity, thinking skills, motor abilities, general intelligence, and even brain growth. And when it happens during childhood, it is taking place at the peak time for fundamental cognitive development. Welcome to Leela's Academy. Leela's is an elementary school, but it is not just any elementary school. Leela specializes in developing a child's cognitive abilities by providing several types of play through their school day. The principal of Leela's, Mrs. Marcia, has come to appreciate the growing amount of research that play is not only fun for children, but can significantly affect their mental and emotional growth. She has therefore implemented 5 types of play into her school classes. They include motor or physical play, social play, constructive play, fantasy play, and games with rules. Today we're going to observe what happens at Leela's on a daily basis while the principal shares with us the benefits of each type of play. First stop is art class. Mrs. Marcia starts talking with us. Here we will watch the children as they demonstrate constructive play, or play that involves creating and building with different materials. It teaches children how to apply trial and error and how to use materials together. It also helps their self-esteem as they feel accomplished after a task is complete. The second stop is gym class. We see a group of 7-year-olds running to a line and touching it, then picking up a ball and throwing it to another person. Mrs. Marcia says, motor or physical play includes various physical exercises that are more than just fun. They also strengthen muscles and integrate them with nerve and brain function. In other words, they help develop the body and tone the brain. Next up we have recess. We watch as the kids hang out on a small jungle gym and swing. This is a time when we let the kids engage in social play, says Mrs. Marcia. Social play is about interacting with other kids in a social setting. This is a good way for kids to learn how to create social skills, be considerate, and take turns. We also see a teacher going over to a few girls who are pretending to play house. She provides what she later tells us is guided play by pretending to eat the meal the mother had just cooked and asking questions about the household. When children are guided into playing make-believe, it encourages them to think creatively and connect their thinking with emotions, Mrs. Marcia tells us. Third stop is English class. The teacher is guiding the group of students into telling a story. Each child comes up with a few sentences about the story, one after another. The teacher turns to us and says, "This is what's called fantasy play." Children use their imaginations to come up with new scenarios and ways of working together. Fantasy play can also be used as pretend play, which we see clearly demonstrated with a girl who holds a tea party and serves her guests make-believe tea and cookies. Our last stop is social studies. The students are playing a game where they stand in a line, and the teacher asks questions about what he just read to them. The child who knows the answer has to raise his or her hand first. They have 2 shots, but if their second answer is incorrect, they have to sit down. The person left standing will get a cupcake. Games with rules are important, Mrs. Marcia states, because they teach children about life. Just as there are rules to follow in a game, there are also rules in life. It teaches them how to be cognizant of these, disciplined to follow them, and aware they do so in order to cooperate with others. Let's review. Research has shown that play can have a significant impact on the healthy mental and emotional development of children. It increases language development, social interactions, creativity, thinking skills, motor abilities, general intelligence, and brain growth. There are several different types of play, each of which benefit children in different ways. They include pretend play, where the child uses his or her imagination to interact with objects and events, motor or physical play, which involves physical exercise, social play, which involves social interactions with peers, constructive play, which involves creating or working with raw materials, fantasy play, or what might be classified as pretend play, which uses imagination to create stories, and games with rules, which include structured play with guidelines.
Robert is 50. Recently he got a big promotion, but it came with some new responsibilities. Now he has to figure out how to juggle many new things and how to deal with the many different personalities of his employees. Robert is in middle adulthood, also sometimes called middle age, which is the time of life between about age 40 and age 65. During this time, people tend to be at the height of their careers. Those that have families are seeing their children grow up and move out of the house. They notice signs of aging in themselves, too, as they become less fit and more frail, and age takes its toll. Cognitive, or thinking processes, also change in middle adulthood. Many people, Robert included, notice that their memory is not as sharp as it was in their 20s or 30s. They also don't process things and react to the world as quickly as they used to. For example, when Robert was younger, his coworker might shout, "Heads up," and toss him a pen or something. Robert's reflexes were quick enough that he was always able to catch the pen. But lately, he's found that he's just a second or two too slow. The pen falls more often than he catches it because he's just not as fast at reacting to things. It's not all bad, though. Let's look at two elements of cognition that grow stronger in middle adulthood: executive functioning and wisdom. Though Robert is not as fast as he used to be, he's better at other things, like strategizing and time management. Executive functioning involves linking past experience with current activity. Things like planning, organization, strategizing, and time management all fall under the umbrella of executive functioning. As people enter middle age, they become better and better at executive functioning. This makes sense if you think about it. If executive functioning involves linking past experience with current activity, you're probably going to be better at it if you have a lot of past experience. And someone like Robert is more likely to have more experience when they are older than when they are 20 and just starting out. It's a good thing that executive functioning is highest in middle age, too, because most people at this time in their lives face their most complex problems and responsibilities. At work, Robert and others like him are reaching the highest point in their careers, which requires them to solve more complex issues than ever before. Take Robert's situation. After his latest promotion, he's very high up in his company. But as a result of being so high up, he has to balance a long-term, big-picture view of where the company is going with a focused, short-term plan for what needs to be accomplished on a day-to-day basis. This requires all of his executive functioning powers. Likewise, at home, things are more complex than before, too. Robert has 2 teenage children, and they come with their own set of social challenges. They argue with him and act out, and Robert always feels like he's walking a tightrope in order not to anger one or the other. Luckily for Robert, part of what makes executive functioning so strong in middle adulthood is the ability to understand complex situations. As people age, they have the experience and world knowledge to comprehend complicated problems and situations that they might encounter at work or home. That allows them to excel when before they might have struggled. When he was younger, Robert reacted to everything that happened. If he got stuck in a traffic jam, he'd get frustrated and tense. When someone at work shot down his ideas, he would take it personally and feel very angry and hurt. Now, though, Robert has gotten better at dealing with life situations, and it's not just due to his increased executive functioning capabilities. Robert has also begun to develop wisdom, or good judgment. As wisdom develops, people begin to make better choices, and they are also not as emotional about the little things. Nowadays, when someone at work shoots down Robert's ideas, he doesn't take it personally. He just shrugs it off and moves on. Wisdom develops as people get better at navigating social situations and the world at large. Robert, for example, is better able to understand that the guy in the suit who is saying his ideas are not good is not attacking Robert personally, but is just in disagreement about what direction the company should go. He's also able to understand that getting upset won't help his cause, and he's better able to control his emotions. All of these things come from experience. As we mentioned before, the older a person is, the more life experience he has, and Robert is no exception. He's made it through a lot more things and is able to use his experiences to react better to the world around him. Middle adulthood is the time of life between ages 40 and 65. During that time, some cognitive processes decrease, like reaction time and memory, but others, like executive functioning and wisdom, increase as a person's life experiences make them better able to plan and react to the world around them. Kirsty is going to be 75 next year, and life is pretty good. She sees her grandchildren regularly and plays bridge with her friends, and just generally has a good life. But sometimes Kirsty worries that something's wrong. She doesn't seem to be able to concentrate as well as she used to, and her memory isn't as sharp as it was when she was younger. She wonders if this is a normal part of aging, or if there's something wrong with her. Kirsty is in late adulthood, or the time of life after age 65. During that time, people often notice changes in their cognition or thinking processes. Let's look closer at the problems and benefits of aging when it comes to cognitive skills. Kirsty can't remember as much as she used to, and she sometimes has trouble concentrating. She's not alone. As people age, their information processing, or the way that they make sense of the world around them, often takes a hit. To understand what information processing is, think about Kirsty sitting on a park bench. There are all sorts of sights for her. The blue, blue sky, the budding trees and flowers, the kids playing frisbee, even that inchworm that's slowly making its way across the path in front of her bench. At the same time, Kirsty's ears are filled with the sounds of the park, the birds chirping, dogs barking, and the thwack-thwack of runners' footsteps as they jog by. Kirsty is also smelling the scent of the plants around her, and also maybe the scent of the dog's poop. She is feeling the warmth of the sun on her face and the hard park bench digging into the backs of her thighs. All of these things, the sights, sounds, scents, and so on, are bits of information that are coming at Kirsty. And every second that information is changing, as what she sees, hears, smells, and feels changes. Every day we are bombarded with information about the world around us, and we have to sort through that information to pick out what's important and what's not. The problem is that, as with Kirsty, this becomes harder as we age. There are many elements to information processing, but two related ones that people often struggle with in late adulthood are attention and memory. Attention is just what it sounds like, which pieces of information a person pays attention to. If Kirsty is focused on the inchworm at her feet, she will probably block out the kids playing frisbee. Likewise, if she's paying attention to the frisbee players, she probably won't notice the birds chirping. Attention is important because it allows us to block out extraneous information and focus on what's important. Imagine reading a book in a room. There's a ton of extra information that you don't need at that moment. The color of the walls or the pattern on the rug, sounds from an air conditioner or from outside the window, a cool breeze blowing across your skin, or the feel of the chair beneath you. If you paid attention to all of that information, you wouldn't be able to focus on the content of the book. Attentional processes are directly linked with another aspect of information processing, memory. You can't remember something if you didn't give it your attention. If you are paying attention to the feel of the chair beneath you, and not to the content of the book you're reading, you won't remember what you read. For the most part, memory also declines with age. For example, Kirsty used to be able to name all the state capitals and recite her high school's fight song. But lately, Kirsty has trouble even remembering what she did that morning, much less some songs she learned decades ago. There are two exceptions to memory decline in late adulthood, though. Procedural memory, which guides a person through how to do something, stays about the same as people age. Thus, Kirsty might not remember the name of her doctor, but she remembers how to tie her shoes. Also, implicit memory, which dictates how a person behaves and feels, remains relatively unchanged in late life. For example, Kirsty still remembers that she should say thank you when someone does something nice for her, and she still feels happy when she sees her grandchildren. Besides procedural and implicit memory staying intact, there is more good news when it comes to cognition in late adulthood. That involves the development of wisdom. There's no real consensus on a well-defined explanation for wisdom, but most definitions recognize that it has to do with applying lessons from past experiences to present situations. For example, Kirsty used to get quite uptight about things. She'd always think of the worst-case scenario and worry that it would come true. As she's grown, though, she's realized that the worst-case scenario almost never happens, so she's learned to chill out and not get so uptight. There are two ways to look at wisdom. The implicit theoretical approach tries to find folk definitions of wisdom. This approach asks the question, what does the average person think wisdom is? On the other hand, the explicit theoretical approach tries to empirically define and study wisdom. It asks the question, how can we look at wisdom scientifically? In both approaches, wisdom is highest in late adulthood. This makes sense if you think about it. If wisdom involves applying lessons from past experiences, then the more experience you have in your past, the more lessons you've learned, and the more lessons you're able to apply. And since people in late adulthood have lived longer, they've had more experiences and learned more lessons than people earlier in life. Late adulthood is the time of life after age 65. During this time, there are many changes in a person's cognition. Among them, the decline in attention and most memory, which is part of information processing, and the increase in wisdom.
Are babies able to remember things? When does memory start to kick in? Babies exhibit observable short-term memory the first year of life and further into the second. This can be seen by what's called deferred imitation, or the baby mimicking nonverbal tasks moments after they are demonstrated. For example, let's say a mother gives her baby a rattle for the first time. She shakes it and then puts it down. A couple minutes later, her baby is able to pick up that rattle, shake it, and put it down. This shows that there is some memory at work in the child. Between 6 and 12 months, infants remember familiar faces and places. 11-month-old Danny, for example, is visiting the doctor's office again. He has some recollection of the office and the doctor and starts immediately crying. However, when he sees his grandmother later that day, he recognizes her face and immediately starts to smile and giggle. It is not until around 2 years that infants begin to exhibit long-term memory. An experiment was done where 12 9-month-olds and the same number of 17 to 24-month-olds were shown how to play with new toys and expected to imitate the process. For example, the researcher gave them a toy truck, put a driver in the front seat, put a rock in the truck bed, and then rolled the truck. 4 months later, the researcher returned to see if they remembered what to do with the truck. The 9, now 13-month-olds did not remember what to do. The now 21 to 28-month-olds, however, exhibited strong recollection. This has been attributed to significant cell development in the hippocampus and frontal lobes of the brain, the areas in charge of memory. We go through a lot as babies, but why is it we often can't remember anything earlier than around age 4? The tendency to forget events the first few years of our lives is referred to as childhood amnesia. Sunny, for example, is being asked in her psychology class what her earliest memories are. She can only remember back to about age 4. Her professor explains that this is most likely due to the brain's lack of development and weak long-term memory the first few years. Between the ages of 2 and 5, Most children are able to focus their attention in order to pick up information in their present and then recall it later on. Their episodic memory increases in this time, which means they are able to remember personal experiences. A child who has been away for Christmas vacation is able to come back to school after a week or two and tell her classmates about what she did with her family. These first several years also include the formation of their long-term memory. In order to get events into their long-term memory, children utilize scripts, or a viewpoint of events happening in a sequence of steps. This perspective helps children both remember and understand happenings. For example, Sandra went to the ice skating rink yesterday with her dad. When asked about it today, she remembers it happening in stages. Dad and I drove to the place, put on skates, skated around the rink several times, and then drove home. At the start of adolescence, the brain begins developing more fully, leading to swifter incoming information, better storage, and recall. This can be reflected in the amount of information teens remember as they go through their school and extracurricular schedules and study for cumulative exams. The end of adolescence marks a considerable improvement in memory. Young adulthood is the peak time span for memory. Even into middle adulthood, new brain cells and connections between them are being formed, providing absorption and retrieval of information. Memories decline in various ways during older adulthood. This occurrence is referred to as age-related memory impairment or age-associated memory impairment. First, the speed of processing information steadily declines. When 75-year-old Ben is driving, it takes him longer to judge if he can turn left as the cars are approaching. His short and long-term memories have also declined. He often forgets what he did earlier that week. If asked about certain events from middle adulthood, he often forgets names, places, or times things happened. Lastly, episodic memory decreases in older adults. Meaning, when Ben is asked about what his first year in college was like, he may only remember a few details of what took place. Doing mental exercises like card games or those online, as well as helping others solve life problems, can lessen normal memory loss in older adulthood, provided there are not other issues like dementia or Alzheimer's. Dementia refers to symptoms of memory loss that could be caused by any number of physical issues. Alzheimer's is a disease of the brain that includes dementia and accounts for 60 to 80% of dementia cases. Let's review. Babies exhibit short-term memory in their first year and further into their second, as shown through copying others, or deferred imitation. They remember faces and places between 6 to 9 months and exhibit long-term memory at about 17 to 24 months. Memory continues to grow the first several years of childhood as children show episodic memory, or recalling of personal experiences. They do this through the use of scripts or a sequence of steps that portray events. Adolescence is a time for significant brain development in the areas of memory, and both short and long-term memory increase until they peak in young adulthood. New brain cells are continually formed into adulthood until a gradual decline in memory and information processing takes place into later years. This is worsened by dementia, or memory loss caused by physical illnesses, and Alzheimer's, the brain disease that accounts for most dementia cases. You know how some people seem to be more intelligent in certain ways and not as intelligent in others? Maybe someone you know is great at figuring out how to write a personal reflection in class, but not so good at remembering facts studied for a test. Psychologist Raymond Cattell believed there are two types of intelligence, fluid and crystallized. Fluid intelligence refers to the mental abilities used to solve problems and tackle new situations. Maybe you can come up with several courses of action to consider when faced with the situation, even if you've never faced the situation before. If you can, then you are adept at fluid intelligence. Here is Mark to give us an example. Mark just became the journalist for a pet magazine. His job is to create cute, funny captions for the photos that come in. Each photo presents a new situation for Mark to come up with ideas. He is now looking at one of a dog laying on the ground and covering his ears, and is imagining several reasons he could be doing this, like being tired of hearing the cat meowing nearby. Mark's ability to think creatively displays his high level of fluid intelligence. The other type, crystallized intelligence, refers to being able to use already learned knowledge, skills, and experience. Are you someone who can tackle situations by applying what you've learned in the past? If you are good at drawing from previous learning, whether it be in social or academic situations, you have a knack for crystallized intelligence. Here is Bob to illustrate. He is fixing a pipe in the home that has sprung a leak for the third time, as his teenage son is complaining about a difficult teacher. Bob begins to tell his son what he did with a difficult teacher when he was a teenager, believing he could use the same strategy. In this scenario, both Bob's instructions to his son and fixing leaky pipes are based on prior learning that he applies today. As far as how the types show themselves in academic exercises, fluid can be compared to working on a new project, whereas crystallized can be displayed in filling out definitions for memorized terms. Since the combination of fluid and crystallized intelligence display a well-rounded intellect, many IQ tests measure both. Along with two types of intelligence, we have two different ways of thinking. These lead us to different ways of tackling questions or problems. They are referred to as divergent and convergent ways of thinking. Divergent thinking refers to thinking we use to come up with various answers to a question or situation. Convergent thinking refers to thinking we use to come up with one right answer. Let's meet Stacy and Regina, who each represent a different type of thinking. Stacy is a student who likes to do things outside of the box. She is a painter, and she believes there are several ways of solving problems. She likes to think of other people's perspectives, and she likes assignments where she can explore her personal thoughts on issues. Her friend Regina, however, likes structure. She likes it when teachers tell her exact assignments, rather than just giving her guidelines to work around. When there is a problem to solve, she believes there is one answer to it, and she tends to prefer math equations over free writing. Stacy is someone who shows divergent ways of thinking in multiple areas of her life, whereas Regina displays convergent thinking in multiple areas. Later on, you'll take a quiz for this video. The multiple choice questions are designed to lead you to one specific answer, so it requires that you use convergent thinking. In order to use divergent thinking, you would need to do something like respond to a hypothetical story for which you come up with possible solutions. Researchers have seen that our intelligence goes through changes over time. When Thomas is a baby, his brain is forming and neurons are beginning to connect. His fluid intelligence is growing quickly because he is interacting in new ways with the world and having to adapt to new experiences. With further brain development and school learning during childhood and adolescence, Thomas will continue to grow his crystallized intelligence. He learns his math tables and vocabulary definitions in school, and he is ready to absorb and remember what he studies. Both types of his intelligence will then peak in young adulthood during Thomas's college career, while fluid often begins to gradually decline after this time. Years later, when Thomas is in his 50s, he finds that he relies on what he has already learned about life and uses past experiences when approaching new situations. This is in contrast to his son Jeremy, who is in his 20s and enjoys tackling new situations while acquiring new ideas and opinions. It is not until around 70 that Tom notices his crystallized intelligence noticeably decline, as he can't remember facts the way he used to. He therefore tries to exercise his mind with puzzles, games, and helping others with problem solving. These techniques will help both his crystallized and fluid intelligence. Research is actually mixed with regard to changes in crystallized intelligence over time. Some say there is the potential for some growth or at least maintenance through adulthood. Other research shows that crystallized intelligence declines earlier than 70. Most agree that usually after this age it declines to some degree. The degree and speed is dependent on individual situations and whether or not people exercise their mind as Tom did. Of course, intelligence is greatly affected if there are illnesses present like dementia and Alzheimer's. To review, Raymond Cattell proposed two different types of intelligence that combine to form one's overall intelligence. These are called fluid and crystallized intelligence. Fluid refers to the ability to think creatively and tackle new or varied situations. Crystallized refers to the ability to draw on past knowledge and apply it presently. There are also two types of thinking we can use to address questions or issues: convergent and divergent. Convergent is more structured and applies to the thinking we use to come up with one right answer. Divergent is more free-flowing and applies to the thinking we use to come up with various answers.
Hector is an active, growing 4-year-old. He loves to run and climb and do all sorts of fun things. He's also endlessly curious. He wants to know all about everything, and when his parents or teachers explain things to him, he soaks it all up like a sponge. Hector is in the period of development known as early childhood, which occurs between the ages of 0 and about 8. Early childhood is an important time of growth and change. Most children learn more in early childhood than they do in the rest of their lives. They're learning new things all the time. Let's look closer at the physical development that allows children to learn, including changes in the bodies and brains of kids in early childhood. Hector used to be a blob. Like all babies, he'd just lie around and wait for someone to pick him up and feed him. He couldn't really control his body and couldn't move in purposeful ways. Now, though, all that has changed. He can run, jump, and play. He's able to hold a crayon to draw or write. In short, he's getting better at controlling his body. One of the hallmarks of physical development in early childhood is the great increase in balance. Anyone who's ever seen an infant toddling around in their first steps understands how unstable they are. But a 5-year-old can not only walk smoothly, but is able to run and climb. This is because balance becomes a lot better in early childhood. All of these new skills that are related to balance, running, climbing, jumping, standing on tiptoe, make additional exploration of the environment possible. Children at this age like to probe limits. They will go to the very edge of the yard to explore or climb up on top of things to see something they haven't seen before. While this can lead to injury, it also leads to learning. They're able to start to understand the world even more profoundly than before because they're able to examine it, which is made possible because of the development of balance. Balance isn't the only thing that increases in early childhood. Fine motor coordination also really takes off at this point in life. Fine motor coordination is the purposeful use of your body, especially your fingers, in coordination with your senses. For example, threading a needle requires control of your fingers and coordination between your fingers and your eyes. Fine motor coordination is involved in a myriad of activities that many adults take for granted. Writing, which requires the precise movement of your hand and the use of your eyes, is an example. Sports and art are other examples of activities that require fine motor coordination. As a result of the increase in fine motor coordination in early childhood, children like Hector are able to do many different things that they weren't able to do before. Write, dress themselves, play baseball, draw pictures, and many other things. So we know that Hector's body is developing, which is allowing him to explore the world in new ways. But what's happening with his brain while his body is doing all this growing? Like the body, a child's brain develops rapidly in early childhood. Some of this growth is in size, but much of it is just in functionality. Imagine for a moment that you have a bunch of baking supplies: flour, sugar, milk, eggs. You mix them all together and you have a cake. You don't have more materials than you did before. You've just made them into something more functional. And that's what happens with the brain. In two processes, known as synaptic growth and pruning, a child's brain learns how to become more and more functional during early childhood. This is why children learn so much so quickly. From learning language to learning how to add and subtract to learning how to play basketball, a kid like Hector will have a rapid growth in knowledge and skills during this period. And while his brain is getting larger, mostly it's getting better at what it does. Early childhood is the period of time between ages 0 and 8. During this time, many physical changes occur, including an increase in balance and in fine motor skills, both of which contribute to psychological growth. Further, brain development means that kids in early childhood become better at learning in two processes known as synaptic growth and pruning.
Cassie is a healthy 8-year-old. Her mom is amazed at how much she grows and changes every day. She used to struggle to count, but now she can add and subtract. As a baby, she couldn't even talk, but now she can read and write. And of course, there's the physical growth, too. Cassie is growing bigger so quickly that her parents are always having to buy her new clothing. Middle childhood, or the time between ages 7 and 12, is a time of great development in many children. Development in middle childhood involves intellectual, socio-emotional, and physical growth and change. Let's look closer at physical development in middle childhood, including what happens with the child's body and what happens with her brain during this period. Cassie's mom can't believe how quickly she's growing. It seems like she's taller every day. She's already taller than her brother was when he was 8. From birth until about age 5 or 6, children all grow at approximately the same rate. There are taller or shorter toddlers, but they all fall into a general range that's pretty narrow. But in middle childhood, growth differences become more marked. Some kids shoot up really tall, and others don't really grow. Some, especially girls, tend to carry a little more fat on their bodies, while others become more muscular and lean. As physical differences in children become more prominent during middle childhood, so do insecurities about one's body. Many children first begin to feel self-conscious of their bodies during middle childhood, and some even begin to show signs of eating disorders. Talking to children and affirming that there are many body types and all types can be beautiful can help children deal with the differences in growth that they experience in comparison with their peers. In addition to the physical developments of the body, the brain is also growing and changing during middle childhood, which can lead to new ways of thinking and acting. The prefrontal lobe of the brain, which, just like its name suggests, is at the front of the brain, develops dramatically during middle childhood. Since the prefrontal lobe is in charge of things like planning and problem solving, it's not surprising that children show advances in reasoning and planning abilities. For example, when she was younger, Cassie used to not be able to figure out whether the reason given not to do something was a good reason or not. If her mom said not to climb on the furniture because it would make her hair fall out, Cassie believed it. Now, though, she is able to use reasoning skills to assess the reason her mother gives and decides that her hair won't fall out because she climbs on the furniture, though she might fall off and get hurt. In addition to the prefrontal cortex, another key area of middle childhood development in the brain is the thickening of the corpus callosum. The corpus callosum is a band of fibers that goes from the front of the brain to the back. It connects the right side, or hemisphere, of the brain with the left hemisphere of the brain. What does that mean for a child's thinking? Simply put, the development of the corpus callosum allows the two hemispheres of the brain to work in tandem better. This allows the child to utilize information better and get a more complete, less egocentric view of the world. In addition, it allows them to think about information in a more systematic way. Anyone who's ever been around a toddler understands how unsystematically they view the world. They see the world as though it's a series of close-up photos. They see pieces of the world, but don't put them all together into a complete view of the world. By middle childhood, kids are able to get a big picture view of the world. They can understand, for example, that dogs are types of animals and that Cocker Spaniels are types of dogs. They can then figure out that Cocker Spaniels are animals. Try getting a baby to figure that one out. Middle childhood lasts from ages 7 to 12 and involves many physical changes to the body and the brain. Body development begins to become more differentiated, which can lead to insecurity about a person's body. Meanwhile, the development of the prefrontal cortex and the corpus callosum areas of the brain allow children to reason, plan, and think in more systematic ways. Larry is at an awkward time in his life. He's 15 and has begun noticing some serious changes. He suddenly has problems with pimples, and he has hair growing in odd places. His voice sometimes cracks, and he's grown several inches in the last year alone. Larry's not alone. His twin sister Linda is also going through changes. She too has pimples, and her body is growing softer and fuller in certain areas. Larry and Linda are in adolescence, which is the transitional time between childhood and adulthood. Generally, adolescence is defined as between ages 13 and 20. During adolescence, children go through puberty, which is a period of about 4 years of physical development that ends when a person is able to reproduce. Notice that adolescence encompasses many different changes: physical, emotional, intellectual, and social. But puberty is just the physical changes. Let's look closer at some of the physical developments in adolescence and puberty, including growth spurts and differences in development at this stage of life. Remember how Larry has grown several inches in the past year? Linda, too, is growing taller. It seems like they are both getting bigger every single day. Puberty is triggered by hormones. Among other things that hormones do, they cause people to get physically bigger. A growth spurt is a rapid increase in skeletal size. These sometimes seem to happen overnight, as adolescents get taller very quickly. Larry and Linda have experienced growth spurts in the past year. They've both grown several inches, and sometimes all at once. For example, Larry grew 2 inches taller over the last summer vacation from school. There are many factors that can influence growth spurts. Genetics play a role, as do environmental factors. Nutrition, healthcare, and socioeconomic status have all been linked to growth spurts. Children who are malnourished, for example, may not experience dramatic growth spurts the same way that those who have access to a well-balanced diet do. Growth spurts and other changes in puberty can lead to body image issues. For example, after her most recent growth spurt, Linda is taller than every boy in her class. She feels embarrassed by this and wishes she was petite like some of her friends. She's even started slumping down when she walks so that she doesn't look as tall as she is. Though Larry and Linda are both going through adolescence, puberty struck them at different times. Linda has been having issues with acne and has been growing and developing physically for a couple of years now. For her, the physical changes of puberty started at around age 12. Larry, on the other hand, didn't really start seeing massive changes until this year, at age 15. Until then, he was growing and changing more like a child does. Now he's in puberty and all the complicated physical changes that entails. In general, girls and boys develop at different times. Like Linda and Larry, girls tend to start and end puberty several years before boys. In fact, studies have shown that some girls experience the onset of puberty as young as 7 years old, though most girls don't enter puberty until between ages 11 and 13. Boys, on the other hand, don't generally begin puberty until between ages 13 and 15, and of course, some boys don't begin puberty until later than that. And it's not just puberty. Remember that puberty involves physical development triggered by hormones that culminates in being able to reproduce. But adolescents continue to grow physically beyond puberty. That is, even after a girl gets her period, she continues to grow taller or more curvy. And even after a boy produces sperm, he continues to grow taller or more muscular. These non-pubescent physical changes happen at different times as well. Girls usually finish growing by age 18 or 19, while boys often continue to grow into their early 20s. This is part of the reason why Linda is taller than the boys in her class. Eventually, most of them will catch up with her, but they are a couple of years behind her in physical development. Adolescence is the period of life between childhood and adulthood. During this time, there are many changes that go on, including the physical development of puberty, which can trigger growth spurts. Girls and boys develop differently, with girls' physical development occurring several years before boys. Mimi is 51, and she's noticing a lot of changes going on. She's got more gray hairs than she used to, and she's starting to gain a little weight. Sometimes she has trouble hearing people in crowded restaurants, and she has to wear reading glasses now. Mimi is in middle adulthood, also called middle age, which is the time of life that lasts from about age 40 to about age 65. During that time, people have settled into their lives as adults and are looking forward to a new stage in life. Often, those with children find that their children are older and need them less. Middle-aged people are also often approaching retirement. And, of course, there are many physical changes that occur in middle age, like those that Mimi is experiencing. Let's look at some of the physical aspects of middle adulthood. Mimi is aging. There's no way around that truth. She doesn't look the way she did in her 20s or even in her 30s. Her hair is turning gray, and she's gained some weight. Like Mimi, many people in middle adulthood show visible signs of aging. Gray hair or hair loss become more pronounced in middle age, as do wrinkles and age spots. All of these combine to make middle-aged people look older than they did just a decade before. It's not just looks either. Many people, like Mimi, struggle with hearing and vision loss during middle adulthood. Vision issues first occur usually in dim lighting, like romantic restaurants. Mimi and her husband, for example, like to go out on dates, but Mimi sometimes has a hard time reading the menu in the dim light of the restaurant. One of the other vision problems common in middle age is presbyopia, which occurs when the lens of the eye loses the ability to adjust to objects at varying distances. This means that people like Mimi might struggle to read small print. And like Mimi, many people in middle adulthood end up with reading glasses to help with the problem. Hearing, too, can be an issue in middle adulthood, especially for higher-pitched sounds. In crowded places with lots of background noise, people like Mimi might discover that they have a hard time distinguishing sounds from one another, which makes conversation difficult. Another common sign of aging is known as the middle age spread. This is the common phenomenon of gaining weight during middle age. This is due to both physical aging and lifestyle changes. There are undoubtedly physical changes that go on in middle adulthood that contribute to weight gain. But many people in middle age also make lifestyle choices that can lead to weight gain. Take Mimi, for example. She used to be very active. She would go to the gym and work out several times a week. But raising a family and working a demanding job means that she rarely gets the chance to work out anymore. Her sedentary lifestyle is a contributing factor to her weight gain. One common change in middle age involves the muscle-to-fat ratio in a person. As people age, they begin to lose muscle. Because muscle burns calories even when at rest, most people's metabolism declines in middle age, which results in more fat. And it's a vicious cycle because the more fat a person has and the less muscle a person has, the lower their metabolism will be. Though the loss of muscle in middle age is just part of physical development and aging, much of it also has to do with a decline in activities meant to build and sustain muscle. For example, when Mimi does manage to work out, she often does aerobic exercise like walking or taking an aerobics class. While these exercises are good for her cardiovascular system, they do not do much in the way of building or maintaining muscle mass. If Mimi focused on resistance training, like lifting weights several times a week, her muscle mass would go up, and since muscle burns calories, so would her metabolism. Resistance training, then, helps combat both the muscle loss and the weight gain that occurs in many middle-aged people. Middle adulthood, or middle age, is the time of life between ages 40 and 65. During this time, people experience many physical changes that signal that the person is aging, including gray hair and hair loss, wrinkles and age spots, vision and hearing loss, and weight gain, commonly called the middle age spread. Susanna is 80 years old, much older than she ever thought she'd live. She's seen her kids have kids, and now even her grandkids have kids. Being able to meet her great-grandchildren is a special treat for Susanna, one that she is so happy that she was able to live long enough to see. Susanna is in late adulthood, or the time of life after age 65. For those lucky enough to live into late adulthood, this can be an exciting time as they watch their family grow and find time after retirement for many of the passions they couldn't pursue during the busy earlier time in life. But how likely is it that someone like Susanna can live into late adulthood? And is there anything she can do to increase that likelihood? Let's look at life expectancy and lifespan and factors that influence how long a person might live. When Susanna was born 80 years ago, no one ever thought that she'd live this long, not because there was anything wrong with her, but because very few people at that time made it to age 80. Life expectancy is the number of years the average person in a society lives. For example, the average life expectancy for babies born in the United States in 2014 is 79. The average length of time that a baby born in Sweden in 2014 can expect to live is 82. In contrast, when Susanna was born in 1934, the average life expectancy was around 60 years old. That's a big difference. So, as you can see, both where and when you were born influences your life expectancy. But does that mean that all babies in America live 2 or 3 years shorter than all babies in Sweden? Not at all. Life expectancy is just an estimate based on the statistics of that population. It is what the experts would expect to happen. In contrast, lifespan is the length of time an individual person lives. It is the measure of the span of a person's life. Susanna's expectancy might only be around 60, but we know that her lifespan is at least 80 and perhaps even longer. Now that Susanna has great-grandchildren, she wants to stay alive even more than ever. Her goal is to live to see her great-grandchildren get married, which might be 20 or even 30 years from now. Of course, Susanna can't really control how long she lives. She might get hit by a bus tomorrow or have a heart attack. But is there anything that Susanna can do to help increase her lifespan? There are many factors that can impact a person's lifespan, some of which are out of Susanna's control. Some of the larger influences on how long a person lives can be remembered by the acronym GERD. This stands for, number 1, genetics. There's not a lot that Susanna can do about this one. A person's genes can influence up to 25% of lifespan. Number 2, exercise. Fitness plays a role in how long a person lives. Even at 80, Susanna is active. She likes to go for walks and even lifts weights a few days a week. Number 3, reproduction. Some studies have shown that women who have fewer children at later ages live longer lives. In particular, women who have babies as teenagers tend to have a shorter lifespan. Susanna didn't have her first baby until she was in her 20s, so this might have an impact. Number 4, diet. Like fitness, eating healthy has a large impact on lifespan. Susanna eats a healthy, well-balanced diet, which can help her extend her life. Late adulthood is the time of life after age 65. How long late adulthood lasts depends on an individual's lifespan, or length of time they live, which is often, but not always, similar to their life expectancy, which is the average length of time a person in a society lives. Lifespan can be influenced by many things, including genetics, exercise, diet, and reproduction.
How does a child develop socially? How do children learn to interact with others, and what is the process that gets them there? In order to answer these questions, researchers and psychologists have examined children and come up with various theories through the years. Today we will focus on 3 of the most well-known theories of childhood social development: psychoanalytic theory, social learning theory, and attachment theory. Let's meet Sally. Sally is curious about developmental theories and has set out to learn about them by meeting with 3 different psychologists, each of whom subscribe to a different theory about how we develop. Today Sally is going to a psychologist who follows psychoanalytic theory. When the session begins, he holds up blots of ink and asks what she sees in them. He does this in order to bring forth her unconscious feelings or desires. He does not ask about her feelings or desires because he believes that she is not aware of them. This theory was developed by Sigmund Freud and states that what really drives us are urges and needs beneath our conscious awareness, specifically urges and needs that come from childhood. The therapist explains to Sally that during childhood, she developed through a series of psychosexual stages: oral, anal, phallic, latency, and genital. If a stage was not successfully completed, Sally would be fixated on that stage in a way that would negatively affect her present personality and interactions with others. He said, for example, that her feeling of being uptight around others was a sign that she was stuck in the anal stage. Today, many researchers do not subscribe to psychoanalytic theory because it is difficult to test for accuracy. After all, how can we be sure to know what is going on in the unconscious? This theory also differs from other developmental theories in its belief of psychosexual stages and their lasting impact on the individual. Next up, we have a psychologist who subscribes to social learning theory founded by Albert Bandura. When Sally asks what the theory is about, the psychologist shows her a video. "This is 6-year-old Lisa," he says. "Watch as she participates in an experiment." As the video begins, Lisa is watching a woman interact with a doll through a window. She is throwing the doll, yelling and hitting it. Afterward, Lisa is invited to play with the doll by herself. She throws it and kicks it, yelling at it as the woman did. "This is the famous Bobo doll experiment," says the psychologist. "It displays a tendency for children to learn behavior by watching it." That then is the premise of social learning theory. We act in a certain way by having first observed it. Then we interact with others based on what we have learned. When our actions are encouraged or reinforced by others, we are inclined to repeat that behavior, practicing it until it becomes habitual. Social development, therefore, arises simply from watching those around us and imitating them. Sally is noticing that this theory is different from psychoanalytic theory because it does not take the unconscious into account. It also doesn't lean on emotions or stages of development. Instead, its focus is on behavior and how that comes about. The theory is therefore easier to notice and measure, as seen from the Bobo doll experiment. Finally, Sally is going to the third psychologist who subscribes to attachment theory developed by John Bowlby and Mary Ainsworth. The psychologist wastes no time before she asks Sally about her childhood. "What was your relationship like with your mother and father?" she asks. "Did you run to them for help? Did you know they would be there for you? How did you feel if they left?" The majority of questions asked by the psychologist involve Sally's interactions with her parents as a young child. The psychologist explains to Sally that attachment theory centers on the type of bond we had with our primary caregivers during childhood. She says that the quality of this attachment directly affects our future health and relationships. For example, if our parents were nurturing and available for us while also encouraging our independence, we can grow up feeling less anxious and better about ourselves. If, however, we were lacking a sense of parental care, or we had the opposite extreme and were smothered by it, we can carry feelings of fear, insecurity, and distrust in others. As the theory goes, primary caregivers are the central figures of the child's world, so they have the biggest impact on the child's emotional growth and social development. In 1958, a study was done by Harry Harlow. He raised infant monkeys away from their mothers. Some of the monkeys were left alone, and others were given both a wire figure who fed them and a figure covered with soft cloth. Those who were given the figures, or surrogate mothers, developed normally and did not behave in abnormal manners like those reared alone. Also, the monkeys given the two figures spent more time with the cloth one rather than the wire one. While they went to the wire mother for food, they spent their time cuddling with the cloth mother, especially when afraid. This showed the need for emotional support and security for proper development. Sally noticed that, like psychoanalytic theory, attachment theory places a lot of emphasis on the role of early childhood experiences on development. It can be more easily measured, as seen in the Harlow experiment. She also noticed it is much more relationally based than social learning theory, which depends on learning through observation. To review, psychoanalytic theory explains that children go through psychosexual stages that impact their lives as a whole, and that they are driven by memories of these experiences in their unconscious. This theory is hard to test, unique in its depiction of childhood stages, and relies on early childhood experiences to explain issues in adulthood. According to social learning theory, we develop through observing the actions of others and repeating them. Then as our behavior becomes encouraged by things like praise, we keep it up until it becomes a habit. This theory is based on action rather than emotion and can be easily measured. Attachment theory is based on the premise that the type of bond we had with our caregivers as children is what determines our health both emotionally and socially. It relies heavily on early childhood experiences, but is based within the context of relationships and can be examined. Throughout our lives, we develop a sense of ourselves, who we are, what we are about, and how we fit into the world. But how does that first step in getting to know ourselves happen? It actually starts with the very basics of realizing we are separate individuals with our own thoughts, actions, and abilities to interact with the world. This initial awareness of ourselves starts soon after birth and into the first few years of infancy. Meet baby Mark. Mark is developing like many other babies. He was just recently born, and his actions are already goal-oriented for survival, as he instinctively cries when he's hungry. A couple months pass, and he continues to grow in the awareness that he is a different being from the world around him. Specifically, he recognizes that his body is a separate entity from his mother and father. At around 3 months old, Mark starts recognizing familiar and unfamiliar faces. When his sister enters the room, he feels calm and content. However, when the new nanny showed up yesterday, he felt uncomfortable and scared. He is also starting to grab for toys now and seems to know how far to reach in order to grab them. He can sense where his body is in relation to the object, and he is enjoying the ways he can act on his environment. Mark's mother has been reading a book on the development of self-awareness in infants. She reads that around 8 months, babies start reacting to their names. She calls him by name all the time and is looking forward to watching him respond to it. Fast forward several months. Mark has just had his 1-year birthday. Mark's mother has just read about a simple test to see how self-aware a child is. She tries it out today on Mark. First, she puts a spot of rouge on his cheek. Then, she places him in front of a mirror. She talks to him lovingly as he moves his arms and hands and smiles. The test explains that if the baby notices that the image in the mirror is his, he will reach for the rouge on his face. Mark, however, does not do this. Instead, he just smiles and laughs. He seems mesmerized, as if he were interacting with another person, who oddly enough, is moving while he is. His mother decides to try the test again when he turns 2 or soon after, as she read that that is the most common time for a baby to pass the rouge test. Another 1.5 years goes by, and Mark's mother suddenly remembers the test. She puts the spot of rouge on his face again and sits him in front of the mirror. Suddenly, a strange and surprised look covers his face. He touches his cheek, and upon feeling the rouge, wipes it away with his hand. He looks up at his mother, again in the mirror, and actually looks embarrassed. He seems uncomfortable and starts backing away. "Mark," she says, and he now looks at her in response. "It's okay." It's quite a milestone when children pass the rouge test. First, it means they recognize themselves in the mirror. For many children, it also means they feel embarrassment for the first time, which is a form of putting themselves in the mind of another person and how they might view them. Quite a step for an infant. Other than this example of embarrassment, however, 2- and 3-year-olds do not yet understand another person's point of view. Mark's mother has been thankful for his calm and content nature. When she had his sister Betsy 4 years earlier, she was not so easy to manage. She used to cry easily, have trouble sleeping, and be resistant to calming techniques. Mark and Betsy were born with 2 different temperaments. Temperament is a child's personal style of dealing and interacting with their surroundings. There are 3 main temperaments. A baby like Mark, who is generally happy and not easily upset, is known to have an easy or flexible temperament. A baby like Betsy, however, who is fussy, scared of new situations, and has an irregular schedule, is categorized as active or feisty. When Mark's mother was a baby, she started off being tentative and upset by new situations or people, but became more positive with repeated exposure. She would be classified as slow to warm or cautious. While an infant is born with a particular temperament, it can also be influenced by environment, parenting, and a family's cultural values. For example, If an active or feisty child is born into a very structured, disciplined family, he may learn to become less irregular and more scheduled. Also, if the child is met with positive reinforcement, like praise or attention every time he cooperates, he is more inclined to learn to curb his natural temperament. When parents are aware of the temperament of their child, it makes things easier. If a mother has an active child and does not know that this is his natural temperament, she may think it's her fault that her child is so restless. She might wonder if she coddled him too much since the time of birth, or even made a mistake while he was in the womb. But if she knows this is the way he was born, she can release that burden and then prepare strategies to deal with that temperament. For example, for an active child, a mother might offer him many activities during the day to release his energy, and then a quiet time to calm him before she intends on putting him to bed. It is important that parents use methods of action tailored to their child's particular temperament. When they can combine their child's temperament with the tailored course of action, it is called a goodness of fit. Where an active child needs extra play and quieting time, a slow-to-warm child needs extra support and patience from parents when trying out new situations. If the child is first getting to know a new playmate, for example, the mother or father can bring her over to her friend and say, "Stay here and play with Chloe. I'll be right here in the room with you." Infants recognize they are differentiated from others shortly after birth, and subsequently, they learn to act upon their environment to create results. Within the first 2 years, they will recognize familiar faces, respond to their own names, recognize themselves in a mirror, and feel embarrassment. Infants are born with certain temperaments that influence them to be easy and flexible, active or feisty, or slow to warm or cautious. Both environment and parenting style can also nudge a child's temperament in a certain direction. When parents are aware of their child's temperament, they can better prepare for their child's behavior, thereby creating as smooth an upbringing as possible. As children are developing socially, they are also developing their self-esteem. Self-esteem is the way we feel about ourselves. We may have high self-esteem and feel confident and content with who we are, or we may have low self-esteem and feel that we are not as valuable as others. High self-esteem often leads to healthy social interactions, which then lead to higher self-esteem. There are several actions parents and caretakers can follow in order to build their child's self-esteem during these key developing years. Show attention and care. When parents are attentive and show care toward their children, they give their children the message that they are important. Physical affection can make the child feel loved and more able to show affection to their own children one day. Statements like, "I love you," or "You are so special to me," are like deposits into a child's self-esteem account. When children hear these statements frequently, they feel securely loved and valued by their parents. When they feel valuable to their parents, they feel good about themselves. Parents are a child's first exposure to the world and to relationships with others. There is a relational bond in a parent-child relationship that far exceeds any other bond. Therefore, the way parents treat their children can deeply affect self-esteem both during childhood and even into adulthood. Foster safety and independence. While it is crucial that parents make a child feel safe, it is also crucial that parents encourage children to explore. Take Johnny, for example. Johnny loves crawling on the living room floor and investigating every corner. Johnny's mother doesn't want him exploring just yet. She is worried he is going to get into some kind of trouble. She tells him to stop over and over, picking him up and telling him to stay on her lap. Johnny's father, however, tells her not to worry and encourages Johnny to look around. He calls his son from another room and acts excited when he makes it there. Johnny's mother may not realize it, but if she continues this overprotective behavior, she will limit Johnny's confidence as he grows. He may only feel safe when she is around, which will make him feel inadequate if he is in daycare or grade school. However, Johnny's father promotes a sense of ability in him. When Johnny gets to the other rooms and his father praises him, the foundation is being set for a sense of accomplishment as Johnny grows. The fact that his father is still present is important because it provides a feeling of security for an infant. The best prescription for healthy self-esteem includes a mixture of parental care and age-appropriate independence. Praise abilities. As a child gets older, giving him or her tasks like chores or assignments can help create a feeling of responsibility and confidence. A child who begins to rinse dishes and puts them in the dishwasher may say to her parents, "Look what I can do." It helps when parents praise children at those times and also stay mindful of other opportunities to compliment them for their kindness, talent, or creativity, to name a few. I used to love to choreograph and perform dances for my parents as a child, and they were a great audience, attentively watching and cheering at the end. They told me how talented I was, and I continued to dance as I grew. Encourage communication. Parents have the chance to help develop a child's communication skills while showing they care. Asking questions like, "How was your day at school? What happened today?" as well as drawing out a child's thoughts when he or she looks upset, are signs to this child that he or she matters. They are also opportunities for children to practice putting words to their feelings and for parents to teach appropriate thinking. For example, Lisa has been quiet and sad since her mother picked her up from school that afternoon. Her mother continues to ask what is wrong. She then asks specific questions. What happened with your teacher today? What happened with your friends? What kind of work did you do? On the third question, Lisa says, "I drew a picture." "Where is it?" her mother asks. "I threw it out because Sam said it was ugly," she says. Her mother then brings out Lisa's old drawings and tells her how much she loves them and what a great artist Lisa is. Lisa ends up feeling better about herself after sharing her feelings and being affirmed. Provide interactions with peers. Children who are given the chance to interact with other children their age are given an invaluable gift. They are provided the opportunities to develop socially through experience, and they are able to feel good about themselves through friendships. Children can learn to interact well when they can practice it. Then their positive interactions lead to higher self-esteem. When I was in grade school, I remember learning about taking turns on the playground. My 3 friends and I would take turns on a tire swing, and each of us got to ride it for 30 seconds. We would all count out loud while one of us was swinging before moving on to the next rider. While I was taught to be considerate and take turns, I got to experience it firsthand with my peers. It felt good to get along with them. When my friends came over to my house, I learned how to ask them what they wanted to do rather than tell them what to do. It was especially important for me to learn through friendships since I'm an only child. As I learned to treat others well, I felt good about myself because I connected with close friendships and was well liked. Teach healthy behavior. Healthy interactions with others can be modeled by parents. If the child both hears her parents talk about treating others well and watches them do it, she will learn to behave similarly. Parents can also model healthy self-esteem. They need to be careful to not put themselves or others down around their children and instead be aware that children are often listening and observing. Parents can also tell children how to treat each other well so friendships are fostered and maintained. Remember Lisa? Maybe she was mean to that boy the next day since he said her drawing was ugly. If her parents find out, they can tell her it's never right to hurt another person. To review, self-esteem is our personal feeling about ourselves. It affects our social interactions, which in turn affects our self-esteem. Childhood is a key time for the development of self-esteem. There are several factors that influence a child's self-esteem, and there are steps parents or caregivers can take in order to foster healthy self-esteem. These steps include showing attention and care, fostering safety and independence, praising abilities, encouraging communication, providing interactions with peers, and teaching healthy behavior. Adolescence is a unique time. It's the stage between childhood and adulthood when many teenagers are trying to figure out who they are and what they're about. It's a time when they feel they should be given more responsibility than kids, but a time they do not yet feel ready for the duties of being an adult. With activities, school, home life, and plans for their future, adolescence can be a turbulent but exciting time for teens to learn about themselves. As already mentioned, part of the natural process of teenagers is the development of their self-concept. Self-concept refers to a set of abilities, opinions, and thoughts by which we define and categorize ourselves. For adolescents, their self-concept begins being much more complex and tangible than it was when they were children. Let's say a researcher wanted to show the difference between the self-concept of a child and that of a teenager. 8 years ago, Susan was 7 years old and was interviewed with basic questions about her self-concept. When asked to describe herself, she said, "I am nice," and "I am good at drawing and singing." Even though she had just played a game with her brother that she had lost, she tells the researcher, "And I won the game with my brother." Fast forward 8 years, and Susan is now 15 years old. When asked about herself, she says things like, "I'm nice to people, but sometimes I could be nicer. I'm not good at sports, but I'm pretty good at the artsy stuff. I lose every time I play card games with my brother. My friends say I'm fun to be around." Not surprisingly, adolescents like Susan are able to describe and define themselves with more complexity than they could as children. A child may not realize how she can be nice and not nice at the same time, but an adolescent can. He or she may not be able to think realistically, as Susan once said she beat her brother in a game. Adolescents are also much more focused on the way they are viewed by others, which can affect their self-esteem and self-concept. A teen may point to their values and morals as part of who they are. They may talk about careers or goals, schools they want to attend, awards they have received, or activities in which they excel. Other teens may point out they don't know yet who they are, or that they're still getting to know themselves. Teens are much more focused on what is expected of them and how they compare to others than they were as children. In another lesson, we learned about Erikson's stage of identity development through our lifespan. Psychologist James Marcia focused on teen identity development and expanded on Erikson's concepts of identity crisis and identity confusion during adolescence. He explained that teens go through 4 unique stages in their quest toward forming an identity and called each stage an identity status. Each status describes where an adolescent is in the process of exploring values, beliefs, and goals that will make up their self-concept. Here we have a group of 4 high school seniors who are close friends but each hold a different identity status. Let's meet Darla first. Darla is going through identity diffusion. This means she has not explored any particular path or chosen to follow it. Her parents are putting pressure on her to go to college, but she is not sure what she thinks about continuing school. She doesn't know what she wants to do with her future, and she isn't interested in giving it much consideration. Her friend Lucy, however, is in identity foreclosure. This means she has not explored what it is she wants, but has committed to what is presented to her. Her mother and father went to the University of Florida, so she has decided to go there. Her parents want her to be pre-med, so she is set on doing that. The third friend in the group, Ben, is in the identity moratorium status, which means he has explored a great deal but has not made any commitment. He has looked into many colleges, considered what he wants to do for a career, and compared his parents' faith to other religions. However, he has not settled on any course of action for himself. Lastly, we have Michael. Michael is in identity achievement, so he has explored options and chosen to commit. He has already applied to college after investigating many possible schools. He has also decided he wants to continue following the religion he was brought up with after considering if it was the right one for him. Marcia believed that each status was ideally a stepping stone to the final one, identity achievement. He believed that a mature and healthy adolescent was one who could determine his or her own identity. This includes being willing to wrestle with beliefs, goals, and other concepts with which they were raised and start figuring out their own perspective. As Marcia pointed out, identity is influenced by specific values, beliefs, and life goals. It is also affected by an adolescent's self-esteem. The way adolescents' parents treat them also impacts their confidence in themselves. If they are present and loving, this can positively impact an adolescent's sense of identity. Having supportive friends becomes especially important to adolescents for their sense of self-esteem and belonging, particularly when family life is challenging. Other factors that can influence identity is an adolescent's background and opportunities that have been offered to them, such as trips or special activities. Their identity can also spring from groups they are a part of, like a youth group or baseball team. Many adolescents may feel as if they have one identity at home and one at school, or they might try out a certain identity, like trying to fit in with the artsy crowd at school, only to change the athletic group later that year. To review, adolescents have developed a more complex self-concept since childhood. They consider different aspects of their personality, abilities, and activities to describe themselves. They are also investigating who they are and may try out different identities. According to psychologist James Marcia, they fall somewhere within 4 identity statuses on the way to forming an identity of solid values and beliefs. These include identity diffusion, identity foreclosure, identity moratorium, and identity achievement. Along with values, there are other factors that develop and impact identity, like self-esteem, background, opportunities, and groups. Have you seen the movie Anger Management? If you haven't, it stars Adam Sandler and Jack Nicholson. Sandler is set up by psychologist Nicholson to have suppressed anger issues and is court-ordered to enter serious treatment with him. Early in the treatment, Sandler attends his first anger management group. Nicholson wants him to introduce himself to the group, so he asks him, "Tell us about yourself, David. Who are you?" To this he responds, "Well, I'm an executive assistant at a major pet products company." Nicholson interrupts, "I don't want you to tell us what you do. I want you to tell us who you are." Sandler tries again. "I'm a pretty good guy. I like playing tennis on occasion." Nicholson interrupts again. "Not your hobbies, Dave. Just simple. Tell us who you are." Sandler is now getting tense and annoyed as he continues. "I'm a nice, easygoing man." "Dave, you're describing your personality," says Nicholson. "I want to know who you are." Suddenly, Sandler yells at Nicholson, "I don't know what you want me to say!" At this, the group looks shocked and assumes Sandler does have an anger problem. The reason I bring up this scene is that the way Sandler answered the question, "Who are you?" is the same way most adults would answer it. When we think of who we are, we think of our job, hobbies, and personality. We often can't think of any other way to answer that question. In another lesson, we define self-concept as a set of abilities, opinions, and thoughts by which we define and categorize ourselves. These include our job, values, traits, interests, and social roles. There are also different selves that we experience: the individual self, the relational self, and the collective self. The individual self describes what we typically think of when we hear the term self-concept. It applies to our traits, personality, physical appearance, and abilities. Then we have our relational self, which makes up our roles in relationships with others, like a mother or son. Thirdly, there is the collective self, or our identification with certain social groups, such as a company or church. Each of these selves comprise different facets to our self-concept. Let's take Jenny, for example. When asked about how she would define herself, Jenny says, "Well, I'm generous with others and a hard worker. I work as a receptionist. I'm a mother and a wife, and I'm also a member of First Baptist Church." In another lesson, we learned about differences in the self-concept of a child and that of an adolescent. By the time we are adults, our self-concept has probably changed multiple times, or just developed further to become more specific or realistic. The way we think of ourselves now, or the way we would describe ourselves to others, often looks very different or more complex than it did when we were younger. Even in adulthood, our self-concept can change as we enter different phases of life. Fast forward 5 years, and Jenny is now divorced. She has also gone back to school to study business. When asked about herself, Jenny says, "I'm single and a mother. I'm also a student studying international business." Part of her self-concept remains the same, however. "I'm generous and kind to others, and I'm a member of First Baptist Church." Psychologist Carl Rogers believed in 3 dimensions to one's self-concept. The first is self-image, or how we see ourselves. This includes how we see our personality, talent, social roles, and physical traits. We might see ourselves from a realistic light or from an unrealistic one. For example, Bobby thinks he is a bad father because he spends a lot of time at work. He makes an extra effort to spend a lot of time with his daughter on the weekends, but he still feels guilty. The truth is, Bobby has always tended to feel guilty, even when there is no reason to. His daughter actually feels that she has a lot of quality time with him. Laura, however, sees herself in a more realistic light. She is aware that she is the strongest copywriter at her advertising firm, and she's right. Her writing has brought the company more success than several other writers combined. When our self-concept lines up with reality, we have what Roger termed congruence. However, when our self-concept does not line up with reality, we have incongruence. So in Bobby's case, we have incongruence, whereas in Laura's case, we have congruence. The second dimension to one's self-concept is his or her self-esteem or self-worth, which we have talked about in a couple other lessons. To review, it is how we feel about ourselves. While it is very similar to self-image, it is more the judgment and feeling about that image of ourselves. Bobby, for example, has low self-esteem because he was not present for his daughter as much as he'd like. He compared himself to other fathers who worked less and then felt worse about himself. Laura, on the other hand, has high self-esteem because she feels she is valuable and well-liked due to her success at the company. Rogers believed that the foundation for our self-esteem was laid during childhood with loving parents and is also affected by significant relationships later in life. Lastly, we have the ideal self, or who we want to be. This is the person we wish we were or we aim to become. Usually our image of our very highest potential does not match up with who we see ourselves to be today. Bobby's ideal self would be a father who is around his daughter during the week while also having a good job to support his family. Laura may be in the minority, feeling that she is living out of her ideal self today. Or she may have problems with other areas of her life and wish those were as successful as her work life. To review, our self-concept is defined as a set of abilities, opinions, and thoughts by which we define and categorize ourselves. There are 3 different selves through which we develop our self-concept. These include our individual self, or our own traits as individuals, our relational self, or who we are in relationship with others, and our collective self, or who we are in reference to a larger group. Psychologist Carl Rogers came up with 3 dimensions to our self-concept that include our self-image, or how we see ourselves, our self-esteem, or how we feel about ourselves, and our ideal self, or who we wish we could be. When thoughts about ourselves are lined up with reality, our self-concept is considered to be congruent. When they are not, it is considered incongruent. There's a saying that goes, "The only thing constant is change." I bet Daniel Levinson would have agreed with that. He was a psychologist who focused his time on investigating adult development and the changes in life that create it. It was his belief that adults have a certain life structure, or pattern of life comprised of one's social dealings, relationships, and work life. This life structure is continuously affected by various seasons in life. The 2 reappearing seasons in life that Levinson stressed were the stable period, or a time of consistency when a person makes crucial life choices, and the transitional period, or the end of a certain life stage and beginning of a new one. Levinson identified 7 specific stages during adult development in his theory of the seasons of life. These stages include early adult transition, entering the adult world, age 30 transition, settling down, midlife transition, entering middle adulthood, and late adulthood. Meet Doris. Doris is 70 years old and has a long-awaited visit today from her granddaughter Becky. Becky has just come home from college and has been sharing her new experiences with Doris. As Becky shares what it's like to be away from home for the first time, Doris starts thinking of her own memories from college. Even after Becky leaves, Doris continues daydreaming. She thinks about college more and then moves on to thinking about the other seasons of her life. According to Levinson, the time Doris left for college was a key beginning stage in her adult development. It is the first time when Doris separated from her parents and began to decrease her emotional attachment to them. It was the first time she began planning out her adult life. Levinson called this time one's early adult transition. Doris continues to think about the next part of her young life. When she was in her 20s, she had her first set of years living and working in the adult world, working as a receptionist and later as an office manager. Levinson called this stage entering the adult world and believed this was the time for Doris to create her life structure. In that, he believed that young adults address 4 major tasks during this time: forming a dream and preparing for it, forming an occupation, forming mentor relationships, forming love relationships, marriage, and family. Levinson considered the dream to be one's vision, desires, and core plan for his or herself in this world. This includes career and family. Doris recalls wondering often about when she would get married and start a family. Then when she was 26, she met her husband. When Doris was in her 30s, she entered what Levinson called her age 30 transition. In this stage, a significant change of life structure takes place. Often this happens as a result of a crisis or when someone evaluates their present life and asks if it is what he or she wants it to be. It usually takes place between the ages of 28 and 33. For Doris, she had always wanted to be an interior designer, though she took other jobs. When she turned 32, she decided to go back to school to study interior design. Fast forward a few years and Doris is now 35. She has established her role in her community and her family and is progressing as an interior designer. According to Levinson, she is in a stage of settling down. This typically happens between the ages of 33 and 40. As Doris turns 40, she begins having another season of introspection as she questions the direction of her own life. She realizes her husband is thinking about the same kind of questions. He asks her how they can make their lives more meaningful. For some people, this season of midlife transition between the ages of 40 and 45 can lead to poor decisions like spending too much money or leaving a marriage simply based on dissatisfaction and a drive to completely change their lives. In the case of Doris and her husband, however, their midlife transition simply led to moving to a new home out in the country and giving more of their money away to charities. Next up, Doris is 48. Levinson referred to this time at ages 45 to 50 as entering middle adulthood. It was explained to be another time when a person commits to new tasks and alterations in his or her life structure. For Doris, this was the time when her youngest son went off to college, and she and her husband did more things in town, like taking dance classes. Finally, Doris thinks about what a great life she has had. She smiles as she remembers her achievements and is now able to make peace with her regrets. She is now in the last stage of adult development, or what Levinson called late adulthood. To review, psychologist Daniel Levinson believed that adults continue to develop as a result of a series of transitions and stable periods. He identified 7 stages of an adult's life, including early adult transition, entering the adult world, age 30 transition, settling down, midlife transition, entering middle adulthood, and late adulthood.
Do you know how to explain why different people have different personalities? For example, imagine the following scenario. Jill and Claire are friends who sit next to each other in history class. They put comparable amounts of work into the class, and they earn comparable grades. Even so, they react quite differently when, one Monday morning, their teacher announces a pop quiz. Jill feels anxiety. Her heart starts racing, and she immediately starts worrying about how much a poor score on the quiz might harm her overall grade. Meanwhile, Claire remains calm. She reasons that she's probably better prepared than other students in the class, and that she has usually done well on quizzes before. So she imagines she'll likely do well on this morning's assessment. Granted, Jill and Claire are similar in some ways. They're the same age, they go to the same school, they belong to the same circle of friends, and they both earn good grades. Even so, they react quite differently to the pop quiz because they have different personalities. Personality can be formally defined as a given person's characteristic thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. As you might imagine, psychology studies personality from a number of different angles. For example, some psychologists are interested in devising ways that personality can be accurately assessed. Psychologists also study personality disorders, or long-lasting patterns of thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that deviate from relevant cultural expectations. So, for example, anxiety only becomes regarded as a disorder when it seems excessive compared to relevant cultural norms. Still, other psychologists study personality traits, which are a person's typical ways of thinking, behaving, and feeling. We often think of personality as being defined by certain traits. For example, assuming that her reaction to the pop quiz was typical for her, we might say that Jill has an anxious personality. And assuming the same of Claire's reaction, we might say that she has a calm, laid-back, and/or confident personality. A psychologist might say that Jill ranks high on neuroticism, while Claire ranks low. No matter what we call them, prevailing traits do not need always to be present. For example, maybe there are some limited contexts that make Claire feel really anxious or cause her to abandon her characteristic calm. But unlike such transient states, personality traits are relatively consistent and enduring. This is how psychologists sometimes differentiate between the terms state and trait. States are transient or ephemeral, whereas traits endure over time. So we've defined personality, personality disorders, traits, and states. Another question that has long fascinated psychologists is the question of what causes personality. Think about it. What are the origins of our personalities? Is personality genetic and hardwired into us from birth? Or is it something we learn from our parents and friends? As with other qualities, such as intelligence, studies suggest that personality results from a mix of both. Here's another question. Regardless of whether the origins of personality are better explained in terms of nature or of nurture, how flexible or inflexible is it? Do people's personalities remain relatively stable across the entire lifespan? Or is personality something that can and does change over time? Even though these questions have been heavily researched and theorized about, they are still far from fully understood. Here's what you've learned. Personality is one of the ways in which individual people tend to differ from one another. Personality can be defined as a given person's characteristic thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. We often think of personality in terms of various traits or typical ways of thinking, behaving, and feeling. Other issues that interest psychologists about personality include how it might best be assessed, or how continuous or dynamic personality is across the human lifespan, and what the origins of personality might be. Compared to your parents, how frequently do you tend to worry and to experience negative emotions? What evidence is there for personality being at least partially determined by genetics? Consider this example. In the early 1950s, a German-British psychologist named Hans-Jürgen Eysenck was the lead author on a published study about whether neuroticism is inherited. Neuroticism is a term that psychologists use to label a general tendency to experience negative emotions. Eysenck's test was a twin study, which used 25 pairs of fraternal twins and 25 pairs of identical twins. Identical twins have the same genes, whereas fraternal twins have only about half the same genes. So here's the value of a twin study like this. If identical twins are raised in the same households and fraternal twins are raised in the same households, then characteristics that are determined largely by environmental factors should be about equally pronounced in both kinds of twins. By contrast, assuming again that both identical twins and fraternal twins are each raised in the same households, characteristics that are more influenced by genetics should be more similar between identical twins than between fraternal ones. In other words, the goal of identical versus fraternal twin studies is to understand the significance of genetics for a particular characteristic. Identical twins share twice as much genetic code as fraternal twins. So by comparing the degree of similarity between the two different kinds of twins, researchers can better understand the role that genetics play in determining that characteristic. Eysenck's study found that neuroticism seemed to be overwhelmingly determined by genetics, with about 80% stemming from biological factors and only 20% from environmental ones. This is normal. Twin studies like this usually find more similarity between identical than between fraternal twins. Twin studies, such as Eysenck's, belong within a field known as behavioral genetics, which studies the heritability of traits in animals and humans. Behavioral genetics is not exclusively a subfield of psychology. It's more of an interdisciplinary field that impinges on disciplines including psychology, biology, and statistics, And studies in behavioral genetics do rely heavily on statistics. For example, twin studies often must establish concordance rates, which is the proportion of twin pairs in which both individuals exhibit the trait being considered. Now, with some traits, such as red hair, you either have it or you don't. With others, though, such as height, you can exhibit the trait to varying degrees. With these traits that can differ in degree, another type of statistic is needed. It's called a correlation coefficient. You don't need to worry about how to calculate it at the moment. Just know that a correlation coefficient measures the extent to which the trait in one twin compares or contrasts with the same trait in the other twin. Aside from twin studies, another type of research method that behavioral geneticists use to study humans is a family study. Probably you can guess from the name what this type of study is. A family study begins by isolating a single trait or even a single illness in a single person. This first person is known as the proband. Then, that person's parents, siblings, and children are studied with reference to the same trait. These relatives are known as first-degree relatives. Sometimes family studies will even consider more distant relatives, such as aunts and grandparents, and so forth. These more distant relatives are known as second-degree relatives. Obviously, family studies aim to identify whether a trait runs in a family. But can you think of a complication with them? Families tend not only to be similar in terms of genetic makeup, they also tend to live in similar, if not the same, environments. So, even though family studies can determine whether a given trait runs in a given family, they cannot easily determine whether it runs in the family due to environment or due to genetics. Twin studies, such as Eysenck's, are better for distinguishing that. Another variation of a family study is an adoption study. Adoption studies can happen in two different ways. First, biologically related people who have been raised in different environments can be studied. For example, what if identical twins were adopted by different families and raised in different households? Since they have the same DNA, studies like these are well positioned for drawing conclusions about effects those different environments have exerted on those twins. One well-known example of a study like this is known as the Minnesota Twin Study. It studied a pair of identical twins who were raised separately and who did not meet until they were 40. The results were astonishing. One researcher concluded on multiple measures of personality and temperament, occupational and leisure time interests, and social attitudes, identical twins reared apart are about as similar as identical twins reared together. Second, adopted children can be compared to their adopted parents, to their biological parents, or both. The Texas Adoption Project is one well-known adoption study. To summarize, behavioral genetics is a field that attempts to ascertain whether, or the extent to which, traits, including personality traits, are inherited. To help determine this, researchers study families in family studies, twin studies, and adoption studies. These studies are heavily reliant on statistical measurements, including concordance rates, which indicate the proportions of pairs in given studies in which both individuals exhibit the trait in question, and correlation coefficients. A correlation coefficient measures the extent to which the prevalence of a trait in one person matches or diverges from the prevalence of the same trait in another. Let's talk about the id, the ego, and the superego, the three parts of the structure of personality in a theory that was developed by Sigmund Freud. He's probably someone you've heard of. He's a pretty famous psychologist from the late 19th and early 20th centuries. While his theory of personality is outdated, it was monumental in influencing how we think about personality today. When you think of Freud, you might think about going into therapy and lying down on a couch, telling your therapist about your problems. But if someone goes into therapy today, the therapist isn't going to say, "Oh, of course, aha, it's the id, the ego, and the superego. They're just not talking to each other right." Nevertheless, these three personality parts have entered the mainstream understanding of how we think about internal conflict. Let's think about an average person who's pushed and pulled in lots of directions by different drives like sex and food, but also ethics and a wish to maintain a healthy body. These drives are pushing them and pulling them in different directions, and maybe they're not even aware. This is the idea of internal conflict. It's the conflict between basic desires, the id, morality and being a good person, the superego, and consciousness, the ego. So first, let's start with the id. This is an unconscious part of your personality. It's basically the childish and impulsive part of you that just does what it wants, and it wants things really intensely and doesn't really think about the consequences. Freud describes this as operating on a pleasure principle, which essentially means what it sounds like, which is that it's always seeking to try to increase pleasure and decrease pain. Now, as an example of this, let's say you come home and you find to your delight that your roommate has baked a cake. Your id would think, oh, I want to eat that cake right now. That looks delicious. You know your roommate's not going to be happy if you eat it, so first you eat a little piece of the corner, and then you have to cut yourself a slice so it doesn't look disgusting. And then soon enough, you've eaten the whole thing. It's gone. How did you manage to eat the whole cake? Blame your id for taking over. That's what your id aims to do in life. It wants you to eat whole cakes because it wants you to increase pleasure. Cakes are going to make you feel good. Why not eat the whole thing? Now, what it also wants to do is decrease pain. So let's say you wake up the next morning and you think, oh no, I just ate a whole cake. That's really bad. Maybe I'll get some exercise. You think to yourself about how you'll go hiking in the mountains all day, and you tell yourself, all right, let's get some exercise. No, your id says, that's not going to happen. That's going to hurt. We don't want to do that. So if you're totally id-driven, you'd basically eat the whole cake and then you would not go hiking the next day to burn off the calories. That's the pleasure principle. Now, we usually don't eat whole cakes and lay on the couch all day every day. What helps to control the rampaging id? There is another part of your personality that's mainly unconscious, and it's the superego. The superego is the part of you that's super judgmental and moralizing and is always trying to get you to behave in a socially appropriate way. Now, let's see what the superego would do if you come home and you find the cake. If the superego is in charge, you wouldn't eat the cake at all. You'd still think it looks delicious and want to eat it, but the superego would say, no, it's my roommate's cake. I'm not going to eat this cake. Remember, the superego wants you to behave morally and appropriately, and it's not that socially appropriate to eat other people's baked goods. But let's imagine that your id takes over, so you do eat the cake. The same thing happens. You eat a little bit more, and somehow you end up eating it all. But now your superego jumps back into action. What happens now that you already ate the cake? Guilt is what's going to happen. Your superego makes you feel really guilty when you do things that are not socially appropriate. What do you do now? If your superego is in control again, you would certainly go jogging, but you would also apologize to your roommate and bake them a new cake, maybe an even better one than before. The superego controls our sense of right and wrong. We feel bad when we do things that are wrong, and we feel good when we do things that are right. And that's what the superego controls. Now, let's talk about the third part of your personality, the ego. The ego mediates between the id and the superego. The id is trying to get you to do things like eat cakes and not go jogging, and the superego is trying to get you to make good decisions and be an upstanding person. So the id and the superego are always fighting with each other, and the ego steps in between the two. While the id and the superego are mainly the unconscious parts of your personality, the ego is fully conscious. What you think of as you is what Freud would call your ego, and the ego operates on something that's called the reality principle. And what the reality principle means is that your ego interprets the unconscious drives from your id and superego and turns those into real actions. So the ego is taking the id's desire to eat cake and the superego's desire to be a good roommate and finding the right solution. Let's go back to the example where your id takes over and you eat your roommate's cake, and then your superego makes you feel really guilty about this. What's really causing you to apologize and to bake a new cake is your ego. Your ego takes the input of the uncontrolled desire of the ego and the guilt of the superego and comes up with a solution. So that's basically how the id, the ego, and the superego interact with each other in Freud's theory. Now, there aren't sections of your brain that we can identify as each structure of the personality. Neuroscientists can't look at your brain and see that a certain part activates and lights up when you make impulsive decisions, or that another part lights up when you're feeling guilty, or that a special part lights up when you're meditating. That's not what's going on. But what does happen is that we do think about our internal conflicts and can reflect on those feelings of impulsiveness and judgment when we're working out our problems. We might notice these internal conflicts in our daily lives. In fact, this three-part set of personality is so ingrained in our culture that a lot of books and movies have character trios that represent the parts of the personality. As an example, let's consider Harry Potter. You've got Harry, and you've got Ron, and you've got Hermione. Ron is the hot-headed one and the emotional one. He doesn't think that much and doesn't do that well in school. He is an id figure. On the other side of the personality, there's Hermione. You might say that she thinks way too much. She always knows what to do. She's definitely the superego. Ron and Hermione fight a lot in the books, but that's where Harry steps in. He plays the mediator role quite often and tries to come up with a realistic action to solve the problem. Harry is an example of the ego and the reality principle. And we see this interaction of the id in Ron, the superego in Hermione, and the ego in Harry over and over again. So that's Freud's lasting legacy, his three-part personality of the id, the ego, and the superego. Again, it's a bit outdated, and it's not based in neuroscience. It might not be a fundamentally true way of representing our personalities, but it's a model of thinking about personality that's made a big impact in psychology and our cultural consciousness. Remember, the id is the impulsive part of your personality that's driven by pleasure and repulsed by pain. The superego is the judgmental and morally correct part of your personality, and the ego is the conscious part of your personality that mediates between the id and the superego and makes decisions.
So today, we're going to talk about Freudian defense mechanisms, and this is basically what Freud thought that you do when you're faced with stress. And he thought that stress and anxiety are basically caused by your three parts of your personality fighting with each other. He thought that there was basically an id, an ego, and a superego, and that your id has lots of impulses and things it wants to do. It's kind of childish. It doesn't really have self-control. Your superego is all self-control, so it's always limiting what the id wants to do. And your ego is the conscious part of you that has to deal with this conflict. And what Freud thought is when this anxiety gets out of hand, your ego starts to feel like it's under attack, and so it tries to do one of these defense mechanisms to protect itself from having to deal with too much stress. It's important to know that these are actually unconscious, so these are different than a coping strategy, which is something you decide to do to deal with stress. A defense mechanism is something that you're doing without really thinking about it to manage the conflict between your three parts of your personality. So, as an example, it's probably easiest to illustrate with something concrete. If your id is telling you that you're attracted to your nerdy best friend, your superego might tell you that World of Warcraft paladins aren't really boyfriend material, and this would cause anxiety. So what you might do to deal with the stress that you're feeling because you're attracted to someone inappropriate is you tell your friends that you're worried that your best friend is attracted to you. Now, you can see this is a little weird, right? You're the one who's attracted to him. You have no idea if he's attracted to you, but what you're doing is you're projecting what you feel onto him. That's one of Freud's defense mechanisms called projection, where you basically take your unacceptable desire and you project it onto somebody else. And that's a way to sort of deal with the stress that's caused by wanting something that society tells you you shouldn't have. And there are a bunch of these defense mechanisms. There's not just a couple. And some were originally developed by Freud, like projection, and others were actually added much later to the model, including ones added by a psychologist named George Vaillant. Not only did he add a bunch, but he actually classified them into levels: healthy ones, ones that are prone to being overused, etc. So his 4 levels of defense mechanisms were ones that were pathological. And these are kind of like it sounds like. If you mostly use these ones, that's bad. You're distancing yourself from reality so much that you probably are going to seem a little bit irrational or even insane to other people around you. He also classified some as immature. These are ones that are prevalent in mainly younger people, adolescents. If you use them too much, you are maybe unable to cope so effectively with reality, and people who are depressed or have personality disorders tend to use these as well. Then he had a level of neurotic ones, which are actually pretty common. They're semi-effective in the short term. They might get you to feel a little better, but they're really not that effective in the long term, and they also can cause problems if you use them too much. Again, these are pretty common. A lot of adults do use neurotic defense mechanisms. And then there are the mature ones. These are obviously the good ones. They're healthy, they help you solve problems, and you integrate the conflicting impulses, and everything is great. So just to flesh this out a little bit,
We can take a look at a couple defense mechanisms that are in each of these levels to really get a sense of what the levels mean and really what a defense mechanism does. So as an example of the pathological one, you have denial, which is really what it sounds like. Something happens to you and you're saying that it doesn't. It just didn't happen. So if you failed a math test and you're really upset by it, this is maybe creating a conflict with your sense of self as being good at math. If you just told people that you did fine, that you didn't fail, that would be a real refusal to accept reality, and that's denial. And it's pathological because you're totally disconnecting yourself with what actually happened. You're not interacting with reality if you use this defense mechanism, and that can lead to some serious problems. The next one would be an example of an immature one, and that's actually what we were talking about before with projection with your nerdy friend and World of Warcraft and all that. That's an immature one because you're kind of dealing with it, but again, you're getting away from reality a little bit because you're saying that he has a crush on you, which isn't. You have no idea. He might, but you don't know. So it's not quite as far from reality as just refusing to acknowledge that the situation exists, like with the math test, but it's still not, you're not quite there. Another one, this is one of the ones that was added later, this isn't an original one of Freud's, is passive aggression. That's another immature one. You're upset with your roommate. Let's say you made a cake and she ate it. So you might forget to pick her up from work like you promised, but you really didn't forget, you just didn't do it. This is bad because you're expressing anger, but you're not doing it in a way that's tied to anything that she can understand. You're not really dealing with the situation, you're just acting out. Another level would be the neurotic ones. Let's look at an example of that. This is actually where a lot of Freud's original defense mechanisms were classed, and a classic one is displacement. If you were playing on a soccer team and your coach benches you and then you yell at everyone around you, you're really mad at your coach, but you're taking it out on other people. That's displacement. You're displacing the anger you feel onto somebody else. It helps you deal with the anger, but it's not really that productive. Another one is repression. To take it back to your World of Warcraft crush again, if instead you dealt with it by refusing to think about him and avoiding him, that would be repression because you're basically not acknowledging the way you feel at all, which is not as bad as denying that it exists, but it's still not that healthy. Then we get to the last level, which is the mature ones. These are the ones that are good. These actually help you usually. One of them is sublimation. If you're a writer and you wrote a novel, you worked really hard on it and it got rejected by everyone. That would be pretty depressing. But if when that happens, you turn your disappointment and your sadness about it into work ethic, you decide to work really hard at fixing the book and making it the best you can, that would be a really healthy way to deal with it. And that's what sublimation is. It's turning negative emotions into real positive actions, making your book better because you were sad about it being rejected. Another one is humor. You lose your job and then you joke about it with your friends. That's a way of expressing bad feelings, but in a way that's easier to deal with. You're not denying it, but you're expressing it in a healthy way. So that's basically an overview of a lot of defense mechanisms and then classified into those levels of basically are they healthy or not, in descending order from pathological to immature to neurotic to mature. And this is, again, to deal with anxiety that results from, at least how Freud theorized, your id, your ego, and your superego fighting with each other. And that causes stress. And you use these mechanisms, these unconscious ways, to deal with that stress in varying effectiveness. So those are defense mechanisms. We're going to talk about Freud's stages of psychosexual development. Psychosexual is kind of a big word, but all it really means is that Freud thinks that personality develops through stages that have to do with one's sexuality. Basically, this is a way of explaining personality, and it rests on the idea that you go through phases, as an infant through to childhood, and then the final stage is adulthood, in which you're basically fixated on certain body parts. Each of these stages also helps with the development of another one of Freud's concepts, which is the id, the ego, and the superego. Briefly, these are other ideas of divisions of personality that fight with each other. The id is impulsive, the superego is your conscience, your ego is your sense of yourself. These fight with each other, and Freud thought that the psychosexual development stages can help you to develop healthy senses of all of these three parts. What Freud thought, which is a little funky, is that humans basically have what he called an instinctual libido. Libido is probably a familiar word that basically means sex drive. But the weird thing about Freud's theory is that he basically thought that infants from birth have a sex drive. We have an instinctual libido. In the beginning, there is some form of sexual drive that is present, and it's key to developing personality. And he thought that this libido developed in stages. These are the psychosexual stages, and they develop through you focusing on different body parts. What he thought was that if anxiety or trauma occurred during one of the stages, then what you're going to have when you're an adult later on in life is a characteristic set of problems, neuroses, anxieties, that have to do with development being interrupted at that stage at that particular body part. So yes, it's weird. I hope you're with me. Now we're just going to go through these stages and talk through them. The first one is the oral stage. This is from when you're born to when you're 2 years old. If you think about it, it makes a little sense that oral would be the first one. Babies like to chew on things, they like to suck on things, so it makes a certain amount of sense that Freud would go there. The life is really dominated by breastfeeding, initially for babies. An important part of this stage is that the baby is pretty much entirely id-driven at this point. It's not thinking, it's doing things instinctually. It has certain wants and desires that are pretty simplistic. It goes about and it does them. And what Freud thought this had to do with personality is that when babies are weaned, when they're not allowed to breastfeed anymore, the baby learns the principle of delayed gratification. This is super important because you can't just go over to the bathroom whenever you want in life. You can't just eat whenever you want. This is a pretty key concept to being a functioning adult and not just doing what you want all the time. What Freud thought was that if the parents were too indulgent in this stage or didn't enforce this well enough, the kid might resist growing up. He wouldn't develop this sense in a proper way. If parents were basically too delayed with their gratification, the kid would basically grow up being manipulative of others. That was the way that Freud thought the whole breastfeeding id development in the oral stage went. This is when this entered our language. People who are stuck at the oral stage, Freud called having an oral fixation. The basic theory about the oral stage that Freud has is that if people are interrupted at this stage, they'll actually do things like smoke and eat too much. That's sort of having an oral fixation. This has actually entered our vocabulary. It's actually the title of a Shakira album. So that's the oral stage. The next stage is what Freud called the anal stage. About 15 months to 3 years is considered general anal stage range. And as one might expect from the title, the key experience here, remember the key experience from the oral stage was breastfeeding, is toilet training. What this does is, as you can imagine, it continues the development of delayed gratification, because like I said, you can't just go running off to the bathroom whenever you want. That's not cool. In this stage, basically the ego starts to develop. It starts to rein in the id. The ego is always dealing with having you interact with reality, so the ego starts to rein the id a little bit. Not as much as the superego will later, but it works on it a little bit. And what's basically going on during toilet training is that parents are trying to teach the kid to be clean, but they need to do this in a way that the ego can grow up properly. So if they are way too demanding, if they are not understanding that toilet training is hard, I can't quite remember that, but I'm sure it was. If they're not understanding of that, the kid is going to grow up really obsessed with order. This is what Freud thought. These are actually people that we describe. This is another one of those ones that has gotten into our language as anal compulsive. If you've ever described someone as anal because they have their action figures all in a row and they're color coordinated, that's what you're basically saying, is that they are too obsessed with order. And what Freud would think is that their parents didn't toilet train them properly. They were too demanding. But if the parents aren't demanding enough, predictably, the kid is going to grow up to be a total mess. This is one that hasn't really gotten into our language so much. Freud's term for this was anal expulsive. You don't really go around calling people that, but what it basically means is you've probably had a roommate like this that is just a mess. They leave their stuff everywhere, and Freud thought that kind of personality type was related to parents who weren't demanding enough of their kids during toilet training. Where we go next is known as the phallic stage. These names just keep getting better and better, don't they? This is from when kids are about 3 years old to 6 years old, and this is the stage where kids really start to become aware of their bodies. They start to learn, Again, these names make a certain amount of sense. The difference between being a boy and being a girl, and that it all kind of rests on the existence of a phallus or not. At least that's what Freud thought. That's sort of a controversial aspect of his theory. He was saying that absence of penis, or not absence of penis, was the defining thing. He's gotten a lot of flack for that, and we won't go into that right now. But basically, what's going on here is kids are learning that boys are different from girls. And this is also where the famous Oedipus complex comes into play. What's happening as these kids are realizing their gender, again, none of this is proven true, these are Freud's theories. What Freud thought is going on during his stage is that as boys realize that they're boys, they become really jealous of their father because he can have sex with their mother. They kind of simultaneously want to have sex with their mothers and kill their fathers, which they can't do because they're kids, and that's frustrating. For girls, there's theoretically another complex that's called the Electra complex that goes the other way, so that they want to have sex with their fathers and get rid of their mothers. This is something that Freud thought was natural. This is not a disorder, this is something he thought happens to everybody. And this experience of these feelings and desires, he thought, helped out developing the superego. And remember, this is the product of your personality, that is your conscience. It helps you make decisions and know about whether things are right and wrong. And what he thought was that since the parents are associated so strongly with morality and long-lasting thinking, Freud thought that working through the Oedipus complex can actually help you develop a strong, healthy sense of the superego. And the good outcome of this is that they learn to deal with these feelings and not act on them. They have them, but they're not acting on them. This is the conclusion of the phallic stage. The fourth one is known as latency. This is when you're 6 until you hit puberty. Latency means exactly what it sounds like. There's basically nothing going on in this period at all. There's no explicit sexuality, at least that's what Freud thought. Kids start doing other things. They make friends. They like to go to school. They're not really obsessed with their bodies as much, or any of those things we were talking about earlier. The important thing that happens during latency is that this is when, so if anything went wrong during the earlier stages, if they weren't toilet trained properly, or they didn't work out their Oedipus complex properly, this is where these things start to get solidified into character traits and personality. So all the things that can go wrong in childhood get turned into a real personality during latency. Next is basically what happens after puberty and for the rest of your life, and this is called the genital stage. Not to be confused with the phallic stage, this is the genital stage, number 5. What really happens in this stage is kids become independent of their parents. That's the goal. They get there. Now they're independent for the rest of their lives. And like the phallic stage, the focus here is, once again, on the genitals, on what makes you a boy or girl. But in this stage, the sexuality is adult and aimed at another person. It's not just like, I'm this and you're that. It's what we're mostly familiar with the term libido, which is that it's a sex drive to have sex with somebody else. That's what really gets going during the genital stage. In this part, the ego and the superego are as developed as they're going to get. Hopefully it went well, and you don't have imbalances there. We're not just satisfying primal urges anymore, they're reined in. Any issues that happen in the first 3 stages then crystallize into personality during latency. Now you're in the genital stage, this is how you're going to be. This is your personality. We should talk about why we care about this. The basic reason is that Freud had a lot of influence for a long time about how psychologists thought about all things. These stages are important to understand, but they're also largely discredited. There's really not a lot of scientific evidence. There's anthropological evidence that suggests that the general conclusions he came to aren't really universal. So not all kids go through things that are like this. So the theory is kind of inherently sexist. It revolves around girls wanting penises. This would be something we'd need to work out if it were at all scientific, but it's not. Its real problem is that it wasn't developed scientifically. One of the things that a lot of people have pointed out was that Freud was interested in sexuality. He found that interesting, so he ended up defining development in that way because of things that he was interested in. And that really represents something that's really important for psychology. This is really problematic, and it's something that can happen really easily, that we let our own interests and the things that we find interesting influence what we assume is true for everybody else, and what we assume is fundamentally true about people.
Carl Gustav Jung was a Swiss psychiatrist whose research was deep-rooted in psychoanalysis. He was greatly influenced by Sigmund Freud and even conducted research alongside him. Eventually, though, Jung disagreed with many of Freud's theories. Jung is best known for his research in personality, dream analysis, and the human psyche. His theories are so revered that they were made into their own school of psychotherapy, Jungian psychology, which is also called analytical psychology. Let's look deeper into the main theories of Jungian psychology. In his theory of personality, Carl Jung distinguishes two different attitude types: introverts, which are those people who receive stimulation from within, and extroverts, which are those who receive their stimulation from the environment. Introverts can be perceived as withdrawn or shy, but they are more defined as those who get their energy from being alone and being able to recharge through less stimulating activities, whereas extroverts get their energy from being around other people and engaging in stimulating activities. For example, Donna is an extrovert. She loves to go out on adventures with lots of people and see exciting new things. Her friend David, though, is the opposite. Given the choice, he'd rather read a book on his couch than go skydiving with Donna. David is an introvert. Jung also separates introverts and extroverts into 4 subtypes according to the functions that control the way they perceive the world. Both introverts and extroverts can be any of these subtypes, so there are 8 possible personality types. These 4 functions are: number 1, thinking, applying reasoning to the situations and environment you encounter. For example, David likes to think things through and consider all the pros and cons before he makes a decision about anything. Number 2, feeling, applying subjective, personal assessment to the situations and environments you encounter. Unlike David, Donna relies on her feelings to tell her how to make a decision. If something feels good, she goes for it. If it doesn't, she avoids it. Number 3, sensation, applying aesthetic value to the situations and environments you encounter. For example, when deciding how to arrange his living room, David tries to make things very symmetrical. If there's a chair on one side of the room, he has to put the same chair on the other side of the room to balance it. This symmetry makes the room look nice. Number 4, intuition, using your unconscious or the mystic to understand your experiences. For example, Donna thinks David is arranging his furniture all wrong. Donna believes it is important to arrange furniture more spaced apart in order to bring about positive energy. The human psyche is the whole mind, including the conscious and the unconscious. Jung's theory states that each person's psyche is comprised of 3 components. Number 1, ego, the hub of consciousness that forms all unrepressed perceptions, thoughts, feelings, and memories. When Donna walks into a room, her ego perceives the color of the walls, the people in the room and what they're doing, and the song playing in the background. But the ego can only hold a select amount of information, and the remaining data sinks into the unconscious. Number 2, personal unconscious, experiences and memories unique to the individual that are not currently in but are readily available to the conscious mind. For example, maybe Donna feels uncomfortable in the room where she just walked. She doesn't like it, but she's not sure why. It just gives her a bad feeling. Perhaps it's because the walls are the same color as the hospital room where her grandmother died. She doesn't consciously associate the room with her grandmother dying, but she has bad feelings because her personal unconscious is at work. Number 3, collective unconscious, the universal experiences and memories shared by all humans, the blueprints for life that allow us to adapt and survive. The collective unconscious is further comprised of archetypes, or modes of thought that belong to all of humanity. The hero and villain, son and father, strong and weak are all archetypes. Donna also feels uneasy in the room because the decorations are almost all red. She associates red with anger and aggression, and blue with serenity and peace, like many people do. This is an example of archetypes. It was during his research into dream analysis that Jung parted ways with Freud. He disagreed with Freud's heavy emphasis on sexual motivation in dreams. Additionally, Freud believed that the unconscious mind used dreams to hide repressed desires from the conscious, whereas Jung believed that the unconscious mind used dreams to reveal suppressed desires to the conscious. According to Jung's theory, as a window to the unconscious, dreams serve to help you solve problems in your waking life and become a more whole person. Dreams are formed by the 2 parts of the unconscious, the personal and the collective. They can be analyzed by interpreting the archetype presented by the collective unconscious. However, the symbolism contained in dreams is specific to the individual's life, therefore meaning cannot be broadly ascribed to a symbol. For example, a dream about falling might mean one person's career is on the wrong track, while the same dream might signify repressed sexual desires for another person. Jungian psychology, also called analytical psychology, is a branch of psychology founded by Carl Jung. He studied personalities and clustered people into introverts and extroverts. Further, he said that introverts and extroverts could view the world through thinking, feeling, sensation, or intuition. Jung believed that the human psyche had three parts: the ego, personal unconscious, and collective unconscious. Finally, his dream analysis was broader than Freud's, as Jung believed that symbols could mean different things to different people.
Alfred Adler was a very sick little boy. He used to see all the other kids playing and running around and think, "I'm not as good as they are. I'll never be any good." Of course, from the outside, this seems silly. Just because he's not physically strong as a kid doesn't mean that he's not worth anything. And it also doesn't mean that Adler would grow up to be a weak adult. But that's the way he thought, and he believes that's the way many people think. When Adler grew up, he studied with Sigmund Freud, one of the most influential psychologists of the turn of the 20th century. But after a few years with Freud, Adler struck out on his own, leaving to form his own psychological society based on his theories. Adler's belief that many people believe they are not as good as others is the cornerstone of his theory. He called this an inferiority complex. This starts, Adler said, in infancy, when we are small and helpless creatures. As a result of our inferiority complex, Adler believed that we all crave to prove that we are superior to others. This drives our behaviors, thoughts, and feelings more than anything else, and in turn it shapes our personality and who we are. Let's look closer at two things that Adler believed worked with feelings of inferiority to create a person's personality: parenting styles and birth order. Jenna has a 4-year-old son, Jonah. She worries about him and wants him to be safe and happy and healthy, but she's not sure exactly how best to do that. Should she make sure he's safe and healthy by keeping him indoors and not allowing him to venture out? Or should she give him more freedom at the possible cost of his safety and health? Adler believes that the way a parent interacts with their child has an impact on the child's future. He saw that parenting styles can either alleviate or exacerbate an inferiority complex. He identified two parenting styles that are problematic: pampering and neglectful parents. A pampering parent is overprotective. For example, Jenna might decide that the only way to keep Jonah safe is under her watchful eye in the house. Go play in the yard? But he might fall and skin his knee. He might be bitten by bugs. What happens if the neighborhood kids call him names? So she keeps Jonah inside and tries to protect him from any emotional or physical hurt. The problem with pampering is that pampered children end up ill-equipped to deal with problems they will encounter in the world as adults. They become used to their parents taking care of their problems for them. Not only that, pampering can make the inferiority complex worse. Jonah could end up unsure of himself or insecure in his ability to take care of things. After all, his mom always protected him. That must mean that he wasn't capable of protecting himself, right? On the other end of the spectrum from pampering parents are neglectful parents who leave their children unprotected from the world. So instead of trying to protect and pamper Jonah, Jenna might decide that he needs to learn to be strong and fend for himself. She can send him out into the neighborhood alone without any kind of support or safety net. She might ignore him and force him to take care of his own needs, like making his own dinner or dealing with bullies without her advice and help. Neglected children end up mistrustful and fearful. Jonah might end up not able to be in a relationship because he doesn't trust others. He could also end up with a lot of fears and phobias that keep him from being his best. So what should Jenna do? Adler believes that there was a balance between pampering and neglectful parenting. This involves offering children safety, but allowing them to be hurt from time to time. For example, Jenna can let Jonah play outside, but when he encounters bullies, she can give him love and sympathy and support him by giving him advice on how to deal with the bullies. This gives him the love that he needs, but also allows him to deal with the bullies on his own. As we've seen, parenting styles can have a big impact on how a person turns out in adulthood. But that's not the only aspect of the childhood home that influences our inferiority complex. According to Adler, our birth order, or when we were born in relation to our siblings, also has an impact on our personality. For example, Jenna is the oldest of 3 girls. As the oldest child, she was pampered and then ignored when her younger sisters were born. This heightened her sense of inferiority. Even now, in adulthood, Jenna feels mistrustful of people and believes that everyone will take their love away from her at any moment. Jenna's sister Maggie is the middle child. She was not as pampered as the oldest child, but more importantly, according to Adler, middle children like Maggie are in a good position because they can challenge the oldest to prove superiority while still maintaining superiority over their youngest siblings. Like many middle children, Maggie ended up competitive and driven. Finally, Perrin is the youngest child. She was always aware of her inferior status in the family. Further, she always felt like she had no say in the family decisions. Like many youngest children, Perrin ended up feeling powerless and inferior in her adult life, too. Alfred Adler was a psychologist who believed that people have an inferiority complex that begins in infancy. According to Adler, parenting styles like pampering and neglectful parenting can make this inferiority complex worse. Further, a person's birth order can influence their personality with regards to the inferiority complex.
One type of psychology that offers a theory of personality is known as humanistic psychology. Humanistic psychology attempts to help individual people achieve their full potential. It maintains that people are fundamentally good. Humanistic psychology is historically significant for its focus on good qualities and flourishing people instead of suboptimal qualities and psychologically unsound ones. Alongside Abraham Maslow, one of the forerunners of humanist psychology was Carl Rogers. He's especially well known for non-directive or client-centered therapy. The therapist in this type of counseling tries to create a non-judgmental environment by being open and honest, accepting and empathetic. The term empathy refers to the ability to recognize and feel the emotions of others, to put yourself in another's shoes. The goal of a client-centered approach is to help clients themselves to find their own answers to their questions. In fact, it's called non-directive or client-centered therapy precisely because the client, rather than the therapist, is supposed to come up with the solutions. But Rogers is also known for his theory of personality, which focuses on a self-concept or a person's perceptions and beliefs about himself. Rogers believed that 3 different components constitute the self-concept: self-worth, self-image, and ideal self. Let's define each of these components. First, self-worth or self-esteem is the set of beliefs we hold about ourselves. For Rogers, self-worth was heavily influenced by early childhood. He believed that for positive self-worth to develop, it was important for children to receive unconditional positive regard. Unconditional positive regard is acceptance, no matter what a person says or does, and support in spite of mistakes and shortcomings. As a therapist, Rogers tried to provide unconditional positive regard for his clients. Self-image, meanwhile, is how we see ourselves, such as whether we see ourselves as being attractive or unattractive. And finally, the ideal self is the person we would like to be. Our ideal selves have fulfilled our goals and ambitions, but the ideal self can change over time. For example, the goals and ambitions that you have today may differ from the goals and ambitions you held when you were 5. Although everyone's potential is unique, Rogers used the phrase fully functioning person to describe all self-actualized individuals. Rogers believed that our self-concepts usually did not perfectly correspond to reality. For example, maybe a student earns good grades and is highly intelligent based on objective real-world criteria, but the student himself believes he's stupid. Rogers called this incongruence. He thought incongruence was partially caused by a lack of unconditional love and that incongruence caused anxiety. The idea of incongruence also means that the subjective self-concept can shape personality at least as much, if not more, than reality, and this was an important insight. Here's what you've learned about Carl Rogers. He was one of the founders of humanist psychology, which is a branch of psychology that aims to help people achieve their full potential. His theory of personality involves a self-concept, which subsumes 3 components: self-worth, self-image, and ideal self. Rogers developed an approach of client-centered therapy to help people self-actualize or reach their full and unique potential. Why do different people have different personalities? This question has always fascinated mankind, and over the course of history, there have been many attempts to explain it. In this segment, we'll consider 4 different attempts. The first comes from the ancient Greeks. They believe that the body is made up of 4 different types of substances or humors. The 4 humors are black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. The theory, which was endorsed until around the 19th century, was that various personalities, as well as various diseases, could be explained in terms of different mixes, excesses, and deficiencies of the 4 humors. Blood was associated with a sanguine or optimistic disposition, yellow bile a choleric or easily irritable one, black bile a melancholic temperament, and phlegm was associated with a phlegmatic or calm disposition. Around the same time as humorism was falling out of fashion, another method of associating personality and character with specific physical characteristics was being practiced. It was developed by Franz Joseph Gall, a physician who wrote a book with an impressively long title, The Anatomy and Physiology of the Nervous System in General and of the Brain in Particular, with observations upon the possibility of ascertaining the several intellectual and moral dispositions of man and animal by the configuration of their heads. The practice he helped to originate is known as phrenology, or the practice of associating measurements and features of particular areas on the human skull with certain personality and character traits. While humorism and phrenology are both historical approaches within the Western tradition of explaining scientifically why different people have different personality types, let's look now at an idea from Japanese culture. If you're familiar with Japanese anime, you may have noticed that many characters give their ABO blood types. That is because in Japan, some people believe that different blood types are associated with different personalities. People with type A blood are supposedly serious and meticulous, type B optimistic and curious, type AB rational and discriminating, and type O sociable and hardworking. Despite the non-existent evidence to support this idea, surveys indicate that a large percentage of Japanese people believe in it anyway. Still, one more practice is physiognomy, or the judging of a person's personality through their appearance, especially their facial characteristics. This practice has existed since antiquity, flourished again in the late 18th century, and to some extent continues today. Irrespective of whether facial features accurately portray our personalities, certainly we can make almost instantaneous assessments about people based on how they look. For example, we might look at baby-faced people with large round features and make an instant judgment about them being innocent and naive. Although this idea may be popular among certain circles, at present there is no current research that supports this notion. To summarize, there have been various attempts to assess personality based on physical features. These attempts include humorism, which originated in ancient Greece, and that maintains a mix of 4 bodily substances determine personality. Phrenology, which studies the shape of the skull and associates particular regions with particular personality characteristics. And physiognomy, which attempts to relate features of outward appearance, especially of the face, to personality characteristics. Although it is important to highlight these trends for historical reasons, at present there is no valid scientific research findings supporting these 3 methods of assessing personality.
Sunny is just like her name. She's happy, upbeat, and laid back. She's shy and doesn't like to be in a crowd, but for the people who are close to her, she's a ray of sunshine. Her friend Diana is different, though. Diana is outgoing and loves a party, but she's also a very intense person who experiences big emotions and worries about the future. She and Sunny are opposites. What makes individuals unique? How can someone like Diana be so different from Sunny? In psychology, the study of what makes people unique is called personality. Everyone's personality is different, and it's what really makes them who they are. Let's examine 2 different approaches to studying personality, the nomothetic approach and the ideographic approach. Sunny and Diana are very different from each other. Sunny is happy-go-lucky but introverted, whereas Diana is extroverted but more of a worrywart than Sunny. But they still have a few things in common, including the fact that they are both highly organized people who like travel and experiencing new things. The nomothetic approach to personality looks at what people have in common with each other. It comes from the Greek word nomos, which means law, and the nomothetic approach is interested in finding patterns or laws of human personality. Take Sunny and Diana. They are different from each other when it comes to being outgoing or not. While Diana is extroverted, Sunny is more shy. But both of their personalities can be described based on the personality trait of extroversion or introversion. Extroversion is one of several traits identified by nomothetic psychologists when trying to figure out general patterns in personality. Essentially, these psychologists look at traits like extroversion or conscientiousness and say, this person is extroverted and organized, or that person is introverted and disorganized. In the nomothetic approach, then, a person's unique personality is a result of the combination of general traits that they display. Sunny being introverted is not unusual. She has that in common with much of the population. But it is the combination of introversion, optimism, organization, and openness to new experiences that makes Sunny unique. Nomothetic psychologists measure personality via psychometrics, or measuring traits using tests or experiments. To them, a person can take a personality test and their score on different traits will give an outline of who they are. For example, Sunny might score pretty low as far as being high-strung is concerned, whereas Diana might score pretty high. Either way, they are getting a score for that and other traits, and it is their composite that will tell them who they are. But can personality really be defined by a score on a test? And can the complexity of humanity be narrowed down to just a few traits? Some psychologists don't believe so. They prefer to look at what is unique in each individual in a method known as the idiographic approach to psychology. The word idiographic comes from the Greek word idios, which roughly translates into what is uniquely yours. And that's exactly what the idiographic approach does. It looks at what is unique in each person when it comes to personality. Let's go back to Sunny for a moment. Remember that she's pretty shy and introverted. She'd rather be with just a few people than in a large crowd, and when she first meets someone, she's really quiet and withdrawn. All of those things are typical of an introvert. But that's not the whole story. Once Sunny gets to know someone, she's really lively and talkative. That sounds more like someone who is extroverted, not shy. This is where the idiographic approach comes in. Instead of labeling Sunny extroverted or introverted, the idiographic approach looks at her as a whole person and examines what makes her unique from every other person on the planet. The fact that she's quiet with people she doesn't know and talkative with people she does is just one of the things that idiographic theorists would look at. Since the approach to personality is so different, you'll probably not be surprised to hear that the idiographic approach measures personality traits differently from the nomothetic approach. Instead of psychometric tests, the idiographic approach focuses on case studies, interviews, and observations of the person. Sunny and Diana can't take a personality test and get results back, but a psychologist could talk to them and observe them in depth for a lengthy amount of time across many situations and get an idea of what they are like as individuals. A person's personality is what makes them unique. In psychology, there are two basic approaches to personality. The nomothetic approach seeks to find common patterns in people's personalities and measures personality via psychometrics. In contrast, the idiographic approach views each person uniquely and measures personality via case studies, interviews, and observations. Molly isn't a very confident person. She feels pretty insecure and is usually convinced that she'll fail at something. When she succeeds, she's pretty surprised. Molly is suffering from low self-esteem. Self-esteem is how you feel about who you are as a person. It's often referred to as confidence in yourself. For people like Molly, self-esteem can feel like something that just can't be reached. But low self-esteem can have a detrimental effect on people. Molly, for example, doesn't like to try new things because she's convinced that she'll fail. But if she tries, she might find something that she's really good at. For this reason, Many people believe that high self-esteem is very important. Let's look closer at self-esteem, particularly the self-esteem movement and the things that improve self-esteem. Molly struggles with her self-esteem, and it seems to hold her back since she doesn't try new things because she thinks she'll fail. In 1969, Nathaniel Branden wrote a paper called The Psychology of Self-Esteem. In it, Branden argued that self-esteem is the key to success in life. According to him, successful people have high self-esteem, and therefore, if you boost a person's self-esteem, you'll also boost his or her success. To Branden, Molly's lack of self-esteem will keep her from being successful in life, so she needs a dose of self-esteem stat. So popular was Branden's paper that it spawned something called the self-esteem movement, where parents, teachers, and psychologists focused on boosting children's self-esteem. Many children born and raised between the 1970s and the early 2000s were raised during the self-esteem movement. They were given praise even when they got an answer wrong, because it was believed that it would help boost self-confidence. Not only that, they were protected from failure and hurt. According to the self-esteem movement, then, Molly's parents should have given her more praise and protected her better. Had they done that, Molly would be more confident and, as an extension, more likely to succeed. But there was a problem. The self-esteem movement didn't work. Instead, children who received praise unconditionally tended to put in little effort and showed few advances in learning and skills. As a result, they were actually less successful. Not only that, many of them didn't even have high self-esteem. Branden was right that successful people were confident, but he assumed they were successful because they were confident. He never considered that they were confident because they were successful, or that confidence and success were unrelated to each other. So if the self-esteem movement didn't actually build self-esteem or lead to success, what works? How can someone like Molly gain self-esteem? A lot of research has been done, and the results are actually pretty surprising. Many psychologists now believe that self-esteem is actually linked to failure and challenge. If that sounds wacky, think about Molly. She's scared to try something new because she thinks she'll fail at it. But imagine that she decided to take a math class that's really hard, even though she might fail. In taking the class, she begins to understand some things. She might still fail some of the tests, but she'll get some questions right, and she might even end up doing okay in the class. Compare that to what would happen if she just took an easy math class, one that she knew she could pass. She'd probably get good grades, but the good grades wouldn't really mean much to her. They wouldn't make her feel good about herself because she would know that the class was easy. Even if she fails the hard math class, if she works hard and learns some of the material, she can feel proud that she learned and grew. Thus, her failure leads to higher self-esteem. Because challenges and overcoming obstacles can be a source of self-esteem, we can begin to see why the self-esteem movement didn't work. In the self-esteem movement, if a child was given an easy math problem and they solved it quickly, the parent or teacher would reply, "You did that so well, you must be really smart." But that doesn't really build self-esteem, because the child knows that the math problem was easy for them. Instead, psychologist Carol Dweck suggests that parents and teachers respond, "I'm sorry, I must have given you a problem that was too easy. Let me give you one that's more challenging." That might sound pretty cold-hearted, but it teaches the child to seek out challenges. Also, as they work on the hard problem, they can take pride in their growth and learning. Self-esteem is the way a person feels about who they are as a person. Nathaniel Branden began a movement known as the self-esteem movement, where parents, teachers, and psychologists attempted to boost children's self-esteem through praise. But the movement did not work as planned. Now, psychologists understand that the key to high self-esteem lies in challenges and overcoming obstacles, even at the risk of failure. Louisa is coming into her own. She's starting to understand who she is and what she's like compared with others. She knows, for example, that when people are rude to other people, she gets angry. She understands that nature is more important to her than to many other people. Louisa is starting to answer the question, who am I? For many people, answering this question isn't very easy. For others, a solid understanding of who they are is a big part of their lives. Self-concept is an understanding of who you are as a person. When Louisa recognizes that she loves nature and hates rudeness, this is part of her self-concept. She knows who she is and what makes her different from other people. But that's not all there is to the question of who am I. Understanding what your motives are when you act is called self-understanding. It is often linked to self-concept. For example, Louisa's love of nature and being outdoors is closely linked to her self-concept. When she is stuck indoors all day, she gets restless and annoyed. Sometimes she says and does things to the people around her that she's not proud of. Understanding that she's acting out because she's been stuck indoors and she really wants to be outdoors is part of her self-understanding. Let's look closer at the elements of self-concept and self-understanding. So Louisa has a pretty good idea of who she is. She loves nature and hates when people are rude. She's noticing differences between herself and the people around her, which all contribute to her self-concept. But what exactly goes into a person's self-concept? There are many aspects of yourself that can make up who you are and who you believe yourself to be. Among them are the physical self. Who you are physically is important to many people. For example, Louisa is very active. She loves hiking and rock climbing, and being physically fit and strong is a big part of how she defines herself. For Louisa's friend Jean, though, the physical self is different. She is overweight and gets out of breath when she has to walk more than a few minutes. The physical self is still part of her self-concept, but in the reverse way that it is for Louisa. Jean's physical self is out of shape and overweight. The social self. Louisa doesn't have a lot of friends, but those she does have are very close to her. She likes to spend time with her friends and get to know them deeply. This is part of her social self, that is, how a person relates to others. Jean is different from Louisa here, too. Jean has lots and lots of friends and is always surrounded by a bunch of people. She likes to spend time in the midst of a party crowd. Her social self is still part of her self-concept, but it is different from Louisa's. The competent self. Competence is the ability of a person to provide for their basic needs. For example, Louisa is a hard worker and is able to make enough money to pay for her rent, food, and other necessities. She feels like she is competent, which is a big part of her self-concept. Jean, too, is competent, but in a different way. She prides herself on taking care of her husband and kids, cooking and keeping the house organized. She doesn't work at a job that she gets paid for, but she still feels competent because she is providing for her needs and those of her family through her work as a stay-at-home mom. Again, this is part of her self-concept, even though it is different from Louisa's competent self. The inner self, also sometimes called the psychological self, is made up of the feelings and thoughts that a person has deep inside them. For example, Louisa worries a lot about the future and what it will bring. She likes to ponder deep thoughts and read philosophers that try to get at the meaning of life. Jean, on the other hand, has no time for philosophy and the meaning of life. She's too busy running a household. But she does have an inner self, too. Hers is based around her religious faith and love of her family. She sees herself as someone who is faithful and loving to God and her family. As you can see, a person's self-concept is made up of many aspects of themselves, and different people can have very different self-concepts. As we've seen, self-concept is about knowing who you are, but self-understanding is about knowing what motivates your actions. Remember that Louisa gets cranky and restless when she can't be outside for a while. Knowing that she's arguing with her best friend because she had to spend all day inside is part of self-understanding. There are two elements to a person's self, the I and the me. The I is the person deep inside. This is the part of a person that is antisocial and just about how you feel. For example, when Louisa sees someone else being rude, she wants to shove them and knock them down. This is her I at work. She's feeling something deeply and wants to react to it. Fortunately, a person's I isn't always in charge. The me is the part of a person that is about being in society. This is the part of a person that is about understanding and obeying the rules of society. For example, even though Louisa might want to push a rude person, she understands that that's probably not the best idea. So instead, she talks to the person and tries to make them understand that others have feelings too. Her me is figuring out the best way to act. A person's actions can be controlled by either their I or their me. When Louisa is rude because she's feeling cooped up inside, her I is taking over and controlling her actions. When she's able to control her impulses, her me is in charge. Knowledge of which one, the I or the me, is motivating actions is a big part of self-understanding. A person's self-concept is their understanding of who they are and what makes them unique. This can include the physical self, the social self, the confident self, and the inner or psychological self. Meanwhile, a person's self-understanding is about knowing what motivates his or her actions. Knowledge of the I and the me, and knowing which one is in charge of a person's actions at any given time, are a big part of self-understanding. Kenny is a pretty average guy. He's average looking and makes an average salary. He lives in an average house. When he was in school, he always made average grades. But Kenny has started to notice something going on in the world around him. People like him, who are average, seem to be average in just about every aspect of their lives. But people who are above average seem to be above average at everything. For example, one woman that Kenny works with is really beautiful. She's also really smart and makes a lot of money. Her life just seems to be charmed. What's going on? Kenny might have fallen victim to the halo effect, or the fact that a positive belief about one part of a person can influence your opinion of other parts of that person. For example, a really attractive person, like Kenny's coworker, might be seen as really nice, even though she might not be any nicer than anyone else. Likewise, someone who is successful could be assumed to be smart, even if they aren't. To remember the term halo effect, think about a halo floating over an angel's head. If you see a halo on them, you'll assume that they are infallible. That's the halo effect. Psychologist Edward Thorndike first wrote about the halo effect. He noticed that people make judgments about others based on their perceptions of only one part of that person, and that their judgments aren't really all that accurate. Just like Kenny assuming his coworker is really nice because she's beautiful, when in reality she's only sort of nice, the halo effect can blind people to reality. The halo effect isn't something that people are aware of. It's just something that happens to us when we're around someone we like, admire, or think is attractive. In fact, some studies have shown that even being aware of the halo effect doesn't prevent someone from falling victim to it. Let's look closer at some areas where the halo effect can play a role, as well as the opposite of the halo effect, sometimes called the devil effect. Remember that Kenny is average in most ways, so it makes sense that he made average grades when he was in school. That's not surprising for the many psychologists who have studied the effects of the halo effect on teachers and education. What they found is that teachers and other educators are just as susceptible to the halo effect as everyone else. Teachers can be biased for or against students because of the halo effect. For example, a student who has a bad attitude may be really smart and do great work, but the teacher might believe that the student isn't a good student because he is not a well-behaved student. Likewise, teachers may see someone like Kenny, who appears average, and assume that they will do average work. Because they treat him like he's an average student, Kenny becomes an average student. It doesn't end with graduation either. The halo effect is at play in the workplace. Numerous studies have shown that people who are more attractive make more money. Remember Kenny's good-looking coworker? Kenny believes that she's really smart because she's good-looking. If her bosses also fall victim to the halo effect, she is likely to make more money than Kenny or other average-looking workers. You might be wondering, if the halo effect is so prevalent in school and work, where else does it affect my life? Companies can use the halo effect in their marketing. For example, Kenny likes to buy his phone from an electronics company that makes really good phones. The same electronics company makes computers that aren't as great as some of the other brands, but Kenny believes that the computers are better because they are from the company that makes his amazing phone. Believe it or not, this is relatively common among people. When a company has a great product on the market, positive feelings can leak into the brand's other products. So just as Kenny believes the company's computer to be great because he loves their phones, people can be convinced to stick with a brand even when it's not the best choice. Another example of the halo effect occurs with regards to the reputation of a company. For example, if a company has a good reputation in an industry, people are more likely to rank their products higher. Food and beverage companies are famous for doing blind taste tests, where they give people two products and ask them which one they prefer without telling them which is which. People are often surprised when they pick the one that they think is inferior. Why? Because they believe that the company with the better reputation makes the better soda or spaghetti sauce. But when it comes down to taste, the company with the better reputation doesn't necessarily make the better product. Consumers have fallen victim to the halo effect. So if the halo effect is so prevalent and offers attractive people an advantage, is the opposite true too? The opposite of the halo effect is the devil effect, which is when a negative trait can impact opinions about other aspects of a person. For example, another one of Kenny's coworkers is rude. She is short-tempered and berates people who make mistakes. Not only that, but she's impatient with others. Not surprisingly, Kenny thinks that she's not very attractive. But if her photo and the photo of the nice coworker were given to people who didn't know them, they are likely to be seen as equally attractive. It's the devil effect that makes Kenny think she's not as pretty as she is. The halo effect is the phenomenon first noticed by Edward Thorndike that involves a positive belief about one part of a person that leaks into beliefs about other aspects of that person. It can be seen in schools, the workplace, and in marketing. The opposite effect, known as the devil effect, is when a negative trait can impact opinions about other aspects of a person. Kara has a baby girl, Tanya, and she loves to watch Tanya look around and explore the world. Kara can remember when Tanya's older brother Jim was a baby, and she's amazed at how differently Tanya and Jim react to the world around them. For example, Jim was always a fussy baby. If a light shone in his eyes or he heard a loud noise, he would cry and fuss until Kara picked him up and comforted him. But if Tanya has a light in her eyes or hears a noise, she'll wiggle around a little to see if she can find out what is causing the stimuli. Kara is observing her children's temperament, or personality traits that are innate. Innate traits are the ones that we are born with and have little or nothing to do with our environment. Think about Jim and Tanya. They are being raised by the same people in the same environment, so the differences in their personality are just part of who they are, which makes it part of their temperament. Because temperament is something that we're born with, it can be measured in infants, like Tanya. Even though she can't talk yet and hasn't really developed what most people think of as a personality, she already has a temperament, which can give insights into what she might be like as she grows. Let's look closer at two researchers in the area of temperament, Jerome Kagan and Mary Rothbart, and their findings on infant temperament. Kara has noticed how different her children are from one another. If a loud ambulance drives by the window with lights and sirens flashing, Tanya will calmly look over and try to see what all the fuss is about. But when Jim was a baby, an ambulance like that would make him so scared that he would cry and fuss until Kara could calm him down. Psychologist Jerome Kagan calls an infant's level of response to stimuli reactivity. To help you remember reactivity, think of the word react. An infant who cries and gets upset in response to stimuli, like Jim, has high reactivity. In contrast, a baby who stays relaxed in response to stimuli, like Tanya, has low reactivity. Kagan noticed that babies vary in their reactivity from a very early age. Even infants only a few hours or days old seem to have a preset level of reactivity as part of their temperament. In other words, Tanya has low reactivity because that's just who she is and who she's always been. Kagan also noticed that reactivity in infants is related to their personality when they are older. A baby like Jim, who is highly reactive as an infant, is likely to be inhibited or scared of new things and situations as an adult. In contrast, a baby like Tanya, who has low reactivity as an infant, is likely to be uninhibited or open to novelty and secure in new situations as an adult. Of course, things can happen to change that. A baby who has low reactivity could have a traumatic event occur to them that leads to their being inhibited in adulthood, and a baby who is highly reactive can be nurtured to be more uninhibited. But all things being equal, Tanya is likely to be less inhibited as an adult than Jim is. Jerome Kagan isn't the only psychologist who has studied temperament in infants. Psychologist Mary Rothbart has identified 3 factors that she thinks make up most of infants' temperaments. Number 1. Surgency, or extroversion. This is the extent to which a baby will seek stimulation. For example, Tanya loves stimulation, flashing lights, music or noise, new and exciting things. All of these make her very happy. She is very high in surgency. Jim, though, was never that way. He was content to stare up at the ceiling for hours on end and didn't really seek out stimulation. He was low in surgency. Rothbart has found that surgency is linked to the types of issues that kids will have when they are older. Those high in surgency, like Tanya, are likely to act out and have behavioral issues. Those low in surgency, like Jim, on the other hand, are likely to have internalized issues like low self-esteem. Number 2. Negative affect. Affect is the psychological term for feelings, so negative affect is simply negative feelings like fear, sadness, and anger. Negative affect is often seen as how easily a child can be calmed. For example, Tanya doesn't get upset easily, and when she does, holding her or speaking to her in a soothing tone calms her down within a minute or 2. But Jim always took a long time to calm down when he was upset. The way older kids feel is sometimes linked to the type of negative affect they have in infancy. For example, infants who experience frustration often end up with anger issues later in life, and infants who are timid and fearful often end up with anxiety issues. Number 3. Effortful control. This is the degree to which the infant can focus his or her attention or make plans. For example, Jim wasn't ever good at focusing his attention on something, and he was always being distracted by things going on around him. Tanya, though, has no trouble tuning things out to focus on what she wants to focus on. She's much higher in effortful control than Jim is. Not surprisingly, Rothbart has found that infants high in effortful control, like Tanya, end up with more self-control when they are older. Temperament is personality traits that are innate. Psychologist Jerome Kagan has studied infant reactivity and its relationship with adult inhibition. Meanwhile, psychologist Mary Rothbart has identified 3 temperament factors that can predict what an infant will be like later in life: surgency or extroversion, negative affect, and effortful control.
Have you ever tried to teach a dog to roll over? First, you might reward the dog each time it sits. Then, you might reward it when it lies down. Finally, you reward the dog only when it performs the motion of rolling all the way over. You have intuitively shaped the dog's behavior. Shaping is the process of reinforcing successively closer and closer approximations to a desired terminal behavior. The shaping of behavior starts at an early age. For example, a child learns to pull itself up, to stand, to walk, and to finally move about through reinforcement of slightly exceptional instances of behaviors. Walking doesn't necessarily come naturally to a child, but through subtle reinforcements of being able to reach a toy or move more independently, the child's behavior is shaped. The behaviorist B.F. Skinner was an important researcher for the behavior analyst model of discipline and shaping student behavior through reinforcement. Skinner first researched the behavioral processes of shaping by trying to teach a pigeon to bowl. The desired outcome was that of a swiping of a wooden ball by the beak of the bird, so the ball was sent down a miniature alley toward a set of toy pins. That process involved carefully designed series of discriminative stimuli and reinforcements for subtle changes in response referred to as a program. In order for shaping to be successful, it is important to clearly define the behavioral objective and target behavior, and to know when to deliver or withhold reinforcement. There are specific steps to follow in the process of shaping behaviors. 1. Reinforce any response that in some way resembles the terminal behavior. 2. Reinforce the response that closely approximates the terminal behavior, no longer reinforcing the previous reinforced response. 3. Reinforce the response that resembles the terminal behavior even more closely. 4. Continue reinforcing closer and closer approximations to the terminal behavior. 5. Reinforce only the terminal behavior. Let's look at this step-by-step process with the bowling pigeon example. First, you would reinforce the pigeon each time it approached the bowling ball. Then, we would withhold reinforcement until the pigeon's beak made contact with the ball. After initial reinforcement for contact, we would withhold the reinforcement until the pigeon sideswipes the ball with its beak. We would continue to reinforce behaviors that led to the terminal behavior. Finally, we would only reward the pigeon when it has sent the ball down the alley toward the pins. Skinner referred to the process of continually reinforcing refinements as reinforcing successive approximations. Skinner felt shaping was effective because it is sensitive to the continuous nature of a complex act, and it illustrates the utility of constructing complex behavior by the continual process of differential reinforcement. Shaping can generate complex behaviors that have almost a zero probability of occurring naturally in the final form. I mean, how many pigeons do you see bowling in a natural setting? Shaping also differs from other behavioral modifications, such as problem-solving situations like puzzles and mazes. In those types of situations, the subject can only succeed through trial and error. Because the performance of appropriate responses has been left to chance, random incorrect responses also occur. Through shaping, we can help students gain a variety of complex academic skills and classroom behaviors over time. For example, kindergartners learn to write letters on wide-lined paper and are reinforced for their efforts, even if the letters aren't perfectly neat or within the lines. In successive grades, the children are reinforced for neater letters, and eventually only reinforced for writing letters that are very neat and in between small lines. When complex skills are involved, the shaping process may take a while. For example, if our ultimate goal is to have a student sit quietly in his or her seat for 20 minutes, the teacher may reinforce the student sitting still for 2 minutes, then maybe 8 minutes, and so on, until the ultimate goal of 20 minutes has been reached. This can take multiple days to shape. In the classroom, the teacher can take the following steps to shape desired behaviors. 1. Identify a desired behavior and a final goal for a student. 2. Identify the student's current performance at behavioral level. 3. List the steps that will eventually take place in order for the student to reach the desired end goal. 4. Tell the student that he or she must accomplish step 1 to receive a reward. 5. Once that has been mastered, tell the student he or she must then accomplish step 2 and so on in order to receive a reward until the final goal is met. Shaping is most effective for increasing positive behaviors. Shaping also focuses the student's attention on positive behavior, and it allows for opportunities for positive interaction between the student and the teacher.
Have you ever played a slot machine? Why do you keep putting money in over and over again? You aren't rewarded with each play. However, you are more likely to keep putting money in the machine if you win every now and then. Slot machine manufacturers are well aware of the reinforcing power of a win, even if it's small and ever so often. They use a type of reinforcement schedule in order to encourage gamblers to continue playing even if they are not reinforced with each pull of the machine. Reinforcement is defined as a consequence that follows a response that increases or attempts to increase the likelihood of that response occurring in the future. In this lesson, we will focus on the schedules of reinforcement. When and how a consequence is reinforced is critical to the learning process and the likelihood of increasing a response. A schedule of reinforcement acts as a rule, stating which instances of a behavior will be reinforced. Sometimes an instance will be reinforced every time they occur. In other cases, reinforcement might only happen sporadically or through scheduled occurrences. There are two types of reinforcement schedules, continuous and partial. Certain types of schedules may be more effective depending on the situation and the training purpose. In a continuous reinforcement schedule, the desired behavior is reinforced each and every time it occurs. This continuous schedule is used during the first stages of learning in order to create a strong association between the behavior and the response. Over time, if the association is strong, the reinforcement schedule is switched to a partial reinforcement schedule. In the classroom, teachers will observe rapid improvements in students' behavior if they reinforce desired responses whenever they observe them. For example, if a teacher observes a student diligently working on an assignment while other students are moving noisily about, that teacher should reinforce the apt student with praise in order to encourage the positive behavior to continue. The teacher should then continue to reinforce this behavior every time it occurs in order to attach a strong relationship between the positive behavior and the reinforcement. The advantage to continuous reinforcement is that the desired behavior is typically learned quickly. However, this type of reinforcement is difficult to maintain over a long period of time due to the effort of having to reinforce a behavior each time it is performed. Also, this type of reinforcement is quick to be extinguished. Extinction is the gradual disappearance of an acquired response, resulting from repeated lack of reinforcement for the response. Simply put, once the reinforcement stops, the behavior will too. In a partial reinforcement schedule, the response is reinforced only part of the time. This may also be referred to as an intermittent reinforcement schedule. The advantage here with a partial reinforcement schedule is it's more resistant to extinction. The disadvantage is that the learned behaviors take longer to be acquired. There are 4 types of partial reinforcement schedules: fixed ratio, variable ratio, fixed interval, and variable interval schedules. Fixed ratio schedules occur when a response is reinforced only after a specific number of responses. For example, in the video game Donkey Kong, you receive an extra life for every 100 bananas collected. In the classroom, an example would be a student is rewarded for every 5 books they read. The advantage in a fixed ratio schedule are the results are high and steady productivity, or in other words, a high rate of response. In the example just discussed, the student will continue to read books as long as the reward continued. The disadvantage is that this schedule leads to burnout and potentially lower quality work. In our example, the student may read books too quickly in order to get more rewards and not comprehend what they are actually reading. The second type of schedule we will discuss is variable ratio. This is the schedule where a response is reinforced after an unpredictable number of responses. Do you remember the slot machine example? Gambling and lottery games are examples of a reward based on a variable ratio schedule. In the classroom, an example would be rewarding students for some homework assignments, but not all. The advantage with this type of schedule is if done in a manner that the reinforcer is not predictable, this can lead to a maintenance or an increase of the pace of a behavior. If the student can't determine the schedule of which the homework would be rewarded, they're going to be more likely to continue to always bring in their homework. However, the disadvantage is this type of schedule could lead to detrimental behavior. In the case of gambling, the person continues to try for the reward even after losing most or all of their money in hopes of winning the big one. Our next example is fixed intervals. A fixed interval is where the response is rewarded only after a specified amount of time has elapsed. A real-world example of fixed interval schedules is a paycheck. Employees are reinforced weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly depending on the pay schedule. In the classroom, this may be rewarding a student at the end of every class period or day for good behavior. It is important for the teacher to determine the right amount of work given the reward schedule. The advantage in this case are the responses will increase gradually as the reinforcement time draws near. In our case of the student, The student would begin to behave more toward the end of the class or end of the day in order to ensure the reward would be provided. The disadvantage is that this type of schedule can lead to slow responding immediately after the delivery of the reinforcement. The same student, having just received a reward, might have poor behavior toward the beginning of the next class or the beginning of the next day, knowing that the next reward wouldn't occur for a while. Our final schedule to discuss is variable interval. A variable interval schedule is where a response is rewarded after an unpredictable amount of time has passed. Examples of this type of schedule would be a promotion or special recognition at work. If the employee knows there is a chance of promotion but is unaware of the timing, this would typically elicit positive behavior, which is maintained for a long period of time. In the classroom, teachers can reward students at different times of the day for good behavior. The advantage here is this schedule is very resistant to extinction. If the student knows that if they work hard on an assignment or in class and they will eventually be rewarded, they will persist and work hard on average. The disadvantage here, however, is this reinforcing schedule doesn't engage the person quickly because the reward is not imminent. Using a reinforcement in the classroom to manage behavior is successful as long as the teacher chooses an appropriate reinforcement schedule. The schedule of reinforcement should be based on desired behaviors, associations between behaviors, and rewards and length of time behaviors should be maintained. Let's try a few scenarios to test your knowledge. In the following scenarios, identify which type of reinforcement schedule is being used. Scenario 1. Starbucks wants to ensure a steady flow of customers. The company decides to provide reward cards to its customers. For every 5 lattes purchased, the customer gets 1 free. The correct response here is fixed ratio schedule. Scenario 2. A teacher gives pop quizzes to ensure students are prepared for every class. The correct response is variable interval schedule. Scenario 3. A student receives a grade at the end of every semester, which counts toward credit for graduation. The correct response here is fixed interval. Scenario 4. A person buys scratch-off lottery tickets in hopes of winning millions. Correct response, variable ratio schedule. Let's sum things up. When choosing a schedule of reinforcement, one must consider how and why the behavior is being reinforced. A continuous schedule will allow for quicker learned behavior, but it is subject to extinction as reinforcing a behavior every single time is difficult to maintain for a long period of time. Partial or intermittent schedules allow for more flexibility and behavior maintenance, but must be chosen carefully. Each schedule has advantages and disadvantages, and it is important to continuously monitor the response rates in order to determine if the schedule is the most effective. With a continuous schedule, the advantage is the behavior is learned quickly, but is difficult to maintain over time and is extinguished quickly. With a partial schedule, it's going to be more resistant to extinction, but behaviors may take time to acquire. With our fixed ratio schedule, there's a high, steady response rate, but it could lead to burnout. Our variable ratio schedule could lead to an increased rate of behavior, but could also lead to detrimental behavior. Fixed interval could lead to responses gradually increasing, but since this is a time-based schedule, there is a slow response immediately after the behavior or the reward has occurred. And finally, variable interval, which is very resistant to extinction, but the response rate may be slower.
Would you choose short-term benefits for selfish reasons, even if they had long-term negative impacts on the group? Or would you act altruistically and put the best interests of the group before your own? Such questions of social conscience and morality were examined by researchers at the Rand Corporation. In the 1950s, while Cold War tensions were high, Rand researchers Merrill Flood and Melvin Drescher used game theory to simulate global nuclear strategies. Each scenario in their war games would predict a different outcome of nuclear war based on the choices that the superpowers made. They asked questions like, if the U.S. dropped the bomb first, would we win the war in the short term, but cause long-term destruction to humankind? Mathematician and Rand consultant Albert Tucker applied this same game theory to a hypothetical situation with prisoners. Tucker's version is known as the prisoner's dilemma. He presented the scenarios to a group of Stanford psychologists, sparking its widespread application in psychology, biology, sociology, and other disciplines. The prisoner's dilemma goes like this. Two prisoners, let's call them Bonnie and Clyde, are suspected of committing a major crime together. The prosecutors only have evidence to convict each of them on a minor offense. Bonnie and Clyde are interrogated separately in hopes of getting a confession. The prosecutors promise to give each prisoner a reduced sentence if they confess first to the major crime and implicate their partner. 1. If neither Bonnie nor Clyde confesses, both serve 6 months each for the minor crime. 2. If Bonnie confesses, she serves no time, but Clyde serves 20 years. 3. If both Bonnie and Clyde confess, there's no trial. The prosecutors offer a reduced sentence of 10 years to each prisoner. In the prisoner's dilemma, the payoff is the number of years spent in prison. To recap, if both prisoners cooperate with each other, they achieve the best outcome for the group as a whole, 6 months each. But each prisoner is motivated to confess, since the payoff is a lesser sentence regardless of what the other prisoner does. Competition is spurred by self-interest in not serving 20 years if the other prisoner cooperates with the prosecutors. Still, the partners in crime get the shortest sentence if they both remain silent. Would you take the risk for the greater good, or would you save your skin and rat your buddy out? And has understanding the prisoner's dilemma changed your attitude?
Do answers suddenly come to you in a burst of clarity? Or do you learn by watching others? Most people experience both. One common type of learning involves observing and mimicking others. This social modeling is called observational learning. Stanford psychologist Albert Bandura conducted a social experiment that illustrated how aggressive behavior can be learned by watching violence on TV and in real life. First, a group of children watched an adult hit, kick, and sit on an inflatable boxing toy in the shape of a clown, called a Bobo doll. Next, the kids were allowed to play with toys for a short period, after which the toys were taken away in order to build a feeling of frustration. Then the children were allowed to play with the Bobo doll. Not surprisingly, the majority of kids imitated the adult's behavior, hitting the Bobo doll, even using the toy hammers and guns provided. While this experiment may seem strange and even a little cruel, there is an important lesson to be learned. We take our cues for appropriate behavior from our parents, brothers, sisters, teachers, friends, and other role models. Monkey see, monkey do. Now, think about a time when you were puzzling over a problem and all at once, a light bulb went on in your head. Suddenly, the solution was clear. Those aha moments are called insights. Wolfgang Kohler, one of the founders of Gestalt psychology, contributed to our knowledge of insight learning. Although his research applies to humans, Kohler observed how a chimpanzee solved a problem. Bananas were placed high up in the top of a cage out of reach of the chimp. After its efforts were unsuccessful, the chimp stopped and thought over the situation. The chimp finally reached the food, not by gradually learning from its previous failed attempts, but by suddenly coming to the realization of a solution. Using a stick, he could reach the bananas. So what do chimps and Bobo dolls have in common? Well, besides the fact that both stories have to do with solving problems by hitting them, they both show ways in which humans can modify behavior. In one case, the method is modeling. After being shown a way to behave, we may employ that method as one that is clearly acceptable. In the other, you need to develop a new way of approaching a problem. There is no modeling to follow, and so a new solution arises and is attempted. In both cases, learning takes place and you have a new way to solve problems. The two can work together as well. Once you have an insight into a solution, others will see it and model their own behavior on yours.
Is there a food that you won't eat anymore or a drink you can't stomach? For my wife, it's fish. In college, she spent a few months studying in Indonesia. Living on an island, she was given fish for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Soon after arriving on the island, she came down with dysentery, which caused her to feel achy and nauseous all the time. Although that was years ago, she still feels sick to her stomach whenever she eats something even vaguely fishy tasting. You don't need to get sick from the same food more than once in order to develop a disgust for it. There's an evolutionary advantage to taste aversion, since it prevents us from eating something twice that might be toxic. Taste aversion was first noticed by psychologist John Garcia in the 1950s. He was irradiating rats to see its effect on their behavior and noticed that rats didn't want to eat the things they'd been fed shortly before being irradiated. Garcia theorized that this was because they were getting nauseous from the radiation. He conducted experiments to directly test this with sweetened versus unsweetened water. He gave them sweetened water, followed by no radiation, mild radiation, or strong radiation. After the experiment, the total sweetened water consumed by non-radiated rats was 80%. Mildly radiated rats drank 40%, and strongly radiated rats drank only 10% of the sugar water. These patterns were observed after only one trial. The radiated rats were conditioned to link the taste of sweetened water with nausea and therefore avoided it. Since it accessed an evolutionarily advantageous bodily defense mechanism, it was learned right away. Similarly, if you burn your finger on the stove, you don't have to do it more than once in order to learn not to. Being burned is a natural aversive stimulus, so conditioning is immediate. Natural instincts are another biological factor that can interfere with conditioning. Psychologists Keller and Marion Breland trained raccoons to put coins in a piggy bank. They rewarded the raccoons with food for successful deposits. This worked with single coins, but when the researchers gave a raccoon more than one coin, the raccoon would sit and rub the coins together. By associating the coins with food, the raccoon's natural instinct to wash food by rubbing it together was activated. So you've learned that biological influence can limit conditioning. Animals can be trained as long as it doesn't override their instinctive behaviors. And once we've developed distaste for something we associate with getting sick, it's hard to get over it. Sometimes biology speeds up conditioning, as in the case of taste aversion. Other times, it interferes with it, as we saw with the raccoons.
Imagine that you are in a quiet room all alone. You are sitting in a comfortable position. You close your eyes and take a deep breath. There is nothing to distract you, nothing to grab your attention. There's just one thing. No matter how clear your surroundings, you most likely still have thoughts in your head. Maybe those thoughts are focused on your breath and nothing more. Or maybe they are racing through your head at a mile a minute about all sorts of things on your to-do list. No matter where you are or what happens to you, your thoughts are with you always. They are as much a part of you as your hand or your leg, maybe even more so. After all, if there's a terrible accident and you lose your leg, you'll still be you. But without your thoughts, would you be the same person? In the field of psychology, thoughts and thought processes are called cognition. Psychologists study cognition to better understand what people think, how they think, and how that influences their feelings and behaviors. Let's look closer at two common types of cognition, reasoning and heuristics. Let's say that you have a furry little animal and you want to know what type it is. It has brown and red fur, green eyes, long whiskers, and a tail. How do you know what type of animal it is? You read in a book that cats have fur, green eyes, long whiskers, and a tail. Since your animal has all of those things, you conclude that you have a cat. Congratulations! You've just used reasoning skills to solve a problem. There are two main types of reasoning skills, inductive and deductive reasoning. Inductive reasoning is when you draw conclusions about a general group based on observations of a specific member or members of that group. Remember your cat? Let's say that she likes to drink milk and chase yarn. You notice that your friend's cat also likes to drink milk and chase yarn. Because these specific cats like milk and yarn, you conclude that all cats like to drink milk and chase yarn. You've used inductive reasoning to come to this conclusion. On the other hand, deductive reasoning is when you start with a universal truth and draw conclusions about specific circumstances based on that. For example, you know that cats are mammals. You also know that mammals have hearts. So you conclude that your cat, and all other cats, has a heart. Of course, both inductive and deductive reasoning have problems. Just because you use reasoning to draw a conclusion doesn't mean that the conclusion is correct. If your premise isn't right to begin with, it might be incorrect. Let's look at another example. Say that you read that all cats like to eat fish. Your pet doesn't like to eat fish, so you conclude that she is not a cat. But what if the first statement, that all cats like fish, isn't true? What if only most cats like fish? In that case, your cat might just be the exception to the rule, but that doesn't mean that she's not a cat. Imagine for a minute that you are starting a new job. You walk into the office for the first time and see a woman sitting behind a desk right next to the door. She's answering phone calls. Who is the woman? How can she help you? If you're like most people, you said that the woman is a receptionist, and she can tell you where to go since it's your first day and you don't know the office yet. But how do you know that she's a receptionist? Heuristics are mental shortcuts that people use to make sense of the world around them. We use heuristics all the time to save time and hassle. After all, if every time you walked into an office you had to relearn who the person behind the desk was, it would take a significant amount of time out of your day. But since you know that most receptionists sit near the entrance to the office, sit behind a desk, and answer phones, you can use that shortcut to know when you walk into a new place and see someone sitting behind a desk answering phones near the entrance, it's more than likely a receptionist. Of course, we can get into trouble with heuristics too. Sometimes we rely on heuristics and make incorrect assumptions. For example, let's say that you are interviewing for jobs. One of the jobs you interview for at Company A is your dream job and it has great benefits and good pay. But you've met 3 people who work at that company, and they all seem pretty boring and not very fun. On the other hand, Company B offers less pay for a less interesting job. But the people you've met from that company seem like they enjoy going out and having a good time. Even if the people from those companies aren't from the division you will work in, many people will assume that people at Company A are boring and not fun, and that the people at Company B are fun and interesting. As a result, you might factor that into your decision. But you've only met a few people from each company. What if they happen to be the exception? What if Company A is actually a more fun place to work and Company B is not? The same shortcut that helped you figure out who the receptionist is could work against you in this case. Cognition is your thought process. When psychologists study cognition, they look at the 2 types of reasoning, inductive and deductive, as well as mental shortcuts, also called heuristics. Though all 3 of these cognitive processes help us draw conclusions and make sense of the world around us, they can also lead us to make false assumptions and mistakes.
Let's start with a quick experiment. Try to think about a chair, but don't let yourself use any words. Can you do it? It should be pretty difficult. Human language and human thought are so tightly bound together that it can be really hard to separate them from each other. This makes the question of what language is and how it functions a particularly challenging one for psychologists. Because language is so complex, it has been defined in various ways. Let's understand it as a system of communication that requires the ability to produce and understand spoken, signed, or written utterances. So we're talking about spoken languages, like English and Spanish, or non-spoken languages, like American Sign Language. There are many systems of communication. Traffic signs, for example, are a system of visual symbols that tell us where and how we can drive. But traffic signs are not a language. They fail an important test. Though they can be combined with each other to make new meanings in some limited cases, they do not have the flexibility to be combined into lots of new meanings. A no turn on red sign modifies a traffic light to tell you that when the light is red, you can't make a right turn. This is similar to how an adjective modifies a noun, like how a tree becomes a big tree. But big can be used to modify almost any noun, while no turn on red can only be used to modify a traffic light. Traffic signals are limited to a few specific contexts in a way that words are not. Let's return to the chair from our first example to think more about combinability. Chair may be combined with other words to produce distinct meanings. Adjectives modify the chair itself, brown chair. Verbs define how the chair is used. I picked up the chair. But even these statements are able to be further modified. I picked up the brown chair. It's possible to add additional information to a statement. I picked up the brown chair in the morning. The idea that combinability is an important characteristic of language probably still seems a little abstract, but it might be easier to understand when we compare human language to even the most complex animal communication systems. Vervet monkeys use 3 distinct alarm calls, one for leopard, one for snake, and one for eagle. The vervets react differently when they hear the different calls. The leopard call prompts a retreat into the treetops, while eagle prompts a dash into the underbrush. It's tempting to view these calls as words. Doesn't the snake call signify a snake in the same way that the word chair signifies a chair? It does signify snake, but in a very limited way. What it actually means is look down at the ground and watch out. The vervets can't combine the snake call with other calls to produce any meaning other than watch out. You can modify chair to mean brown chair, red chair, small chair, big chair, or any other kind of chair. The vervet calls are limited to the context of escaping danger, just as the traffic signals are limited to the context of an intersection. This is the difference between a call and a word. You've probably had to study grammar in school. It can be tedious to learn all the formal rules of clauses and gerunds and all that stuff. But grammar is actually a really important concept that gives language its characteristic combinability. And it exists naturally in our heads, not just as a boring list of rules in English class. When we learn to speak, we learn to distinguish the sounds of our language from random sounds. The smallest possible unit of sound that we learn to distinguish is called a phoneme. Our vowels and consonants are phonemes, or distinct sounds that we can combine to make words. Morphemes are the smallest units of meaning. It's easiest to think of morphemes in terms of things like prefixes and suffixes. The prefix re-carries a meaning of doing something again. Words like apply and organize have their meanings changed by adding re to the front. Reapply, reorganize. The study of how phonemes and morphemes produce meaning is specifically called semantics, while grammar and syntax more generally refer to how words combine to form new meanings in larger groups, like sentences or phrases. So, we've learned about what makes language distinct from other forms of sight and sound-based communication systems. We looked at the combinability of words in language and saw how traffic signals and vervet alarms didn't have this quality. Then, we learned that grammar and semantics are sets of rules for combining the phonemes and morphemes, the building blocks of language. Once we fully understand language's complexity, it seems truly amazing that babies can learn to speak and understand without direct instruction. Studies of language acquisition are an important part of infant psychology that shed light on how our minds process language even as adults. We'll go over some debates in the field of language acquisition, take a look at an experiment used to study infants' abilities to understand speech, and finally, go over some of the main stages of language acquisition. One of the big questions for psychologists who study language acquisition is whether we have innate language centers in our brains, or whether language is completely dependent on learning. This echoes the larger nature versus nurture debate that underlies questions in many areas of psychology. The world-famous linguist, Noam Chomsky, believes that everyone has a universal grammar hardwired into their brains. He's come to this conclusion by looking at grammatical features shared among diverse languages. Scientists who have looked for the brain's language center have found some regions that impede language production and understanding when they're damaged. Broca's area seems to be involved in production, and Wernicke's area with understanding, but neither have been shown to house Chomsky's universal grammar. Chomsky's critics have also argued that there are obscure languages, like Paireja, spoken by people in the Amazon region, that don't follow his universal rules. While some psychologists choose to tackle big questions, others prefer to study the specifics of how language is learned. As an example, have you ever wondered why people who learn a second language usually speak it with an accent? Each language has its own distinct set of phonemes. or vowels and consonant sounds, not all of which exist in English. Adults raised in one language are often unable to hear and reproduce the subtle differences between a phoneme in their native tongue and a similar phoneme in another language. As an example, Japanese speakers learning English have difficulty distinguishing between L and R because they have a single phoneme that's pronounced as something in between an L and an R. But regardless of where they're born or what language their parents speak, infants are able to distinguish between all possible phonemes. Researchers studied this by designing a clever experiment to tell if babies could tell when a voice speaking a Hindi consonant that sounds like T changed to speaking another Hindi consonant that is slightly different but also sounds like T to English speakers. First, the researchers conditioned the infants to turn their heads to the side when they heard a change in sound. They would pair the sound changes with an exciting animated display that played next to the baby. This encouraged the baby to turn his head toward the display when he heard a sound change. When this behavior was conditioned, researchers started playing the first Hindi consonant. When they switched to the second Hindi consonant, the babies turned their heads toward the display. The researchers found that babies were able to distinguish sounds like this until they were about 12 months old. Since 12 months is also the time at which infants start attempting to imitate words in their language, it seems that a key part of speaking and understanding language is recognizing which phonemes are allowed and which are not. If you try to speak another language, you lack this sense and speak with an accent. Experiments like this one with Hindi consonants give psychologists a better sense of what's going on in the brain as children learn language. Psychologists have observed that infants and children typically go through 5 distinct stages in their ability to produce and understand speech. Stage 1. By the time they're about 2 months old, babies start uttering speech-like sounds, goos and gaas, coos, oos, and ahs. Even though it sounds like nonsense, it's far from useless because it helps babies to practice and get ready for producing speech. Stage 2. Between 6 and 7 months old, babies start babbling repetitive syllables, such as ba-ba-ba. These syllables include phonemes from the baby's native language, but they don't yet involve actual words. Psychologists believe that babbling helps babies prepare physically for speech, but also to come to an understanding about what speech is for. Communicating. Babies who learn sign language even babble with their hands. Stage 3. Next, when a baby is about 12 months old, they begin to speak words. Even though at first they can only speak a few words, they understand many more. Usually, each utterance is just one word. This is called the holophrastic stage. At 12 months, most kids can produce 3 or 4 words and understand 30 to 40. At this point, they tend to overextend the meanings of words, such as by using the word dada for all men, not just their own father. Certain words tend to be learned earliest, including mama and daddy, and also no and up. Stage 4. At around 18 months, babies are able to recognize and point to objects when they're named. They can also follow simple directions, and their vocabulary continues to grow. They begin speaking in simple 2-word sentences, such as baby hungry or dog brown. Stage 5. When they're 25 months and older, toddlers begin to use more complex sentences consisting of 3 or more words. Their vocabulary grows so that by the age of 5, they know more than 10,000 words. So, we've covered language acquisition from a lot of angles. First, we looked at the debate over Noam Chomsky's idea of universal grammar. Then, we went over an experiment designed to test how and when infants come to learn which phonemes are valid for the language they're learning. Finally, we went over the 5 key stages of language development in children. Memory allows you to store and recall information and experiences, but it's also a highly abstract concept. To help you think about memory in concrete terms, psychologists have devised a system for dividing it into 3 processes. 1. Encoding. 2. Storage. 3. Retrieval. The first process that your brain performs when it gets new information is encoding. Compare your brain to a computer. When data is entered into a computer, it's encoded or put into a format that the computer can store. Take digital images, for example. In the computer, an image is actually encoded in a grid of colored dots, called pixels. This special format allows the computer to store images. Now, think about how information is converted into a format that your brain can store. Look at that same image. Your brain is different from a computer, so you probably won't encode it into a grid of colored dots. Instead, you might focus on the colors and sort them into warm and cold colors. Alternatively, since your brain can do things that no computer can do, you may encode the information in the image in a way that's meaningful to you. You may relate the scene to a park on a river that you visited yourself. By associating the image with a similar scene, you make it easier to organize the information in the picture. These are ways that you encode information in your brain for storage. Once information is encoded, it can be stored. While you're still using it, the information is stored in your computer's RAM, which is used only for short-term storage. This is like your brain's short-term memory. When you save a file, it's like putting the information in long-term memory, which is like the brain's hard drive. The information stored in RAM will not be there after you reboot your computer, but the hard drive is like your long-term memory, and the information is there permanently. Your short-term memory holds small amounts of information for a very short time, sometimes less than a minute. Your long-term memory, meanwhile, can hold greater quantities of information for far greater lengths of time, even an entire lifetime. Information has to go through short-term memory to be entered into long-term memory. You save information in storage so you can retrieve it later. You've saved information so that you can retrieve it later. Recall that image of the park. You might search for the file, Seurat painting, on your computer's hard drive. How did you recall that stored information in your brain? It's easier to remember information when you're in the same mood as you were when you learned it. Being in a similar environment also helps. But for improving your memory, nothing beats associations. You might retrieve the details from your memory by associating it with that riverside park you like to go to. Or perhaps you remember how the people who were standing in the sunshine were painted in warm colors, and those in the shadows were painted in colder blues and purples. Either way, whatever associations you used to organize and store the information, use the same ones to work backward and retrieve it. You've considered how information is processed. Typically, processing happens through encoding, storage, and retrieval. Encoding converts information into a format that your brain can store. Information may be stored in your short or long-term memory. Finally, retrieval is your ability to recall the information you've stored. Don't forget to store this information in your long-term memory so you can retrieve it when you take the test.
On a trip to the art museum with your best friend, you stop in front of a still life of an apple. You note the water pouring off of it, and maybe think about the unfortunate fact that you skipped breakfast. After you walk on, can you still picture the apple? What color was it? Since you just saw the apple, you probably have a picture of it, and the color is stored in your short-term memory. You can remember that it was red. If I ask you in an hour what color the apple was, you might not remember. If I ask you in a week, you might not remember that you saw a painting of an apple at all, let alone what color it was. The length of time and way in which you remember something has to do with categorized memories, or memory categorization. Every day, we encounter thousands of things that go into and out of our memory. Way too many things to keep track of. The brain uses memory categories to slot memories where they belong. The color of the apple isn't that important, so your brain discarded it shortly after you moved on. The name of your best friend? Hugely important if you want to keep your friendship. So it's in a long-term memory that you won't forget. The very shortest term memory is called sensory memory, and like the name implies, it's more of a feeling rather than an actual memory. You experience sensory memory when you still see the flash of a camera after it has gone off, or when you can still hear the ringing of a fire alarm in your head even after it stops. Two main types of sensory memory are iconic and echoic. Iconic memory is also called visual memory, and it's when you can picture an image for a split second after it has disappeared from view. Look at this red dot. It's moving in a circle, and you can easily track the dot's progress. If the speed picks up, though, your sensory memory kicks in. It keeps the red dot in mind so that soon it looks like a red circle rather than a single dot. This is an example of the way your iconic memory works. Even after the dot has moved on, an image of it remains in your head for a split second. Since the dot is moving so quickly, your sensory memory constructs a circle where none actually exists. Echoic memory is similar, but instead of remembering images, you hear sounds for a split second after the sounds stop. Guess how echoic memory got its name? That's right, from echoes. Hearing an echoic memory in your head is just like hearing the actual echo from the crash of your keys dropping on the museum's marble floor. Sensory memories disappear after a split second, and if we only had sensory memories, we'd never remember anything at all. Fortunately, we all have long-term memory as well. There are several types of long-term memory. One type, semantic memory, helps you remember information and concepts, while another type, episodic memory, helps you remember specific events or people. If you go to the museum with your best friend, your semantic memory will help you remember the difference between Monet's impressionistic landscapes and Rembrandt's portraits. Your episodic memory will help you remember the fun lunch you and your friend had after seeing the artwork. Both your memories of the artwork and of your lunch conversation are clear. You can picture them in your head and maybe even hear your friend's voice. A memory that you can clearly picture in your head is called declarative. Another word for this type of clear memory is explicit. An explicit memory is anything you have to think about in order to remember. For example, if your mom asks you how the museum was, you'll call up your explicit memories of the trip to tell her about the exhibit and the lunch. Other examples of explicit or declarative memories are facts you learned in school, people's faces, and the color of that apple. Of course, not all memories are explicit. Implicit memories are memories that are unconscious. For example, you didn't have to remember how to move your legs as you walk through the museum. Knowing how to walk is part of your implicit memory and is something you can do without thinking about it. After all, if you had to consciously remember how to walk or talk, you'd never get anything done. The memories of how to do things you do on a regular basis are called procedural memories. Your procedural memory took over while you were at the museum, so you could concentrate on the artwork without trying to remember how to put one foot in front of the other. Other procedural memories are daily tasks, like getting dressed or brushing your teeth. These tasks require several steps, but they are so second nature that you probably don't have to stop and think about each step before you do them. To review, the brain uses categorization tricks to help you put your memories in appropriate slots. This is an important skill because you can't retrieve or find memories if you don't know where they are. Sensory memories are super short-term memories that you remember as actual senses, the sound of a bell ringing or the sense of that red dot twirling in a circle. Longer-term memories are also divided into multiple categories. Your semantic memories help you remember specific facts and different bits of information, like the difference between Monet and Rembrandt, while episodic memories help you remember specific conversations or experiences you had with your friend. And procedural memories are the way you can get things done, like walking, talking, and getting dressed in the morning without too much thought. So what type of memory will help you remember the memory facts in this video? Can you remember? Why do we remember certain things but not others? One explanation is that we learn and experience far too many things to remember all of them. Close your eyes and picture some place you go to every day. You can probably remember what the place looks like from the outside and where it is. You might also be able to visualize the place next door. Now, try to work your way back home and describe all the places on the way. That's more difficult, isn't it? You might not remember all of the places in between because you weren't paying attention to them. What is attention exactly? Attention is the ability to focus on specific information. It has two important components. First, you need the cognitive resources to focus on a particular object. Say you're making dinner while talking to your friend on the phone. You might not have the cognitive resources to devote attention to your email too, even if you'd like to. If you're trying to remember something, it's best not to multitask while learning it, because divided attention is difficult to maintain, and it reduces your ability to remember. Second, even when you have the cognitive resources to focus, attention also involves choice. You don't always have complete control over the things that win your attention, but when you do, you have to choose where to direct your focus. When you're driving down a busy street in a big city, you might not have the cognitive resources to take in the sights around you. You would do best to direct your focus on the road in front of you, This ability to focus on certain things while ignoring others is called selective attention. You're much more likely to remember the things on which you have selected to direct your attention than you are to remember things you have not selected. You didn't focus on all of the places you passed on your drive home, so you don't remember them. But how do you decide which items to pay attention to and which ones to ignore? When you're driving down a busy street, the road is the obvious answer. But for less straightforward situations, psychologists have determined two general ways in which you make this decision: top-down and bottom-up. One way is through bottom-up processing, where you begin by examining small details and piece them together into a bigger picture. When you first arrive in a new city, do you initially drive around and remember the street names, slowly building a map in your head? Do you plan a route to your final destination by connecting the dots between all of these interesting places that you check out? If so, you're using bottom-up processing. Another way you can focus on things is called top-down processing, and it's driven by previous knowledge. With this method, rather than beginning by noticing small details like street names, you start with expectations from looking at a map and direct your attention toward details that might fulfill your goal. So instead of just memorizing all the street names, you're looking for specific ones that will lead to your destination. Say, on a return trip to that city, you look at a map to select a route based on the fastest way to get to your destination. With top-down processing, previous knowledge tells you what information to look for. The downside to top-down processing is that starting with the big picture sometimes prevents you from noticing unexpected details. So you might miss that new restaurant or the festival that's happening downtown. With this type of thought, you only look at details that are important relative to your overall goal. To summarize, the things you remember are dependent on your attention. In order to focus your attention on something, you must have the cognitive resources to do it, and often, you must choose where to direct your focus. Choosing what to focus on is called selective attention. When you employ bottom-up processing to make these choices, your attention is caught in the details. Top-down processing begins with the big picture and relates details to it. Just like the other systems in our bodies, our senses develop in stages over time. Infants are born with enough sensory abilities to get by. These abilities get more sophisticated as infants grow. A newborn doesn't need to see things very clearly because its immediate concerns are feeding and bonding with its mother. But later, vision becomes crucial to learning and exploring the world. For efficiency's sake, infants stay in the womb long enough to develop crucial skills and fill in the rest soon after being born. Newborns have very poor vision. Estimates range from 20/120 to 20/400. This means that to see an object that an adult with normal 20/20 vision can see, the newborn would need the object to be 6 to 20 times closer or more magnified. If presented with an eye chart from a normal distance, they would only be able to distinguish the large letter E at the top. They don't have good vision in part because the part of the eye that deals with details, called the fovea, isn't completely developed at birth. This grows enough to give infants 20/20 vision by around 2 years of age. Since the fovea is also responsible for color vision, infants have difficulty distinguishing between really similar colors, like pastels. In general, infants have less sharpness in their vision in terms of both shape and color. It's really important for infants to be able to recognize their mothers, so their senses of hearing and smell are developed to this purpose early on. Babies can hear before they're even born and learn the sounds of their mother's voice and of the language she speaks while they're still in the womb. Once they're born, they prefer her voice above all others. They also prefer songs or stories that they've heard before birth because the patterns and sounds are familiar to them. When it comes to smell, infants at birth prefer the scent of their mothers to other people. They seem very sensitive to human smells, like this one, but not to the majority of smells that they'll be able to detect as adults. By the age of 3, toddlers seem to have developed similar scent preferences as adults, so their ability to distinguish between scents is thought to have greatly improved by this age. An infant's senses of touch and taste seem to be mature at birth. Touch is actually really important to infants' early happiness. They sleep better and cry less when they have frequent skin-to-skin contact with their mothers. In general, infants tend to prefer sweet tastes to others. Our senses of taste generally change as we age. We often learn to like foods we would reject as children, like bitter coffee. But all of the mechanisms of taste are present in newborn infants. To review, infants' senses are in different states when they're first born. Their eyesight isn't very developed because they don't need it in their early weeks. Their hearing, touch, and smell are developed in order to facilitate better communication and bonding with their mothers. Their sense of taste is largely developed, though preferences still change over time.
Is it possible to improve your working memory? Studies have shown that most people have similarly sized working memories, but we may employ certain cognitive strategies to squeeze more information into a limited number of slots. Let's look at a series of numbers for a few seconds. 2, 6, 9, 31, 20, 6, 3, 3, 25, 1, 17, 9, 5. Now see how many numbers you can remember in the proper order. Here's the list again so you can check your memory. 2, 6, 9, 31, 20, 6, 3, 3, 25, 1, 17, 9, 5. How many of the numbers did you remember? If you recalled somewhere between 5 and 9 digits, then you've reinforced a study conducted by psychologist George Miller. Miller published the study under the title, The Magical Number 7, Plus or Minus 2. It's long been understood to mean that there are limits on how many new items we can introduce at any one time to our short-term memory, and that the limiting number is 7, plus or minus 2. At first glance, this seems fairly straightforward. But think, what constitutes an element? Look at this string of numbers. 2, 6, 9, 3, 2, 6, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 9. If you string together the numbers into groups of 3, 269 then becomes one element, 269, instead of 3 separate pieces of information. One 3-digit element is easier to remember than 3 separate numbers. The principle of chunking, or organizing a bigger string of new information into smaller chunks, can potentially increase the number of individual items that our short-term memories can recall at any given time. Grouping the single-digit numbers into groups of 3 is chunking. 269, 326, 332, 119. Now let's try to remember this string of numbers. 9, 8, 7, 1, 2, 3, 9, 0, 2, 1, 0. Now see how many you can remember. 987, 123, 90210. Were you able to remember more of this string than the first one? If so, it might be because even though it contained the same amount of numbers, you may have found more memorable chunks within the larger sequence. Similar techniques can be used with letters. Try remembering this set of letters. J, F, K, O, R, D, L, A, X. Now try to remember this set of letters. JFK, ORD, LAX. Did that second list look more familiar? These letters are airport codes for JFK Airport in New York, O'Hare Airport in Chicago, and Los Angeles International Airport in LA. Suddenly, instead of having to remember 9 random letters, all you have to remember is 3 airports. Even still, though, the list may have been too long. Some researchers say the number of new elements we can remember is actually only around 3 or 4. Factors, such as how difficult or foreign the new material is to us, and how well it's presented, affect our ability to remember. But in general, if you can find a way to chunk information into less than 7 groups, you'll have a much easier time storing it in working memory.
Have you ever wished you had a photographic memory? Wouldn't it be great to be able to take a mental picture of everything around you as if you were taking a photo with your camera? Then you could pull out the mental photo whenever you needed to remember a detail of a particular thing or event. While having a truly photographic memory is rare, you'll be happy to know that it's possible to train yourself to organize and retrieve information in your head. There are many ways to improve your long-term memory. Let's test some out now. There are lots of techniques, so see which one works best for you. Let's start with a trick to remember how many days there are in any month. You may have heard the rhyme, 30 days hath September, April, June, and November, all the rest have 31, excepting February alone, which has 28 days clear and 29 in each leap year. Or maybe you learn to make two fists and associate your knuckles with the 31-day months and the dips between your knuckles as the 30-day months in February. Both of these methods are mnemonic devices, or associations that help you remember how many days are in each month. The rhyme is a verbal mnemonic, and your knuckles are a visual mnemonic. Verbal mnemonics can be songs or poems too. Think about how you can remember the lyrics to your favorite song quicker than memorizing new vocabulary. Next time, try making up a song with those vocabulary words to your favorite tune and see if it sticks. Another technique for remembering things is to create acronyms, or first letter mnemonics, in which each letter stands for something. For example, if you were trying to find a way to remember the names of the Great Lakes, you could use the acronym HOMES, which stands for Huron, Ontario, Michigan, Erie, and Superior. Or, if you're learning to read sheet music, you might have used the acronym FACE to remember the series of notes in the treble clef. You'll often remember something better when you associate it with yourself. Self-referencing is a way of relating information to yourself. Let's say I'm trying to remember a date for history class. It's easier to call to mind if I remember that it's 20 years before I was born than if I try to remember the date on its own, without any reference point. Likewise, it will be easier to remember a new term, like autobiographical memory, if I think about how it describes the way I recall experiences from my own life. So you see, there are multiple techniques that can help you to learn and remember information. Sometimes sheer repetition, or rehearsal, is the most effective way to memorize information. When you rehearse information, you repeat it, out loud or in your head, to keep from forgetting it. For example, when you meet someone for the first time, if you say their name a few times during your initial conversation, it can help you remember it the next time you run into them. The rehearsal technique keeps material in your working short-term memory long enough so that it can be transferred to your long-term memory. How could you apply this to, say, studying for an exam? It's not the best idea to cram the night before because the greatest memory loss occurs within the first half hour to hour after you've learned something, then evens out after about a day. The next morning, you might find yourself right in the middle of that rapid memory loss during the exam. Of course, it's best not only to learn in advance, but also to repeat what you've learned. German psychologist Hermann Ebbinghaus identified a technique called spaced repetition, which involves relearning material at increasingly widely spaced intervals. For example, suppose you're studying Spanish vocabulary words for an upcoming test. You begin studying the words on Monday evening. You review them Tuesday evening. Then you wait until Thursday evening to look at them again. And then you study them again on Sunday evening before taking your exam the next morning. This is spaced repetition. You increase the interval between repetitions by one evening with each repetition. Repeatedly studying like this also illustrates overlearning, or continuing to study even after you think you've already mastered the material. We've talked about several ways for improving long-term memory. Self-referencing, or relating information to yourself, can help you remember. Mnemonic devices are verbal constructions, like rhymes and acronyms, that jog memory. Sheer repetition, or rehearsal, can help you to keep information in short-term or working memory long enough for it to be transferred to long-term memory. You've learned that memory loss happens mostly within the first day of learning new information. So cramming for exams the night before isn't as effective as spaced repetition that involves studying at increased intervals. Here's a handy mnemonic to remember these 4 techniques. Shakira's memory serves right, or SMSR, can help you remember self-referencing, mnemonic devices, spaced repetition, and rehearsal.
Imagine you're going on vacation to Hawaii. You've never been to Hawaii before, but you've been to the beach loads of times. You know you'll need flip-flops, bathing suits, sunscreen, and a good book. How do you know all this? You have a schema, or a set of expectations, for what a trip to the beach is like. You've never been to Hawaii, but your past experiences at the beach help you figure out what you need for your upcoming trip. Schema is a fancy word used to explain how you organize information. Anytime you have a new experience, your brain unconsciously slots it into an existing schema. For example, if you're shopping at a new grocery store, you use your schema of grocery stores in general to help you find the peanut butter and milk. Schemas are incredibly important in helping you make sense of everything going on in the world. If you had to start from scratch every time you entered a new store, you'd never get anything done. Unfortunately, schemas can also cause problems. Sometimes you might think you remember things that didn't actually happen because those things are in your schema. If you always buy your peanut butter in aisle 3, but the new grocery store keeps the peanut butter in aisle 4, you might have trouble remembering what aisle the peanut butter is in. Your schema says aisle 3, but the grocery store manager says differently. Schemas can also cause problems because information is coming from too many places. Have you ever known something to be true but forgotten where you heard it? This is called source amnesia, and it means that you remember the information but have no idea where it came from. This can happen anytime you're getting information from lots of different places. Maybe you're searching for the best ticket prices to Hawaii, and you check all of the major travel sites. You found the perfect tickets, but forgot to bookmark them. Source amnesia makes it hard to remember where you found the cheapest tickets. You can remember all the details about it, except where to buy them from. As I've said, schemas are essential to helping you make sense of everything you hear and see every day. But don't trust your schemas too much. Sometimes our memories can be changed if we receive some new information about an event. For example, if you spill a glass of water on your friend while lounging on the beach, she'll just get a little wet. But if you're talking about it later and say that you broke the glass, your friend might think she remembers seeing broken glass in addition to getting wet. This is called the misinformation effect, and it happens all the time when people are telling stories or anecdotes. If you tell a story over and over again, you might change the details a little bit every time. But watch out, the misinformation effect might actually cause you to remember the wrong version of the story. You might think that would never happen to you, but studies have found that a certain number of people truly believe stories that never actually happened to them. Sometimes we even modify our schemas to change how we feel about things. Let's go back to your Hawaiian vacation. Maybe you were choosing between a trip to Hawaii and a trip to the Florida Keys. You thought about your trip for months and simply couldn't decide. The plane tickets cost the same, the hotels were the same, and the beaches were just as beautiful. Once you've decided on Hawaii, though, you might start to remember your decision differently. If enough time has passed, you might remember the decision between Hawaii and the Keys as being much easier than it was at the time. Your brain might decide that Hawaii is a much better vacation destination, even though you had such a hard time making a decision. This is called choice supportive bias, and it's the brain's trick to make you feel better about your decisions. Your brain is smart. It knows that it needs to do something so you don't ruin your vacation by obsessing about the Keys. So it eliminates the cognitive dissonance or irritation you might have about picking someplace that might not be paradise. To review, all of the schemas that you've created over your lifetime help you make sense of the new things you experience every day. You don't have to start from scratch every time you go to a new beach or grocery store. Unfortunately, schemas and memory play tricks on us. Source amnesia makes it difficult to keep track of where information came from. Where did I find those tickets again? And the misinformation effect can make us remember a shattered glass even if we only spilled a little water. The choice supportive bias is tricky too, even if it's just your brain's efforts to help you feel better about your decisions. In the end, if you really want to remember all of the details of your Hawaiian vacation, just say cheese.
We make decisions and judgments every day. If we can trust someone, if we should do something or not, which route to take, how to respond to someone who's upset, the list goes on and on. If we carefully considered and analyzed every possible outcome of these decisions and judgments, we would never do anything else. Thankfully, our mind makes things easier for us by using efficient thinking strategies known as heuristics.
A heuristic is a mental shortcut that helps us make decisions and judgments quickly without having to spend a lot of time researching and analyzing information. For example, when walking down the street, you see a piano tied to a rope above the sidewalk. Without a break in stride, you would likely choose to walk around that area instead of directly underneath the piano. Your intuition would tell you that walking under the piano could be dangerous, so you make a snap judgment to walk around the danger zone. You would probably not stop and assess the entire situation or calculate the probability of the piano falling on you or your chances of survival if that happened. You would use a heuristic to make the decision quickly and without using much mental effort. Most of the time, heuristics are extremely helpful, but they can lead to errors in judgment. There are several different categories or types of heuristics. Let's discuss three that, although useful in many situations, can lead even the most intelligent people to make dumb decisions: availability, representativeness, and base rate heuristics. First, the availability heuristic is a mental shortcut which helps us make a decision based on how easy it is to bring something to mind. In other words, we often rely on how easy it is to think of examples when making a decision or judgment. For instance, in 2011, what percentage of crimes do you suppose involved violence? Most people are likely to guess a high percentage because of all the violent crimes, murder, rape, robbery, and assault that are highlighted on the news. Yet the FBI reported that violent crimes made up less than 12% of all crimes in the United States in 2011. The problem with the availability heuristic is that we assume that if several examples are readily available in our mind, the event or subject matter is commonplace. But, as with our example of violent crime, that assumption is not always correct. However, there are many situations in which the availability heuristic is useful and accurate. For example, it's part of what makes us careful in dangerous situations. If we can think of a similar situation that ended badly for someone else, we are more likely to be cautious and better protect ourselves. Another type of heuristic is a representativeness heuristic, a mental shortcut which helps us make a decision by comparing information to our mental prototypes. For example, if someone was to describe an older woman as warm and caring with a great love of children, most of us would assume that the older woman is a grandmother. She fits our mental representation of a grandmother, so we automatically classify her into that category. This heuristic, like others, saves us time and energy. We make a snap decision and assumption without thinking very much. Unfortunately, many examples of the representativeness heuristic involve succumbing to stereotypes. We might assume that someone who loves skateboarding is always getting into trouble, or that a child dislikes healthy food. The final type of heuristic we'll discuss in this lesson is the base rate heuristic, a mental shortcut that helps us make a decision based on probability. For an example, imagine you live in a big city and hear an animal howling around midnight. You would probably assume it was just a dog, as wolves aren't likely to be found in the city. Statistically, a wolf howling in the city would be very improbable. Now, what do you think most people would do if presented with a situation in which they could either use the representativeness or base rate heuristic? For example, Gail loves to play chess and listens to classical music. In her spare time, she enjoys shopping at used bookstores and touring museums. Now, is Gail more likely to be a nurse or a librarian? Which heuristic do you think most people would use to answer this question? If you guessed the representativeness heuristic, you would be correct. Most would answer that Gail is probably a librarian. They used the representativeness heuristic, as she is representative of the mental image or prototype that we have of a librarian because she appears to be intelligent and loves to read. In reality, though, it is far more likely that Gail is a nurse because there are far more nurses than librarians in the world. Yet few people use the base rate heuristic, partly because the representativeness information is so compelling. In summary, a heuristic is a mental shortcut that helps us make decisions and judgments quickly without having to spend a lot of time researching and analyzing information. Most of the time, heuristics are extremely helpful, but they can lead to errors in judgment. The availability heuristic is a mental shortcut that helps us make a decision based on how easy it is to bring something to mind. We tend to assume that if several examples are readily available in our mind, the event or subject matter is commonplace. The representativeness heuristic is a mental shortcut that helps us make a decision by comparing information to our mental prototypes.
Unfortunately, many examples of the representativeness heuristic involve succumbing to stereotypes. Finally, the base rate heuristic is a mental shortcut that helps us make a decision based on probability. This is when we make a snap judgment based on our knowledge of how likely something is to occur or be true statistically.
You know the song that says, "Bird is the word"? Well, a bird is much more than just a word. It's even more than just an animal. A bird is a concept, or a way to classify something in your mind. How do I know it's a concept? Think about it. When I say bird, you probably get a specific image in your mind. The same is true if I say car or fruit, which are also concepts. Essentially, if something is a bird, or car, or a fruit, it has certain features that most or all birds, or cars, or fruits share. So it's kind of like a shortcut in your mind. If I say that there's a bird on my windowsill, you can picture what that bird looks like and probably guess what it's doing. There are several reasons to use concepts. The first, which you've already seen, is to communicate with others. It's a kind of a shorthand. Instead of saying to you, "There's something outside my window. It has feathers and wings and it's singing," I can just say, "There's a bird outside my window." You can probably guess that it has feathers and wings and sings. Another reason that concepts are helpful is that they help preserve space in your memory. Instead of having to remember every single bird you've ever seen or heard, for example, you can file them away under the general category of birds. That takes a lot less effort than trying to remember every single one. Finally, concepts help you make predictions and generalizations about the world. If I tell you there's a bird on my windowsill, you can probably predict that it will sing and/or that it has a nest somewhere. Your concept of what a bird is and does helps you. Let's look at how we use concepts, in particular the idea of a prototype and typicality. Let's say that I decide to tell you a story. "Once upon a time, there was a bird," I start. Wait, what kind of bird? What's the bird like? Am I telling a story about a sparrow or a penguin? A prototype is a representative of a concept. It is an example of something with the general qualities that make up a concept. I'll bet when I said, "Once upon a time there was a bird," you imagined something that was much more like a sparrow than a penguin, didn't you? That's because a sparrow is generally considered to be a prototype of a bird. It has wings, it flies, it builds a nest, and it lays eggs. This is true of other concepts too. When I mentioned that I ate some fruit a few minutes ago, what do you picture? Am I eating an apple, or an olive, or a tomato? Of those three, apples are more of a prototype of a piece of fruit, even though technically they are all fruit. You might be wondering, if a sparrow or an apple is a prototype, what about the penguins and olives and tomatoes? Typicality is the idea that members of a group differ in how similar they are to a prototype. For example, a blue jay is more like a sparrow than an owl or an eagle or a penguin. Therefore, a blue jay is more typical of a bird than the others. But an owl is closer to a sparrow than a penguin is, so it is more typical than a penguin. Likewise, a peach is a more typical fruit than olives because it's closer to the prototype of an apple. The more typical a specimen is, the easier and faster it is to identify it as a member of the concept. If you see a peach, you can very quickly identify that it's a fruit. But looking at an olive or avocado might take you a second longer to classify as a fruit. Not only that, the higher typicality that a specimen has, the more accurately you can generalize and make predictions about it. For example, if you've never seen a blue jay and don't know anything about it, but I tell you that it's a bird, you can probably guess that it flies, eats insects, and nests in trees. But if you aren't familiar with penguins, you might not realize that even though they are birds, they don't do any of those things. Because a penguin has a low typicality, it is harder to generalize and make predictions about it. A concept is a way to classify something in your mind. Concepts allow people to communicate with each other, save space in their minds, and generalize and predict about things in the world around them. A prototype is a specimen that is representative of a concept. The closer something is to the prototype, the more typicality it displays, and therefore, the easier it is to identify and generalize.
Have you ever had the name of someone on the tip of your tongue but just can't seem to get it? Then someone helps you out and tells you who it is. Of course, you say, wondering why you couldn't quite summon the memory when you tried. This lesson will help you to understand your memory in a bit more depth, focusing on two processes, recognition and recall. You'll also think about what can interfere with retrieving those memories. Recognition involves recognizing information you've experienced in the past, often based on a trigger or cue. So if you were to watch this video lesson again a month from now, you might say, hey, I remember this information because it's familiar and jogs your memory. The multiple choice quiz you will take at the end of this lesson is also a time when you will use recognition as a way of accessing information from the past. You can remember this type of memory retrieval process by thinking about how the word recognition is related to the word recognize, like when you recognize the right choice among the answers in the quiz. Recognition is different than the retrieval process called recall. Recall involves remembering information from long-term memory, often without triggers or cues. So on some random day a month from now, your friend says to you, "You studied psychology. Can you tell me about some different processes of memory?" You don't have the triggers to help you recognize past information. You have to access information in your memory through the more difficult process of recall. You can have an easier time with making use of this lesson if you have a trigger to help you remember the terms, which will make the process of remembering more like recognition rather than recall. This is why I'll recommend thinking of recall as something that can occur less speedy or even at a crawl compared with recognition. Recognition can happen more quickly because you can compare information you're experiencing in the moment with something from the past. Recall requires you to summon information yourself from the depths of your memory, a slower, more complicated process. So imagine you can't remember a person's name you just met recently at a party. You were introduced just a short time ago, and yet their name seems to have been forgotten. What's gone wrong? Sometimes the answer is interference. Interference occurs when we have trouble remembering a certain piece of information due to other information we've been given. For example, let's say that the person whose name you can't remember is actually a guy named Bob. After you met Bob, you met Julio, and then Grayson. Meeting Julio and Grayson could have interfered with you remembering Bob's name because of the multiple pieces of new information about several people at once. The opposite could occur too, where you remember Bob and Julio's name, but somehow find it hard to remember Grayson, as though you were overloaded with information and couldn't take any more in at that point. You also might have found that earlier in the lesson you had grasped the idea of our first term, recognition, but then had trouble remembering it when we started talking about recall. The same type of interference can happen if you move out of your parents' home, for instance. When you go back, somehow you have a hard time remembering where things are compared with where you keep them in your new home. The lesson summary we have at the end of the lesson is meant to help with interference by repeating the information in short bites to fill in the gaps that may have occurred from interference. This repetition will also make it more likely that you will recognize and even recall information about this topic in the future. Recognition involves recognizing information you've experienced in the past, often based on a trigger or cue. This process is considered much less involved than recall, or remembering information from long-term memory, often without triggers or cues. You can rely more on recognition when you complete the multiple choice quiz at the end of the lesson, because you'll recognize some of the answers based on what you've learned. The more difficult process of recall will be required if a friend asks you to describe what you know about this topic. Recall will take place more slowly and even at a crawl. Sometimes interference makes these processes more difficult. Interference occurs when we have trouble remembering a certain piece of information due to other information we've been given, like when you meet multiple new people at once. In a moment, you'll see 9 numbers on the screen for about 1 second, where right now all you see is a plus sign. Are you ready? Okay, here they are. Can you remember any of them? Researchers have tried this as an experiment with the numbers showing for even less time, just a tiny portion of a second. They found that most people can recall a few numbers, and then the rest of the numbers seem to be long gone from their memory. The image you create in your mind with the numbers you saw is like taking a photograph that fades extremely quickly. In this lesson, you'll learn more about this type of memory, known as iconic memory. We'll also look at how psychologist George Sperling tweaked the numbers experiment and received some results that might surprise you. Iconic memory is a type of visual memory that lasts only a fraction of a second. Anything you look at can create the same kind of fading photograph. Our iconic memory is a way our vision reports back to our brain about what we have observed, giving the brain a chance to decide whether to take any action in response to that information. Not all that we see suffers this fate of fading away. Some of the information we see needs to be kept for use by the brain, either for the short or long term. Since we see so much more than we need or can retain, our iconic memory is an opportunity to catch information for a short period until it can be reviewed by the brain. This all happens in the blink of an eye. It may help to remember the term iconic memory by thinking of how icons are images we can see. Before researchers understood very much about this very short-term memory, there was a lot of speculation about how much our vision really takes in. Experiments could be used to test this out. Think again about the set of 9 numbers you saw at the beginning of this lesson. When participants in a similar experiment saw these numbers for even less time than you did, they could not remember many of the numbers. Sometimes they could report back the first row, and maybe 1 or 2 numbers in the second row. This type of report back was considered the whole report version of this experiment, referring to the fact that participants were asked to recall as much of the whole set of images as they could. The whole report approach made it seem like human beings are limited to processing just a few images at a time. After all, if you can only report back a few images, perhaps that's all that can be handled at one time. But wait, meet George Sperling, an American psychologist who wondered, do we really only comprehend a few images at a time, or do we perceive much more than that? He decided to try a different method for having participants recall what they'd seen. Just like before, a participant would see a set of numbers on a screen. Immediately after that, a tone was used to indicate which of the lines to report back to the experimenter. So a high tone, for instance, would indicate that you should report back the top line. A medium tone would be for the middle line, and a low tone for the bottom line. This method was considered a partial report approach because the participants did not try to aim to report back on everything they had seen, and instead were told exactly what portion to recall. Guess what they found? Participants could remember most, if not all, of the line indicated, regardless of which line it was, top, middle, or bottom. So what did this mean? Using iconic memory, we can only retain information for a fraction of a second before the brain must decide whether to store it for longer-term use. Yet our vision takes in much more than we can remember long-term. Sperling knew this was the case because no matter which line was indicated to the participant, they could often report it back if the tone immediately indicated which line to recall. But if you asked a participant to report all of the numbers they'd seen, like in the whole report approach, they may never get to the third line. This is because our iconic memory is so short-lived that by the time we get to reporting all of the numbers, we've forgotten many of them. Yet we did see them and we did process them. We just can't remember them all later. But if a participant is immediately asked to report back a certain line, they can often do it well. The whole report method seemed to suggest that we can only process a few visual images. Yet the partial report method showed we actually take in a lot of visual information. We just can't retain it all for very long unless our brain decides it is useful information. Sperling discovered that our iconic memory is limited to a fraction of a second. Iconic memory is a type of visual memory that lasts only a fraction of a second and reports back to our brain about what we've observed. In the past, researchers thought that perhaps our visual perception is limited to several images at a time. When participants in an experiment were shown a set of images and asked to recall as much as possible, they could only remember a small portion of them. However, in Sperling's partial report experiment, participants could recall the portion of numbers they were asked to report back relatively accurately
compared to the whole report approach. This gave Sperling the indication that we can perceive more than just a few images. Instead, the short-lived nature of iconic memory is the reason we can only report back a few numbers at a time in the experiment.